Good morning from the Scotstoun Community Indoor Tennis Centre in Glasgow. Welcome to live coverage of the 2024 Tennis Scotland Open Tour Finals. 17 events have taken place across Scotland in 2024, culminating in today's semi-finals and finals. Coming up, we have two women's semi-finals, and both finals live on BBC iPlayer and the BBC Sport website and app. The top 16 men's and women's players qualified automatically for the annual TS Open Tour Finals, in which they compete for a £10,000 prize pot and the sword trophies as well, named after former Scotland internationalists Alan and Derek. I'm your commentator, Andrew Petrie, and I'll be talking you through the first of our two semi-finals, which is coming up shortly. And I'm joined in the box this morning by Heather Lockhart, former Scotland Rugby International, but also a title winner in Scottish tennis and a junior international at hockey. Heather, is there anything you can't do?
Morning to everyone. Hi, great to be here at Scotstoun and call the match with you. Really looking forward to a great day's tennis, as you've said, and such a showcase final, so great to have it.
And that's what I was going to ask you about, Heather. This competition's still in its relative infancy, so how important is it to kind of have this showpiece event at the end of the year for these players?
Yeah, there's 17 events, including this one, and this is the 6th year it's been running. The first time in this format, 2018. Strange enough, Ironbrew used to host a junior Grand Prix similar to this, but well done to all concerned in getting this tour event and all the events running to this. And it's so important, and we've got a real mixture of juniors and seniors playing both in the men and the women, and giving them an opportunity to play domestically. This is the Tennis Scotland Open Tour is the highest level of tournament domestically in Scotland, so to have this opportunity to play at home is phenomenal. We've got actually three semi-finalists from Northumberland, so local to them.
And Heather, obviously touched on your rugby background a bit there as well. How different is it to playing that team sport as compared to playing a final in an individual sport such as tennis?
Yeah, I think they both relate really well to each other. At tennis, you've only got a few seconds to turn around after each point, so it's like forgetting what's gone before, whether good or bad, and focusing on the next thing. And I think tactically as well, you have that awareness because it's just you out there. Sometimes you have coaches influencing, but sometimes not. You also have doubles as well, but definitely there's some transferable skills into the rugby pitch and working well as a team.
Excellent. Well, we'll see what the players have to offer, and this is what today's schedule looks like. Well, starting at 9:30, it's the first of the women's singles semi-finals. Emma Wilson, the top seed, against Teodora Prsadnikova, last year's finalist. Then we've got the first of the men's semi-finals, Hamish Stewart and Liam Hignett going off the number 1 and number 3 seed. We've also at 9:30 got Mia Wainwright, the number 4 seed in the women's singles, playing Amy Knowles, a 17-year-old. She has been the giant killer so far in this tournament. Can she go even further? Can she get to the final? And then the second of the men's single semi-finals as well, James McKinley against Ewan Lumsden. So some really interesting clashes there, Heather. Who's kind of standing out for you? Who's had the best tournament so far, and who's the one to watch?
Yeah, there's been a couple of rounds played yesterday. Emma Wilson, number 1 seed, a wild card, was 19th on the leaderboard, finishing at the end of regular season, but got in because 3 players didn't take up their slot, and has only lost 2 games in 2 matches. So she's really one to watch out. In terms of head-to-head with Teodora, they've played a couple of years ago when Teodora would only been 14, and Emma won that one in love. So 2 years on, it's going to be really interesting. Teodora's been loads of experience in the ITF junior circuit, and Emma has US States background, Arizona University, and also she coaches at Newcastle and plays in the ITF women's circuit. So a great match-up between these 2 different circuits.
Yeah, it's going to be a really interesting clash there. Well, we can also have a little look at the highlights from yesterday to see how the players got to this stage. Tennis Scotland Open Tour Finals got underway at Scotstoun Community Indoor Tennis Centre in Glasgow on Monday, featuring 16 men and 16 women who have competed in 17 leaderboard events around the country since January. Gaining ranking points based on their performance, they are now competing over 2 days for a £10,000 prize pot. Played as a straight knockout, the first round and quarter-finals took place on Monday, with the semi-finals and finals taking place throughout Tuesday. It's an all-English affair in the women's semi-finals. Top seed Emma Wilson is through after defeating Lucy Furness and Hanna Augustinska, setting up a semi against fellow Northumberland star Teodora Prsadnikova, who knocked out third seed Summer Yardley to get to this stage. The other semi sees the winner of 3 TS Open Tour tournaments throughout the year, Mia Wainwright, take on giant killer Amy Knowles. The 17-year-old has beaten second seed Francesca Simpson and Heather Barlow, who topped the TS Open Tour leaderboard at the end of the season to get to this round. Meanwhile, in the men's competition, the 4 top seeds all made it through to the quarter-final stage. Hamish Stewart, Ewan Lumsden, Liam Hignett and James McKinley all progressed without too much difficulty, with Stewart looking to defend his crown. For the first time, 4 matches from the second day will be broadcast live by BBC Scotland, with the men's and women's semi-final and both finals shown live on BBC iPlayer and the BBC Sport website and app. And there we go, that's how the players have made it to the semi-final, and very shortly we are going to be joined by the players for this women's semi-final between Emma Wilson and Teodora Prsadnikova. I would say Prsadnikova, last year's finalist, losing out to Hannah Rylett. She went into that competition as the number 1 seed. She followed it up with a really strong year on the TS Open Tour. We talked about those 17 leaderboard events. She did brilliantly in them. Not in the top 4 seeds this time, and now she faces the number 1 seed for a place in the final. How much importance do the players place on those seedings? Heather, will it have been a blow for Teodora not to have a seeding coming into this?
Well, I mean, in her first round match, the round of 16, she played Summer Yardley, who was seeded number 3 and ranked 800 in the world. So that's a really, really, really good win for Teodora at junior level. So so it was 6-1, 7-6, 4 in the tie-break. So that's a great win to progress. And then she had lost to Anna McKnight actually in the next round. She'd lost her earlier in the year and turned that around with a 6-2-6 love. So suggests she's on a good rich vein of form at the moment as well. So as I said, Emma and Teodora have met 2 years ago, so 2 years on, see how the development has progressed.
Of course, Emma, 27 years old, ranked inside the WTA's top 1,000 against the 16-year-old Prsadnikova. So a real difference in experience as well there. And does that play into Emma's hands a little bit more? Or does the kind of innocence of youth help Teodora out a bit?
Well, interesting. I think they're both from Northumberland, we said, and apparently they both practice together at the Northumberland club, so they'll know each other's game, they help each other out. And Emma loves to compete, and at 27 is still she's playing loads and loads of matches on the women's circuit this year, and Teodora as well taking from her. So so they'll know each other's game. So it's interesting. So as I say, it was 1 in love the last time. So Emma will be wanting to justify her number 1 seeding, and Teodora will be looking to get another seeding scalp.
And of course, Emma knows all about being a good ranked player. Coming through, the number 1 under 18 in Great Britain is Emma Wilson. Walks onto the court. We were here nice and early watching the players get put through their paces. All looking good so far. And we've also got just in front of us as well Mia Wainwright and Amy Knowles walking on to the court just next door.
That's going to be another cracking match as well. Mia's on a rich vein of form as well, so, and Amy Knowles too, so good luck to both of them.
And there we go, Teodora Prsadnikova joining us now. It's a really interesting semi-final coming up. Were it not for them being on the same side of the draw, you wouldn't be too surprised if this had been the final as well. So Prasadnikova in the purple, Emma Wilson in the black. So both players speak to the umpire. We are just a few moments away from this TS Open Tour semi-final getting underway. Like I say, we'll be keeping an eye on how Mia Wainwright and Amy Knowles are getting on over to our right-hand side as well, because they are two really good matches.
Yeah, Mia's won 3 of the Open Tour events, the indoors, the grass and the clay courts, so 3 titles out of 4 tournaments. So has really benefited from playing in this Open Tour. Just shows you like the matches, they can combine that with playing in the next level up in the ITF women's circuit.
Players just having a little hit out, getting nice and warm before the semi-final starts. And let's just take another look at Emma Wilson. Like you say, 27 years of age, from England, also hailing from Northumberland. Played US college tennis at Fresno State. And that US college system is really the ambition of so many of these young players and so many of the young players in this competition as well. Yeah,
absolutely. Working through, she played junior college tennis at Fresno State and then went on to Arizona University. I just had a quick chat with her before she was practicing this morning, and she was at pains to, I think she got a lot out of playing at Arizona University and being part of the team there. I think the college system there is really, they get a lot from that in terms of developing their tennis, playing in the team, and an opportunity to develop as a person before they make that decision whether they do go on to play professional tennis. So it really is a really good stepping stone, and a lot of the players are doing that as we speak, making that transition and playing in the States.
Heather, I know you've had an incredible sporting career. If you could go back and do it all again, is that something that would appeal to you, do you think?
Well, it's interesting. One of my best friends, she went and did that. So Michelle Mayer, she went out to Oklahoma, and she got a lot from that as well. And she plays down south now, and we both still play. So there's always different routes, and we always like meet up. And one of my other doubles partners, she was one of the first to go out, Lorna Brown as well, when nobody had done that, and she was from Glasgow, so that was quite a big step then, and she was like 9 years older than me, so for her at that point to make that decision to go, so I think it's a bit more of a well-trodden path now. Ewan McIntosh has gone out, so it's a bit more of a well-trodden path indeed, so, and gaining from it, and there's a bit more structures to help players do that. There's agencies that help them do that, so probably when Michelle and Lorna, my two friends, were doing it, there wasn't probably those structures in place.
Yes, it certainly has become that well-trodden path.
3 minutes.
Trodden it well, and I imagine it's something that Teodora Prasadnikova will be thinking about. Just 16 years of age, she finished the season 5th on the TS Open Tour leaderboards. Like we said, the finalist last year, the runner-up to Hannah Rylett, who was the second seed to Teodora's first seed. And of course, she won the Lexus British Tour in Glasgow in 2024 at Newlands. So she's had a really strong season, and she's looking to finish it on a high. How impressed are you by Teodora?
You had a quick word with her as well, and she's no stranger to Scotland and indeed to Glasgow. So you're just saying the Lexus British Tour in Glasgow was played at Newlands, and Heather Barlow topped the leaderboard, and she beat Heather Barlow in the final there. So and they're both good friends. So again, they're betting Heather Barlow. She's chosen to go to university in Scotland. She's at Edinburgh University now. So she topped out of. She won 2 events out of 14.
2 minutes.
And well done to her. And again,
ladies
that's
and gentlemen, this is
she's
the Tennis
still
Scotland
developing
Open
her
Tour
tennis
finals.
while being at university in
Women's
Scotland.
singles
So again, she's going that route. So, but
This match
Teodora again
will be decided
benefiting.
by
She said
2
she knows Heather
tiebreak
well,
sets,
benefiting
with a
from that.
10-point match tiebreak played to decide the match at 1 set all. To the left of the chair, Emma Wilson. To the right of the chair, Teodora Prasadnikova. Teodora Prasadnikova won the toss and elected to serve.
Players just with final touches on their warm-ups. Just practicing their serves before we get underway. Both players quite well physically matched. An interesting clash of styles. Obviously, just with the seedings, you'd probably say Emma's just about the favourite.
Both put quite a relaxed style, both of them quite easy striker of the ball, so interesting to see about consistency and tactically how they use their style of play to counteract each other.
30 seconds.
Of course, both players will be looking to emulate a previous winner in Maya Lumsden, who won the inaugural event in 2018 and again in 2019. I think she's probably the standout
End of warm-up.
previous winner. She reached the Wimbledon quarter-finals in 2023 with her doubles partner Niekta Baines, reached a career-high WTA doubles ranking, world number 57 in July this year. So if either of these players can go on to emulate that, they'll have done pretty well, won't they?
Yeah, Maya's doing absolutely amazing, and yeah, picked up another tournament win with Emily Appleton recently, so in Michigan. So she's 81 on the WTA rankings, and I think if it being 57 earlier in the year, I think a top 50 spot is what she's aiming for next year. So the very best of luck to her. Yeah, and it's amazing she's come through that, and Scott Duncan as well. He's done that, and he's 200 for dubs as well. So they're both past winners, and yeah, coming through this system, and yeah, doing phenomenally well at the next level.
Just a last minute bite of banana there for Teodora. As this first women's semi-final is about to begin. It is
Teodora Prasadnikova to serve.
Prasadnikova to serve.
Play. Oh! 15 love.
First serve is a little long.
I'm sorry, I've got to go with what I saw.
Yeah, I don't think it wasn't called there, so first point Theodore.
Out. 30 love.
You can see early on, I think, Emma a little frustrated.
Yeah, just a line call and then a long ball there. Just settle it down for Emma.
Fault.
This time it is called. Good play from
40 love.
Prasadnikova there, baseline to baseline.
Yeah, she did a loopy. The second last ball from her was a loopy one, and then she did a flatter one. She's got a different variety of shot there, so good play from her.
Brilliant return there from Emma
40,
Wilson.
15.
With the score at 40 love, she had to kind of show a little bit something in that first game, and she's shown it there.
Yeah, just as I said, just settle it down, finding a rhythm. Really, really good take on that side.
Nice hit there from Teodora
40-30.
Prsadnikova, and Emma Wilson has got her way back into this game.
Yeah, she just, that grip is quite extreme, and sometimes she'll miss one. Just, I think Emma knows that.
Just getting
Juice.
a little bit of luck there. She holds up the hand and with a full apology. She'll be quite happy with that little bit of luck.
Yeah, they've both got quite top spin forehands, and yeah, the way she took it there, she let the ball just fall a wee bit low, so yeah, just crept over there.
Advantage, Prsadnikova.
Emma Wilson worked around the court there.
Yeah, both good movers, but just a couple of forehand errors from both of them, so just they'll be just a bit more consistent on each other, just putting pressure on that forehand.
Juice.
And just catching the net. Back to deuce. There's been some feedback from Emma Wilson, even this early on in the game.
Yeah, just took a deep breath there, just finding a rhythm.
Fault.
Few inches away there for Prsadnikova.
Advantage, Wilson.
Brilliant shot down the line. Now advantage with Emma Wilson for the first time.
Game, Wilson.
And you could see the frustration there.
First
from
game.
Teodora Prsadnikova. She was 40 love up at one point. The first game goes to Emma Wilson. Fantastic fight back from the 27-year-old.
Yeah, as I say, she took that volley really well, and that was a crucial point, that leg cord there that she took. But yeah, really good fight back from 40 love down.
Was that first serve there from Prsadnikova that we saw fly way out? Was that maybe just a little sign of the frustration creeping in?
Yeah, just I think both of them just sort of need to be a wee bit more consistent. As I say, the way they hit their shots, they just really go for the line all the time, like
Emma
that
Wilson
backhand down the line that Teodora tried to do. So the margin for error is not big.
Emma Wilson now to serve.
Love
Good
15.
return there from Teodora Prsadnikova. Broken in that first game, she'll be looking to break straight back.
It's a really good first point, but just netting that one there on the backhand, just maybe just going for a bit much. I think that margin for error, just give herself a wee bit more. Awesome serve there, awesome serve.
That's the first ace of the game.
(40-15).
Emma Wilson just going through the motions now. This has been a really impressive first game.
Yeah, 40-15.
40-30.
Yeah, 40-30 now. Just Emma just netting that. Just both of them, just some unforced errors.
Game Wilson.
And there you go. A dominant display from
Wilson
Emma
leads by
Wilson
2
in the
games to
second
love.
game. And that was a really impressive
Balls up
performance
backhand.
from her there.
Thank you.
Yeah, she really uses her height on the serve. That's 2 aces there. Really, really good serving. Just really snapping down on it.
Wait,
Really
please.
putting pressure on Theodora.
Love.
And a good second serve there from Theodora Prasadnikova, a little quicker than I think Emma Wilson was expecting.
Yeah, exactly. And just again, just these margins for errors on both sides. Just trying to go for the line.
Prasadnikova not quite
15 all.
and again you can see the frustration from the 16-year-old early on in this game.
Out.
And Wilson just not quite judging
30,
that one
15.
right.
Yeah, the two forehands there, just like going for depth there, and the previous one was going down the line on that forehand, just trying to force it.
Fault.
And a double fault
30
there
all.
from Prasadnikova, allowing Wilson to bring this game back level. And you feel that she might just need that first game under her belt to try and kind of settle the nerves, get a bit of confidence back into her game.
Absolutely, they're both just, when they're both at this side, you can just see them taking deep breaths. There is some nerves come into play here. Super backhand,
30-40.
absolutely super backhand there. Great play by Emma. Gave herself more room, ball out in front. Really, really good backhand down the line.
Game
Wilson
Wilson.
breaks again.
Wilson leads by 3 games to
up.
love.
It's been an impressive showing from the #1 seed. The tide just seems to really be going against Prasadnikova at this early stage, despite a strong showing. She was 40 to love up in the first game before.
Yeah, and there she was 30-15 up, so it's just, yeah, just a couple of errors there from Emma as well helping her. So I think Theodora's got to step up and take the game to Emma, because Emma will be looking to, like, that backhand down the line was superb, and her serve as well. She'll know how, she got 2 aces before, so she knows when she's up against it when Emma's serving. So it's just trying to find her way in and just steady the ship a bit.
I certainly thought after that first game kind of went the distance, this was going to be a close encounter, but Emma Wilson at the moment is using her experience just to manage this game a little better in the early stages.
This is a crucial game here.
Out. 15 love.
Just incredible pace on that. She really flicks the ball up quite unexpectedly almost.
I really love to
30
see
love.
that from Theodora. She's trying something different, and it was an angled lob as well. So I saw her do that she won the under 16 girls doubles final, and she was lobbing there. So that's really great. She's got that in her repertoire, just missing out.
Let for serve.
Yeah, just that comes off that forehand slightly. Sometimes the weight's on the back foot. Just give her more time, just lean into the ball and that forehand, just like she does her backhand.
A superb return from Prasadnikova there, and those are the kind of shots that will give her the confidence that she needs to try and get back into this game.
Absolutely huge, absolutely, yeah. Really, really good, well taken, really early ball.
Let for serve. Fault.
A double fault there from Emma Wilson.
30-40.
Yeah, we've seen it from Prasadnikova, but not from Wilson. So
yeah, that was quite a crucial miss there from Emma.
Juice.
Prasadnikova has her hands to her face. She knew that was a chance there with the break point.
Yeah, absolutely. That serve is just causing, just when it matters, it's causing some difficulty.
Out. Advantage, Prasadnikova.
She gets another chance here though.
Wilson keeps herself in it, brings it back to Juice.
Juice.
Yeah, really good court coverage there. Again, Theodora trying to mix things up. She knows when at baseline rally she's coming out second sometimes, so just mixing, put in the shorter shot there. But Emma, really good movement and really good slice backhand, really good depth.
Advantage, Wilson.
Just with the unforced error there and allowing Wilson a chance to make it 4-0.
Game, Wilson.
There it is.
Yeah, we talked about that serve, just getting out of difficulty,
Wilson leads
just
by
when it
4
really
games to
matters,
love.
steps up and does that ace. She had a double fault earlier on, and Theodora knows she's just going for those lines because she almost feels like she has to, otherwise she's not going to win out in the rally against Emma. So she's almost trying to go for the lines and trying to win the point a bit too early. I feel if she could just stay in the rally a bit longer and move Emma around and then go for her shot.
What a
Love
return
15.
there from Emma Wilson.
Really awkward angle that. She's just, done a nice serve there, but just sat up a bit high, and Emma was able to deal with it at that angle and just create difficulty on that forehand for Teodora.
Again, Emma Wilson
Love 30.
has the answers for every question that Prasavnikova is posing her at the moment.
Yeah, I think she's almost happier playing in her backhand, Emma. There, that's good variety. She can do the topspin and the slice.
Fault.
There's that
15,
inverse error on
30.
the forehand. Both of them, I think, sometimes just try and wind up that forehand, but because they've got quite an extreme grip in the topspin, sometimes when they try to go flatter, the margin for error is not there, and it's an unforced error.
Fault.
There she
15,
goes. She
40.
opened up superbly well there. She was jamming in, forcing it at that point earlier, but there, just inside out forehand, making it so hard to return for Teodora. Really, really good play by Emma.
Prasavnikova not happy with something down the forehand.
Game Wilson.
And there is 5-0.
Wilson leads by 5 games
passing
to love.
frustrated figure. The number of faults in her first serve is really just allowing an opportunity for Emma Wilson to attack those second serves, and at the moment she's just eating them up.
Yeah, Teodora's had some opportunities. It's just taking that to the next level and
yes.
taking them, because
Goes up that end.
they won't be all the time. So it's just taking those little opportunities when they can. So she'll be next game. She's just got to refocus, and I think again just stay in the rally a bit more. And I think maybe play to Emma's forehand. I know the inside out forehand was good, but maybe on the forehand side, she does seem really comfortable on the backhand.
It looks to be a similar story in the other semi-final as well. Mia Wainwright with a 4-0 lead over Amy Knowles at the moment.
Yeah, Mia, that's a strong showing. We talked about how she had these titles both at ITF level and at the Open Tour level, and yeah, strong showing, 4-love up.
Emma Wilson now serving for the first set.
Out.
It's a good
15
serve.
love.
Again, that first serve, she gets her first serve in. Excellent play. What a return.
15 all.
There you go, that's more like it, Teodora. Fantastic play. More of that, absolutely superb.
Brilliant from Emma Wilson there, just
30,
getting over the
15.
ball,
Yeah.
slamming it back down the court.
Yeah, just taking away the Teodora's time. It was rising, but she just took the ball so early, didn't let the ball rise even further, and just took away all Teodora's time. Really good play.
Fault.
Another unforced error there from
40,
Teodora
15.
as Wilson closes in on the first set.
Sorry, pulled out. Serve pulled out. And I agree. I thought it was very close,
Just
but
a little
unless
conversation
it's
between
clear
the
error,
umpire and Emma
no.
Wilson there. I think that one was called out. Second serve.
Out. Game and first set, Wilson by 6 games to love.
And the first set goes to Emma Wilson. Teodora Prasadnikova not happy there with one or two of the calls.
Yeah, I think Emma's just after the first game, when she was a few nerves were kicking in, she's just really in control of this game, just taking her time. You just saw that, even though that serve and she was questioning the call, but she was in control and she was just taking her time between points. She was rushing her probably in the first couple of games, and Teodora is feeling rushed. Consequently, it's interesting that Emma's taking away all the time and she's being forced into these shots that she doesn't want to make. She needs to get back into the rally. She's got some superb shots. That backhand down the line was absolutely exquisite, but she needs to find that on a consistent basis. But it's hard because Emma is a really good and experienced player, and I think at the moment that her pro circuit, ITF pro circuit world tour is really counting at the moment, and Teodora obviously plays at the junior level at age 16 and is coming into that, so this can only be good experience for Teodora, but I think she knows she's capable of more right now, so I think she just needs to find a way in, and to, I think if I was coaching I'd say, like, don't go for the shot, wait for 4-5, number 4-5 at the moment. She's looking for the winner in the first or the second shot.
The best way to start the second set for Teodora Prasadnikova there.
I don't know her shoulder, so it's just a couple of times she sort of rolled it. I'm not sure if just aggravated something.
Let for serve.
Yeah, I think she's touching the outside of her right arm.
Talked about Teodora feeling rushed.
Love 30.
I noticed that at the start of this set, how quickly Emma Wilson was out of the chair, ready to go again, and wanted to keep that momentum.
It's interesting she's rushing her on her serve, but then is taking her time on her serve, so very much dictating the tempo.
Let second serve.
She's not quite full throttle on that serve. I think there is something up with that arm.
Love 40.
Emma Wilson, a really impressive performance in this semi-final.
Yeah, certainly in the warm-up this morning she was meaning business, and she's carrying that through. She only lost 2 games in the 2 matches, and now 6 love.
Game Wilson.
There goes
First game,
the
second
first
set.
game, 40 love. Emma Wilson breaking Teodora Prasadnikova just as she did in the first set. The first game of that first set, like we say, it went the distance. This one, not so much. Emma Wilson has really hit full stride early on. Teodora Prasadnikova just not able to really get going.
Yeah, Emma's certainly looking more relaxed, and the breathing in the first game was, quite high, and now she's much more relaxed, in control of that breathing and in control of certainly her shots, and then this serve is a real asset to her.
Out.
Like you say,
15 love.
Prasadnikova just looking for that winner straight away. But just a little long there.
I think she just needs to talk to herself just a wee bit, just to steady the ship, just try and find a way in. That's more like it.
15 all.
Just try and build each point, each point.
There you go, reaching for that shoulder again.
Yeah, I think it's definitely aggravated something.
Out.
Just wouldn't come off for Prasadnikova, like you said, trying to come up with
30-15.
different answers.
That serve, that was such a good wide serve by Emma, and I think she actually should come in more. Look at that, the height of her and the reach. Excellent point by her.
Out.
And that's a better response from Prasadnikova.
30
there.
all.
Yeah, those backhands, again, she's just happier on that backhand side. I think just opening up on that forehand is probably not helping the shoulder, but just the way she hits the ball as well, she's just got to find a bit more consistency. We got into the rally there, Theodora, much
30-40.
happy with that, and then the opportunity arose and she took it really, really well, didn't rush it and gave herself lots of air time over the net just to finish that point off. Great play.
Chance for Prasadnikova to break.
Deuce.
Again, remember that inside out forehand, just deep to the backhand. And Theodora's really got to dig that up, but just Emma's really, really happy. And cross court forehand, okay, but the inside out forehand is a real weapon for her.
Let for serve.
Superb serving, absolutely superb
Advantage,
serving.
Wilson.
I don't know if she's been working on that the stroke this year, but really, really impressive serving. And it's that down the middle, and it's the variety. And she earlier in the game she was out wide, so it's really keeping Theodora guessing. And it's really, she doesn't know where it's going, and she's really having to second guess.
It's been a real lesson for the 16-year-old so far. Much better. Prasadnikova forcing Emma Wilson back.
Yeah, just like getting a good return in and just like backing it up with the next one. It's building that point, building that point. Just keep talking to yourself, just build that point.
Stop. Long.
Wilson not agreeing with that call. Brilliant play by Emma Wilson. I think that's the longest rally we've had in
Yeah,
this
I
game.
think that's the best quality, I would say, as well, from both players. Both players seem to be like finding their backhand
get
forehand
balls up this
range
end, please.
and variety as well. And Theodora not happy at the end, but I think she knows then she's in this game, because in the first game of this set she was just like not engaging, whereas here she's right in the midst of that rally, so she just needs to find a way just to finish them off in her favour. Great play by Emma.
Game, Wilson.
Prasad just misjudging there.
Wilson leads by 2 games to love.
Just sometimes she's on that back. She's hit a couple of really good shots. I think it's more just getting behind the ball a bit more, and there the ball's just skiting through and she's late onto it, and that's just missing that line. It's just getting the ball out in front, and just it's the footwork, getting behind the ball, getting ready, and it's hard. As I say, Emma's hustling. She's hustling.
And a bit of a morale sapping loss that game. Now 2-0
15
down
love.
in the second set as Prasad wins the first point of the third game. Still looking
Balls
for
up now.
her first game in this match.
We've talked about it before. That's about the third, fourth
15 all.
inside out off that serve. Theodora, just when it's a bit shorter, Emma will run round her backhand and do that inside out forehand. It's so difficult to defend.
Fault.
Super serve.
30-15.
Just something different and had a bit more pace on it. Wasn't as short, and it was swinging out wide, and Emma wasn't ready for that. Theodora, that's it. She looks much more positive here, ready to go for the next point. 13-15 up.
Out. 30 all.
That's that. And I think
Can we get the
if
balls
you're
up?
doing a chart of it, it's like 1 point up, 1 point unforced error. So it's just trying to get that consistency, because it's there and there's some glimpses
Wait,
of some
please.
superb play.
Brilliant play from Prasadnikova, starting to find her
40-30.
range now. She's looked a lot more settled in the last 2 games, a lot more controlled, but she's giving herself an opportunity.
And giving it to herself to hit that down the line backhand, which she absolutely loves, by having the patience to hit cross court first.
Fault.
And that is the moment of the match, isn't it, for Theodora Prasadnikova. A fantastic lobbed return. She's tried it a couple of times, this time it comes off.
Again, I love that variety, the fact that she's giving herself that opportunity to have that variety.
Sorry,
Absolutely
apologies. That
superb.
was your game. That was your game. That was your game. Sorry.
There we go, a first game
Sorry.
for Prasadnikova.
Yeah, that's just shows you the key, just the patience. It was the point before to go cross court, and then down the line, and then here having the variety. Emma was committed at the net to do that amazing lob. So yeah, looking a lot more positive, feeling a lot more positive. And in the game 2-1, both players. Tennis, it's 2 sets, and if it goes to a third set, it's a match tie break. So Theodora can get herself together and push for this set.
And again, you can see how quickly Emma Wilson was off that chair, desperate to continue, and maybe for Theodora, after winning that first game, she might want to kind of ride that wave of momentum as well.
Yeah, but Emma knows this is her serve, so if she misses a first serve, she's questioning and everything. She wants that first serve in.
Just a quick update in the other semi-final.
15 love.
Has won the first set, 6-2.
And another superb serve ace from Emma. Again, she knows this when it's 2-1, it's getting closer, and she steps it up.
Out.
Wrong there from Wilson. You can tell Prsadnikova
15
coming
all.
into this a little more as the rallies become drawn out. It's not as easy for Wilson as it was in the first set. She's being really tested now.
Again, that serve down the line before it was going out wide, and then the variety by Emma to go down the middle. Really good work.
Just thudded down the court by Emma Wilson there. Almost impossible to return them. Prsadnikova unable to deal with that pace and that power.
Yeah, just a half smile to the ball girl there. I think Emma's definitely just more relaxed with that serve.
Ball. Out.
You can tell Theodora Prsadnikova just
Game
wanted
Wilson.
to attack that.
Goes
Just
down
used too much
defensive.
force.
Yeah, I know, that's at 3-1 now. 3-1 now. Just Emma just knew
Wilson
she had
leads
to
by
do
3
a
games to
really,
1.
really solid service game, and she did that. Using the variety, using out wide, using down the middle, and hustling, and then taking away Theodora's
Wait,
time.
please. Thank you.
Little shake of the head from Theodora Prsadnikova.
Fault.
Double
Love
fault
15.
to start a fourth game. Sorry, the fifth game, I should say.
Well played, well played, well played. That
Love
slice
30.
backhand, and again that drive volley. I think the first set we had a net cord from it, but there just a clean take there by Emma. She's relaxed, the racket's swinging, she's taking the ball early. Look at that, just stepping into it.
A real clinic from Emma Wilson there. again.
Love
Prasadnikova
40.
just trying something a little different. This time Emma Wilson able to read it. And it's some response.
Yeah, I think it's great to see that variety. I think Emma's pretty good at coming in. As I said, she probably should come in more. She's got good footwork. She's tall, but her mobility's good. Her footwork's good.
Game Wilson.
Just hits the top of the net. That's the game.
Wilson leads by
4-1
4
now
games to
Emma
1.
Wilson in this second set. It looks like it's only going one way.
Yeah, Theodora was just I don't know whether the arm was sore there, but she was just being a bit rushed as well. Just take her time. As I say, once she gets in the rally, some really good play from her. And at age 16, it's all in front of her. But definitely
Keep
today,
the balls up
Emma
that
is
end,
just
yeah.
means
Balls
business.
up that end.
And she doesn't want to lose anything. You know, she's questioning for if her serves are in or out. She just wants absolutely every point, as any good tennis player should do.
Well, she is the top seed for a reason. Got that first set done in 23 minutes. I think the second set will take a little bit longer. Theodora Prasadnikova winning her first game of the match so far. She's got a lot of work to do if she's to try and turn this one on its head. In the other semi-final, Mia Wainwright now 1 game to love up in the second set. And there it is again.
Lovely.
Brilliant play from Theodora Prasadnikova. She has shown real glimpses today of the quality in her game. That is absolutely fantastic.
I just really love that variety, and that was exact moment to do that lob. She's just employed a couple of really good opportunities. She knows when to do it.
Out. 15 all.
Emma goes back to the serve, so that's probably the story. Those 2 points there, the story of the match.
Slightly rare
15-30.
mistake there from Emma Wilson.
Yeah, because definitely in the first set there was a few unforced errors, but she's steadied up. But there, Theodora can just ask a few more questions and take heart from it.
Just inches away there.
30 all.
Prasadnikova. As Wilson looks to get this semi-final stitched up as quickly as possible.
Balls in, 30-40. Opening up there, Theodora, and just the right option.
A good chance for her now to stem the flow.
Juice.
But so hard to deal with that serve that Emma Wilson is employing.
Yeah, and again, 30-49 points down, and she had that in the first game of the first set. Almost, that was like a crucial game, the first game of the first set, and Emma coming out on top there, and again fighting back to juice.
Tries it again, and this time it's just a little too long.
Advantage Wilson.
Forced wide by Emma Wilson. Prasadnikova trying to go over the top. This time it doesn't come off.
Great rally, great rally.
Game Wilson.
Just precision from Emma
Wilson leads by
Wilson.
5 games
Doing
to
the
1.
business in the end. She was on the back foot there.
Yeah, court coverage was absolutely outstanding
Balls
there.
up
Look
the
at that.
centre.
Just seeing the ball early.
Balls up that end.
She had to really reach for that. Really good finish. Theodore's trying different things. I think that drop shot is just not always going to work. Emma's going to read them sometimes. And again, the lob sometimes is just not going to quite come off.
What a
15
return.
love.
There's still some fight there. Really, really good option. Great decision making. Looked like she was going to go cross court and just she knew Emma was forward and just putting the ball in behind her down the line. Really good play.
They're fighting face to face there. Brilliant little stab.
Ball. Ball. Long. $15 all. Fault. That was long.
Those 2 double faults in a row there.
15-30.
Yeah, really tough there. Just the action, just overcooking it a bit.
Back
30 all.
Sadnikova keen not to give Wilson a sniff here, but it's a hard task.
Fault.
Brilliant serve. That's one response.
40-30.
Just to give her that game point and next game point, for the second game. I like her demeanour just now. Again, she's not beating herself up, she's just focusing on the next point.
Both players have been pretty unpredictable throughout as well. They've really been mixing it up.
Yep. With that comes some unforced errors and some brilliant shots. There's that mix.
Juice.
There we go, just too wide from Theodora. Back to Juice.
Out.
Just too long.
Advantage Wilson.
This is the chance that Emma Wilson has been waiting for.
Wait please, wait please.
Match point.
First serve.
She didn't give herself any time there. Just give herself a moment. Just refocus for the next point.
Emma Wilson just going across, collecting the balls, keeping more pressure onto the shoulders of the 16-year-old.
Fault. Game, set and match.
Double fault ends the
Wilson.
game. Emma Wilson
6-1.
secures her place in the TS Open Tour final. A comprehensive victory for 16-year-old Theodora Prsadnikova. It was a clinical performance at times. She managed that game superbly, and maybe just using 11 years of experience over Prsadnikova to her benefit.
Yeah, and that serve, I think for me it was the serve that got her out of trouble. Once she overcame the nerves in the opening stages, definitely Emma stepped it up and the serve got out of trouble a lot of times. And also her ability to read the shorter ball and move forward and just to be a wee bit more consistent than Theodora. Theodora, as we said, glimpses of some really nice play, especially that backhand down the line and also the lob. Loads of good stuff in there to take forward for her next matches, and best of luck to them.
There you go, you just have to look at the scoreline to see what kind of game this was. 6-0 to 6-1, a game done in just 52 minutes.
Slightly longer second set, so Theodora just getting the hang of it and more game points in there, so I think just learn if she does one good point, just back it up with the next one. That's probably the takeaway from that.
Meanwhile, over in the other semi-final, Mia Wainwright has a 3-love lead and a 1-love lead in sets as well. But there's a little pause and play. Amy Knowles is just receiving a bit of treatment for her shoulder there, so we'll try and bring you updates from that as well as Theodora Prsadnikova leaves the court. And you can see here some of her play. There was frustration often etched across her face, despite some really fantastic shots.
Yeah, when she got that backhand down the line, really, really good. And Emma just fighting for absolutely every shot, and she can slice it up as well, that short shot, and then that gets her out of some trouble as well and get her back into position to win the rally. When she really hits through that forehand, it's good. And we talked about that was the cross-court forehand, but we also talked about, there's the slice there again, and we also talked about the inside-out forehand. That was the shorter one. Again, I like it when she moves forward. I think she should come forward more, because especially with that serve, dominate that court.
And you don't want to, patronise or put it just down to age, but do you think Emma Wilson maybe controlled her emotions just a little bit better than Theodora? Is that something that maybe Theodora has to learn as well?
I think it's just we're talking about game management, and I think just maybe a couple of times Theodora just needs to take her time. She's done one really good point, and again I'll just go back to that, just to back it up and don't try and win the rally too early. And I know it's tough because Emma's like moving it around, but Theodora's got some lovely ground strokes, so to get in the rally and give herself the chance to put herself in the best position to put the winners away. Sometimes she was just going for the winners just too early and just missing margins. The margins are so fine, especially with the grips they use as well. They're not giving them that margin for error.
Absolutely. And I'm just having a quick look at Emma Wilson's journey to the final. She beat Lucy Furness in round 1, 6-love, 6-love, and then winning in the quarter final as well against Hannah Augustinska. Like I say, I'm putting Theodora Prsadnikova.
Yeah, she's only lost three games. Yeah, 3 games in 3 matches, so pretty comprehensive. She's here in a mission. She's up from Northumberland. She knows Glasgow well, and she played 2 tournaments in the Open Tour, got to the semi-finals of one and the quarter-finals of the other, but she means business certainly this week, and putting her experience of all her the ITF circuit into good use this weekend.
And I know, Heather, you've been really impressed with Mia Wainwright from what you've seen so far. Her game back underway now against Amy Knowles, who looks to have recovered from that shoulder injury. If Wainwright is able to put that 3-love advantage to her use in the second set and go on to the final, I'm putting you right on the spot here, but who's your favourite going into that one, and what kind of game are you predicting? Yeah,
there's not much there. Just watching just Mia rallying it out there, so she might stay in the rally a bit longer with Emma. So obviously both seeded, Emma seeded 1 and Mia at 4, and so if she did go through, I think it would be like some hard hitting rallies with each other trying to counteract that. So but certainly she's looking comfortable at the moment against Amy, but congratulations to Amy as well, getting to the semi-finals. But as I say, it's 2 sets in the match tiebreak and anything can happen. Set and 3-love, anything can still happen.
And of course we've got the men's singles coming up as well. Hamish Stewart, the number 1 seed, looking to defend his title. He's up against number 3 seed Liam Hignett. in the first of our men's semi-finals. In that other match, James McKinley taking on Ewan Lumsden. So the top 4 seeds have all made it to the semi-finals, all pretty straightforward for them. Are you expecting good clashes in those ones as well, Heather?
Yeah, very much so. Great to see Hamish Stewart back. He was injured. He'd injured his right hand, so great to see the number 1 seed is back and playing against Liam Hignett, who's been doing really, really well in the Bucks and the university's route, University of Stirling. But all 4 of those players play in the pro circuit as well. So this means a lot to them. I think they've played a lot of tennis in Scotland throughout the year. So all 4 will be looking to step up and get a place in the final.
So, well, thank you very much for joining us for that first women's semi-final there. Emma Wilson, like I said, a comprehensive winner in the end, 6-love, 6-1 against Teodora Prasad-Nikova. She'll play the winner of Mia Wainwright against Amy Knowles. Like we say, Mia Wainwright in the driving seat at the moment. We'll join you for that one a little bit later. But first up, Hamish Stewart against Liam Hignett. That one will begin shortly. Stay tuned.
Hello and welcome back to Scotstoun Community Indoor Tennis Centre. Hello and welcome back to Scotstoun Community Indoor Tennis Centre in Glasgow for live coverage of the 2024 Tennis Scotland Open Tour Finals. Still to come, we have one of the men's semi-finals and both finals live on BBC iPlayer and the BBC Sport website and app. I'm Cameron Pope and I'll be talking you through the men's semi-final between Hamish Stewart and Liam Hignett, which is coming up shortly. And I'm joined in the commentary box this morning by Ewan McGinn, who works for Tennis Scotland. Ewan, thank you very much for joining me.
Not a problem. Looking forward to watching a great match here.
As am I. So Glasgow plays host this week to the final event of the year on the TS Open Tour. This two-day competition, the culmination of a season of hard work. 17 events throughout the year, overseen by Tennis Scotland and clubs around the country. And the 16 best performing men and women from the overall TS Open Tour leaderboard have been invited here to Scotstoun to compete for the two sword trophies. What started in the opening days of January at the North East of Scotland Indoor Championships ends here today. Now, we've seen previous TS Open Tour Finals winners go on to forge successful careers. Scott Duncan, winner in 2019 and in 2021. Now a top 200 doubles player, and Maya Lumsden, who's also a two-time champion, has excelled in doubles as high as the WTA top 60. And well, Ewan, they've got to be a source of inspiration to players on this current tour at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Scott and Maya, I've got a history of playing this event, as you said, won some titles on here, and it's just great to see the guys, Liam and Hamish, get ready for their semis, and obviously Ewan, Lumsden and James McKinley in the other semis. Yeah, they'll be looking forward to it and they'll be excited about it.
Yeah, so this is our show court. We've got the two men's semi-finals coming up now, and in this one we have the previous winner of the tournament. And now what can we expect from these two over the next couple of hours? Hamish Stewart then, our reigning champion here at the TS Open Tour Finals and top seed in the draw. He entered this event as the favourite, the rangy 25-year-old. He sits on the threshold of the top 600 of the ATP rankings. He is very much the man to beat, a Commonwealth Youth Games gold medalist for Scotland and the Bahamas back in 2017. 3 professional doubles titles already on the ITF World Tennis Tour. He is the big name in this competition. It's going to take a lot to stop him. And so he made light work of Jed Alexander in his first round match yesterday, 6-3, 6-1 over the Merchiston Academy coach. And then in round 2 against Rob Cowley, a bit of a battle, went into a match tiebreak, took it 10-4 after being forced all the way. And facing him, Liam Hignett, our number 3 seed, the Englishman from Basingstoke in Hampshire. 6 feet and a one-handed backhand, a flashy player, and he'll need to be at his best to take on our top seed. He's actually 8th on the main TS Open Tour leaderboard, so 1 place higher than his opponent, who was taking his craft to higher levels on the professional tour system. Still, he will be expecting to bring a strong game to his opponents. Beat Ewan McIntosh 4-3 in the first round yesterday, and then lost just 3 games against Matthew Earnshaw in his quarter-final. He will be put through his paces from the off. He reached the semi-finals at last year's competition. Can he go one better? So that's the matchup that we've got, Ewan. I'm looking forward to this one.
Yeah, this is going to be a cracking match. Both big hitters, both big servers. Yeah, I think it's important for maybe Liam to try and get off to a good start, serve well, try and keep the percentage of first serves high, try and stay in point and make Hamish work hard.
Well, we're on the hardcourt indoor, as you can see. And so we've seen the ball in the earlier matches zipping off the surface. We had a winner in our televised match for Emma Wilson, the women's number 1 seed. She won love and won against Teodora Prasadnikova. and will take her place in the final, which follows on after this. So for Liam, a one-time pro champion on the doubles circuit on the ITF World Tennis Tour, and a silver medalist as well at university level at the Master U event earlier this month. Also a box doubles title for the British Universities Championship. That was back in March against Rob Cowley, who we've also seen at this level. This will be interesting then to see whether he can match up to the strength of his opponent. Two tall players, and as Ewan McGinn next to me said, the serve could be a weapon on these courts. And so we are ticking down towards the final couple of minutes of warm-up, and then we will be into the action for the main semi-final on the men's side.
1 minute.
And so, Ewan, it's been a glorious festival of tennis over these last couple of days as well. We've seen 32 of the best young players from, well, across Scotland and south of the border as well bring their trade to Scotstoun, and I've been impressed with the level of tennis we've seen once again.
Yeah, it's been great to see the culmination of 17 events across Scotland, players from all over Britain actually playing. So it's really great to see the top guys and girls come in to wrestle it out over the last couple of days. There have been great matches yesterday, really tight matches, and that's what it's all about. We're trying to build an infrastructure of competition that's really tough to really help player development.
And it is so much about player development as well. A lot of these players still in their early 20s, and some of them still in their teenage years too, so it gives them experience, doesn't it, of playing at a higher level against the sort of seasoned pro that you get in Hamish Stewart, who's played, of course, at the much higher level, and it can only be a good thing for the younger players.
Absolutely, and the fact that they're actually on TV as well. Some of these players have never been on TV playing tennis, so the nerves will certainly be going. I think certainly for Hamish and Liam, and again this is a big stage for them. I know they play world ranking events, but this matters to them. So and there's some prize money at stake as well.
Well, especially for the prize money too. So a £10,000 prize money pot will be shared among those who fare well. And what sort of expenses are there behind being a professional tennis player? Because there's a lot that the public doesn't see.
Yeah, playing professional tennis costs an absolute fortune, and that's why this TS Open Tour at least helps provide some financial help to them and support to go off and buy a flight ticket to whatever they're going to go off and play a world professional event. So this definitely helps.
Out.
And so the first men's semi-final is underway. We have Hamish Stewart in the red jersey serving, and Liam Hignett doing his best to try and put the pressure on from the early stage. Well, a touch of the flashy from Hignett, but it was nothing to stop the prowess of Stewart. A strong start from a very tall man, isn't he? We're just courtside in our commentary position here at Scotstoun, and he's certainly a rangy athlete. We've talked about the serve and how important that can be. Oh, it was a brilliant dig out from the forehand side from Hignett. Had to get down low there, and he looked beaten for a moment.
Big serve there from Hamish, but what a pick up and what a passing shot by Liam there.
And so, at 30-15. Might just take a few points, a few games to get the service arm working. And it was tight, and an apology from the other side of the court from Hignett.
Yeah, Liam got a little bit lucky there, managed to just get a racket on that and get the ball over the net and just hit the outside of the line, so good chance here.
Well, he tried to force one up the line there, Hignett, and it worked well.
30-40.
And Stewart was getting across with that rangy forehand, couldn't reach. And now there is an opportunity opening up.
Liam making it tough for Hamish on the first game here.
And so, break points for Liam Hignett. And that is how you save one.
Big serve from Hamish there. Get big come on as well. Knows how important the first game is, so wants to get off to a good start.
Well, that's the weapon that he's looking to use to play his way into another final. Beat Ewan Lumsden 12 months ago. And we could, of course, have a repeat of that final. Ewan Lumsden is on the adjacent courts against James McKinley.
Two big serves there from Hamish to keep him back in it, so game point.
Well dealt with, and he reacted well there, Hignett. And he's not going to be allowed here, Hamish Stewart, to waltz to a hold.
Well, you can tell Liam's giving a massive effort here. If he can get a break in the first game, it just helps the momentum a little bit for him.
It is a demon of a serve though, isn't it?
Big serve. He's probably hitting that ball at about 7.5 feet up in the air, so big service box to hit into. It's a big advantage for him.
And it's only accentuated, isn't it, by the quickness of the courts here at Scotstoun. Well, that forehand from Hignett must have clipped the very outer edge of the line. And I tell you, Ewan, if all of the games are like this one, well, we could be here long into the afternoon.
This is getting pretty tasty. First game of the match. This is good.
Well, it wasn't the paciest serve we've seen from Stewart so far, and I thought initially that Hignett might be on top in the rally. And then Stewart drawing the error on the forehand from the number 3 seed.
Yeah, Hamish looking to be really solid in that game, I think. Really trying to test out Liam, see how long he can keep in the rally.
And so to inform you, it will be, if we are level after a set apiece, a match tie-break to 10 to decide who goes through to the final here at Scotstoun. And a big serve to seal up a difficult hold for Hamish Stewart, the number 1 seed. And does strike first in this one. He was made to work for it though by Liam Hignett.
Hamish will be happy to win that. I just saw a little bit of an exhale of relief to get the hold, which I think is a telltale sign. A little bit of nerves, but great hold. And he'll look to be putting the pressure on Liam here on his serve.
And so for Liam now, and some players do choose, don't they, to serve second. It allows you a bit of time, a couple of minutes, and in this case plenty of minutes, to get your arm going, get a feel for the courts. And so, having come so close to a break, it is now incumbent on the number 3 seed from Basingstoke to make sure he takes care of business on serve. He's not ranked in the ATP singles chart, Liam Hignett, but he's just outside the top 450 in the doubles. And semi-finalist at this event last year.
Liam Hignett.
And still plenty of pace about the serve. He's not quite as tall as his opponent, still stands 6 foot tall, plenty of movement.
Great serve there by Liam to get the first point off.
And a couple of points will certainly take.
He's really put the pressure on there, on Hamish there, first serve, really taking the ball next, the second ball early.
And it's only from our position behind the court here, Ewan, that you really appreciate just how good the angles were there from Liam Hignett, first on the serve and then on the follow-up.
That's an unbelievable wide serve on the deuce side, followed by a serve and volley. Feels like I've gone back to the 80s.
Well, it wasn't quite to be a dream hold, but still in a commanding position. And as first service games go, Liam Hignett can be very happy with his efforts up until this point. He'll be happier still if he can get this final point. No, just missed it, just overcooked it on the forehand, and Hamish Stewart staying in the rally there.
Yeah, Hamish put pressure on that backhand return deep to Liam's forehand that gave Hamish the opportunity to dictate the point.
And it's so much of a mental game, isn't it, in these early games as well, rather than just physical. Physicality might become more of an issue later on. It was a late finish yesterday, particularly for Stewart. And Stewart taken all the way in his quarter-final yesterday, and it is away for Hignett to hold with a flashing flurry up the line. And so, although there was pressure exerted by Stewart towards the end of that game, it is where we started at 1-1.
Great inside-out forehand, just putting Hamish under pressure. Great hold for Liam there. He can really try and put the pressure on Hamish's serve and second serve.
And so Hamish Stewart will be hoping for a more routine hold of serve this time. Real cannon of a serve. It fired into victory in the TS Open Tour finals last season. Beat Ewan Lumsden, second seed, over 3 sets. It was a brilliant final. Second set went to a tiebreak. He was down from the first.
30 love.
You can see straight away from these two players they're not trying to give the other guy any other time. As soon as any time, as soon as they can dictate the point, that's what they're going to do. Step inside the court and put the guy under pressure.
A finer serve you will not see, and I don't know if Hignett did see it.
I don't think he did.
And slightly more commanding this time. And well, that will do. And so this time for Hamish Stewart, a more comfortable run to a hole, and it is the top-seeded player who takes care of his own serve, that powerful serve, although we've seen that Liam Hignett is more than capable of putting pressure on. And so for these two, well, an entertaining start, Ewan.
Yeah, and a very easy hold for Hamish there. I think for Liam, he's got to try and make those service games as difficult for Hamish as possible. I think when Hamish misses his first serve, maybe try and give him a different look, put him under pressure on the second serve, and really try and dictate and make that second serve return and get in play, and then try and dictate straight as soon as possible.
So, another important service game, and as long as the scoreboard stays like this, they'll all be important service games for Liam Hignett. 3 titles on the TS Open Tour this year. There's a tour that runs year-long, 17 events along the length and breadth of the country. And it's the culmination of all that work. On his first ITF World Tennis Tour doubles title. No, well taken, the volley on the backhand of Stewart.
Tough to get past Hamish. He's about 6'4", big arms, so tough to get past him.
It's a great wingspan, and he used all of it here. Oh, a miscue. You don't see too many of them. It's got to the level these two players bring, but it's comforting to know it does happen to the best of us.
Absolutely, Liam under pressure straight away here. He needs to make a couple of first serves, get a couple of cheap points.
And so, with the pressure rising, and a comfortable leave that time as well from Stewart, and he's in full command of this game now.
Great hustle on that return, big stretch on the forehand return to stay in the point, really kept the pressure on Liam.
Doesn't give you a moment's peace, and it is a trio of break points. No, we just missed that. I'm not sure the umpire's call was heard the first time around. And so, a glimmer of light in an otherwise troubling service game for Liam Hignett. Still got 2 break points to save.
Time for some big first serves, I think.
If ever there was a time to pull them out the bag. Whizzing forehand, and it might have taken a little bit of the net with it from Hignett there. A hand of apology in the direction of Stewart. All of a sudden though, he's brought himself back into contention in this game, and Stewart with just 1 of those 3 break points left to play with.
2 great forehands there by Liam, really committed to the shot, great inside in.
And it's gone long. And somebody clearly rooting for Liam Hignett in the crowd. There is a pocket of spectators gathered here at Scotstoun, and so far they've been treated to a good spectacle in this men's semi-final. And you can see in the way the momentum has shifted in this game. And now, from a trio of breakpoints down, Liam Hignett has got a chance to hold.
Great comeback here from Liam, see if he can finish it off and get this hold.
No, we lost that one though. And the backhand only halfway up the net. Maybe there is further sting in this game.
It's close. Yeah, it's close.
And the serve kicked wickedly out of court, and all of a sudden the scoreboard is looking favourable once more for Liam Hignett.
Certainly seems to be Liam's go-to on the juice side, goes likes his wide serve onto Hamish's forehands, had some success from it.
And a hard-fought hold brings us level at 2 games all. And well, we've had a couple of showings now from either player having to work towards that hold of serve. We are though in the semi-final here at the TS Open Tour Finals, all square in between Hamish Stewart and Liam Hignett.
Great hold there from Liam, love 40 down, produced some good serving, wide on the juice, and tee on the ad side, put Hamish under pressure on his forehand return.
And how well would these players know each other, Ewan, now? Because it is, isn't it? It's a game of matchups, not rankings tennis, and how much of it is about knowing each other's game?
Well, they've known each other for quite a while, and they both train at the University of Stirling together, and obviously separately. But Liam's obviously studying at the University of Stirling. Hamish is full time, but interesting to see US college versus British University here.
Out. 15 love.
A clash of styles so far, cancelling each other out. Hamish, who spent time at Tulane University in Louisiana, part of the All-American Athletic Conference team in 2021. Oh, couldn't sneak it over the low part of the net there, Hignett. And the way this set has developed, could just take one stray game.
Yeah, both players keeping it tight here, both players holding, trying to keep the pressure up.
Went big over the high part of the net, and it didn't favour him, Hignett. Exchanging blows.
Great depth there by Liam, not giving Hamish a chance to dictate, which is what he wants to do.
Out. Game. Stuart leads. 3 games to 2.
Well, they've all been close in their own way, but it is Hamish Stewart with the hold again, and can he apply as we get into the second half almost of this set? A bit of scoreboard pressure we'll be used to competing in this kind of arena, this kind of pressure, and the pressure has gone up after a tough day yesterday, and particularly for Hamish Stewart in his quarter-final. He was made to work, wasn't he, by Rob Cowley. He took the first set in swashbuckling style 6-1, then 3-6 in the second, and went to a match tiebreak. He's had to graft.
That was a tough match yesterday. Rob played very, very well. Obviously Hamish coming out of a bit of a wrist injury in the last couple of months, but the tennis was high level. Hamish really had to work hard. He really kind of stepped it up in the tiebreaker, got a little bit of a cushion, but he had to work hard, so it'll be interesting to see how the bodies are all feeling.
And so a clutch part of the set. Still on serve, and Liam Hignett, the number 3 seed here at Scotstoun, looking to do what he's done both times so far and just keep pace with a player who's got to be considered the favourite to lift the trophy again.
Yeah, Liam under a lot of pressure here because Hamish just held serve pretty easily the last couple of games. Liam managed to hold, but was left 40 down, so scoreboard pressure for sure.
He's tried that a couple of times. Liam Hignett couldn't force it down the line that time. Can see what he was trying to do, the way he was trying to construct the point.
Yeah, just a little bit off balance. I think the pace and the width of that forehand from Hamish there just took him a little bit off balance, made the error on the forehand there.
Again, just missed it, went for the backhand wing this time.
Love 30.
And so every point against the serve here, it almost counts double the stakes the way they are, the way that both players have clung on to serve. And we've seen this before though, an opportunity early on in the game for Hamish Stewart.
Love 40.
It was a long and drawn out rally that initially Hignett looked to be on top of. It was a strong serve, he forced his opponent off kilter, but it is again Hamish Stewart using all that dynamism to open up 3 break points.
Yeah, Hamish, you can sense, just wants to get this break. Liam more under pressure, body language is a little bit negative. Got to get some serving going here.
Brilliant combination.
Unbelievable. Very brave, big serve, good smash, put away.
Well, crowds will like him. And it takes guts in that kind of situation to bring out the 1-2 of that kind, and with that execution too.
Go, Stuart. Stuart, lead.
It is ultimately, though, to end in disappointment. And you can see the frustration there from Hignett. And finally, the break lead goes to Hamish Stewart. It's been to and fro in this set so far. The number one set takes the first major step forward, and you can see how that got away from Hignett.
Yeah, you can just see on Liam's serve the ball toss got a little bit low, a little bit rushed. Last few serves he's hitting the net, so you could tell the pressure was mounting.
Well, we've talked about these two and their links to Stirling, which is a real hotbed, as we know, of tennis talent.
Great serve there by Hamish, and yeah, you're right, there's so many players that are training out of Stirling, whether they're at university or playing full time. It's kind of the place to play or train in Scotland.
For Hamish, such a successful couple of seasons on his return to the UK after coming through the US collegiate system. Went to Georgia for his post-grad and then has come back to make a crack at the ATP Tour and those below.
Yeah, University of Georgia, unbelievable program there. Standard of tennis is incredibly high. Playing the SEC Conference, Southeastern Conference, where you've probably got about 8 out of the 12 teams in the top 10 in the country.
Oh, it would have been wicked had it come off. It was a cute attempt from Hignett. It had the angle, didn't quite have the legs. And Stewart, in the last couple of games or so, has had a level a little bit higher than that of his opponent.
Yeah, momentum seems to be with Hamish right now. Liam has just got to dig deep.
You can see the animation. It's interesting, isn't it, how some players, they wear that emotion outwardly. I can think of one very famous Scottish tennis player who made a career of feeding off that kind of thing, and two different characters that we've got here.
Absolutely. Obviously, Hamish coming from the States and playing college tennis, very rowdy out there, so he loves the animation. Liam a little bit quieter.
Still at game point here. And just out of bounds, and so Hamish Stewart to within a game of taking the first set. Level dipped a little towards the front end, but now in a comfortable position, has that 3-game cushion, using that big serve to all its advantage. Is it going to fire him to the first set, and within sight of a return to the final he made his own last season? Or is there anything the number 3 seed can do in this third set to try and stop him? And now he's talked, Hamish Stewart, since his return to Europe, about how important the TS Open Tour has been. Big prize pot events in driving distance as well in Scotland, and held over a couple of days as well. And it's a huge help, isn't it, for players who are competing with the rigours of the ITF Tour.
Well, tennis is such a tough sport to play at the best of times, and having the TS Open Tour just provides Hamish and everyone else with loads and loads of matches, local, close to home, costing less money, and then it prepares them for players who are wanting to play on the tour and get some world ranking points. For those who don't play at that level, it just gives them an opportunity to compete locally in Scotland, because as everyone knows, the travelling down south costs a lot of money. So if we can provide something up in Scotland, then great.
Well, he's got work to do here, Liam Hignett, and that is a start.
Great serve there, comes into the net, trying to again take time away from Hamish. That's what he's got to do.
Looking to at least ask the question of Hamish Stewart. Make him seal up this first set on his own serve.
Key for Liam is this first serve. Got to get the percentage of first serves up.
Out. 30
And he's
love.
drawn the error.
Although that was a decent second serve. A lot of kick, high up to Hamish's backhand, got the error.
And it's so important, isn't it, when you're playing a player of Hamish Stewart's ilk to have both.
Fault.
I think what Liam's done a little bit in the last couple of games is changed the pace a bit. That second serve had a lot more kick on it, a lot slower. The previous game, his return to serve, a lot higher, a lot deeper to give himself a bit more time.
So what he needs here is a nice quick hold.
Fault.
And he's 3/4 of the way there.
Went for a big second serve there. I'm not sure why he needed to do that.
Still has the cushion of a few game points. We've seen players haul back into a battle from this position though so far in this semi-final. And trying to drill the backhand, and you always felt from the early point in the rally that Stewart had command there, and now he narrows the gap even more.
That was a great backhand by Liam, deep cross court, and then not quite sure why he went for the big one down the line. Maybe just needed to go cross court again.
Oh, missed again, and suddenly the path to the first set opens up for Hamish Stewart. He has saved 3 game points.
Hamish neutralised that point very well, going back up the line, taking Liam off balance. That's why he got the error on the backhand.
Oh, he's unlucky there. And you could see what it was building towards as well. We had a brilliant view of it here. Just trying to hook that ball away from Hamish Stewart on the forehand, but all of a sudden it's 4 points against the Englishman. And now he faces a set point in this semi-final.
Yeah, you can see Liam frustrated there. Just got to calm himself, take a bit more time. Needs a first serve here.
That will do. And frustration from Hamish Stewart there.
Yeah, it looked close. Liam obviously going to take it.
Well, the umpires have got the hardest job of anybody. And they get one look at it, and these courts do move quickly. And tension's high at this point of all points. It will be set point again though.
Yeah, Liam under massive pressure there. He was almost hitting the back curtain. Hamish's serve, massive.
And there is plenty of room behind these baselines, but well, he comfortably took that one away. And it's a measure, I was going to say, of the power of these two athletes, that they're playing each other at times off the court. Back to deuce.
Went for that go-to wide serve, just missed a little bit wide.
No, well, that one was caught.
Advantage,
And
Stuart.
we're teetering on the brink once again here. And Hamish Stewart has the advantage, and with it, a third chance to wrap up the first set.
Yeah, Liam's always having to work hard to hold serve here. Just got to keep hanging in.
Courageous to come into the nets, and Hignett got his reward there.
Great point by Liam there, sneaking in. Nice slice approach and tuck away volley.
And we've bookended this set with hard-fought games that have had a balance of the best of both players. And 3 set points are come and gone for Hamish Stewart. And that man there will hope that it isn't the bookend of the set. He hopes to prolong it.
Advantage.
Good serve right into the body there, jammed the hands of Hamish. Great serve.
And can he force the set on? Liam Hignett. Oh, he just missed it. And I think he thought he got that
That was a tough one, just snuck wide.
when he tried to squeeze it past his opponent, and he's just evaded the line there, Hignett. Again, it was bold, and he certainly doesn't pull his punches in those tough moments, doesn't wait for his opponent to make the mistake. And how to reach this one, again the apology. It's the sort of point that you'll take, though, certainly at this point in the set. And the most gripping game of all the ones we've had continues.
But that was a great wide second serve. Really took Hamish out and developed the space.
That's how you wrap it up, and a shout of come on from the Englishman.
Stuart leads.
He's brought the gap back to 2 games. However, the situation's still the same for Hamish Stewart, and he's got a chance now on his own serve, that weapon of a serve, to do away with the fight back of Liam Hignett in this first set, and perhaps carve open a path to the final here at Scotstoun.
That's a massive effort from Liam just to get the hold there. Just got to maybe just try and get the returns back off this first serve. Get it in play if Hamish misses the first serve. Really a great opportunity to put him under pressure.
Out. 15 out.
Big second serve there by Hamish. I'd just like to see Liam, when Hamish misses his first serve, just to show a little bit more energy, move up the court a little bit, dance around.
Well, the line judge ducking for cover. That's the pace at which it comes down the court. Frustration now coming from Hignett, and clear to see, because time not his friend here, nor is the scoreboard. And Stewart, having been made to take this set onto his own serve, has got himself halfway there. Well, he almost had too much time there, Stewart.
Yeah, well, that's interesting. First couple of points, 2 missed first serves. Bit of a shank return from Liam, but then also a shank forehand from Hamish. So maybe a little bit of pressure creeping in here.
And we're getting to that clutch point now. Stewart, who's had 3 set points already. And with a good second serve, he could set up a fourth.
30.
And what was that you were saying about pressure, Ewan McGinn?
Yeah, that's 3 first serves missed. Double fault there. Let's see what Liam does here. Is he going to show Hamish a little bit of pressure here with his body language, move up the court, dance around, maybe just give him a different view, different look?
And Stewart here, conversely, has to keep the focus. Still 2 points away from the set. The angle on the serve was just exquisite.
Brave second serve that, because he obviously missed that first serve in the net. Really got up for it, made sure of it. Good serve.
And so it brings up another set point for Hamish Stewart. And the first set to Hamish Stewart then. He forced the error out of his opponent. And credit to Liam Hignett, who prolonged that set further than it looked like going. However, it is last year's winner here at the TS Open Tour Finals at Scotstoun, who takes the opening set by 6 games to 3. Well, we've seen the best of both players, but at the end of it, the number 1 seed had the higher level.
Hamish will be relieved to get over the line there. Definitely felt a bit of pressure. First serve percentage just for sure dropped. A little double fault in there, but we'll be pleased to get over the line. It'll be interesting to see what happens in the early beginning of the second set.
So let's have a look then at the clutch points of that first set. Well, there were some big battles in the early and the late games. In the middle, that's where it started to get away from Liam Hignett. But Hamish Stewart, he had control in the big moments. Didn't lose sight of the task when he lost those first 3 set points. And he managed to withstand, didn't he, the resurgence of Liam Hignett.
Yeah, I think Hamish did a really good job of really putting the pressure on Liam. Held serve pretty comfortably for most of that set. That's always tough for an opponent to, when you're really struggling to get inroads into anybody's serve, to then be able to hold. Liam did do pretty well. A couple of games, love 40 down and battled his way back. But I think overall the pressure was probably just a bit too much for him.
And so now then, the chance to reset. All this is now behind, and Hamish Stewart, who has his sights set on another final, will be forced to get back into rhythm quickly here. And the importance of a big start, well, that cannot be overstated.
Yeah, big game here for Liam.
And I should tell you as well that in the other men's semi-final, going on an adjacent court, Ewan Lumsden took the first set against James McKinley, and so the top 2 seeds are set to meet each other in the final, as they did 12 months ago.
Yeah, Ewan looks as if he's got a pretty upper hand of James. Ewan really solid from the back of the court, rarely makes a mistake from the back, which will potentially be too much for James.
30 love.
But it matters closer to home. It is now about resetting the balances for the number 3 seed. Remember, if Liam Hignett does take this set, we'll go into a match tiebreak.
Thirty 15.
Decent cushion there for Liam, going 30 love up.
And this is the sort of game that was required, given the way that the first set ended. And he's in a different position now.
Yeah, if he can get out of this game losing 1 point, that would help his confidence and get the momentum shifted back onto him.
And also as well, serving first.
Always helps.
Well, the call came loud and early, and so The first job in a long road in this second set is complete for Liam Hignett. Number 3 seed has the first game. Can try and exert some of that pressure on the man who doesn't seem to feel any of it, Hamish Stewart. Man who sits on the cusp of the top 600 in the ATP rankings. He was in the top 500 in March this year, has been top 400 in doubles, and he's taken to the higher level tours like a duck to water, and can be an example for those coming through the system now. He made 8 consecutive quarterfinals in the second half of his debut season last year. Hamish Stewart, in his first singles final in October of last year in France, but it's not all been positive. He says it's taught him the art of perseverance, playing on that kind of tour. It's not a glamorous lifestyle, he says.
Oh, it's absolutely brutal, but Hamish has got a big game, big serve, big weapons. He can really make an impact, especially on indoor surface. Court surface helps him.
And of course, we're indoor at this time of the year, which is the only safe, I think, surface to play on in Great Britain in December. But the TS Open, it does cover a range of surfaces.
Yeah, most of the events over the winter are obviously on indoor hard court, and then when you go into the around about April time, you start going on. Quite a lot of our clubs have artificial clay, which is not the substitute for real clay, but they're an awful lot slower, tougher to win points, and good for player development again, tougher to win rallies.
A good hold for Hamish Stewart. I was quite a big fan when I was growing up of artificial clay. I don't think my mum was, having to wash my kit every time I came home from tennis, but now we have the likes of the Scottish Clay Court Championships in September. Hamish Stewart, the winner at that event this year, one of his 4 titles on the TS Open Tour. Also the Scottish Grass Court Championships in July. Hamish Stewart also a winner there.
He's won a lot on this tour, and he's won a decent amount of money.
Players playing for a share of the £10,000 prize pot. The sort of thing that goes a long way to helping with kit, airfares, shoes. I even heard that pro players, they spend, well, up towards around 5 figures every year on just racket stringing.
Well, certainly Hamish does with the power and speed that he hits in the ball. Yeah, they go through an awful lot of string, and it's not cheap.
And he's got to be careful now. Liam Hignett does not want one of these service games to get away from him. And that is the difference, isn't it? Serving first, it can give you the opportunity to put pressure on your opponent. If you fall behind, though, the pressure is on you.
Absolutely, that was a good second serve there by just enough kick and speed and width to take Hamish out of court and make a mistake.
And the body language is telling us a few things here from Liam Hignett in particular. And you can see the emotion in the way that he responds to the mistakes that have been drawn by Hamish Stewart, who has the look of a more composed man at times.
And I think with Liam's forehand is the one that can actually create the winners, but it's also the one that actually breaks down a bit. So he's just got to commit to it.
And conversely now, we can see the emotion coming from the other side of the court, presumably. Hamish Stewart knows that one break of serve and it just opens this set up.
Yeah, he can really sense it here. He's going to try and put him under a lot of pressure here, second serve.
Well, he can't take advantage of the first of 2 break points, Stewart. He'll get another crack at this.
I think Hamish could have just been a little more aggressive off that second serve. He kind of let it come up and try to be solid, where maybe his game is to be more aggressive and put the pressure on Liam straight away.
physio. Fault.
And serve called out by the chair umpire. John Clack in the chair today.
Juice.
Well, he knows that was a chance.
Yeah, that was a pretty bad error there by Hamish. He knows it as well.
And so we go on, having passed up 2 chances there to break. Hamish Stewart, can he force another opportunity? Overcooked the forehand.
Oh, was that the return? That return of serve was really good. Put Liam under pressure, and then he could dictate. But bit of a sloppy forehand error there by Hamish.
And then conversely, an opportunity for Liam Hignett here. One he's had to dig deep for. And those drawn out rallies have gone in favour of Hamish Stewart, and what I thought was interesting there, Ewan, after he hit that final shot, a holding of the shoulder from Liam Hignett, never a good sign.
Yeah, Liam has a little bit of a history of a shoulder issue. I hope he's okay though.
Well, comfortably left that one. And just checked with the chair umpire. It's funny how players become line judges in the milliseconds after points are finished. But he was absolutely right. And a chance to keep the scoreboard in his favour in the second set at least. And we've seen him miss that shot a couple of times.
Great couple of forehands there by Liam, really committed to the shot, fast racket head speed, just needed to stay in the rally, believe in himself a little bit more.
Just missed it. It would have been fabulous from Hamish Stewart.
Great aggressive play there by Liam coming to the net. I mean, he's a great doubles player, likes to be at the net, good volleys. Good to see him come to the net there.
And so, off we go again. With another chance for Liam Hignett to keep this set in his control.
Same service.
Went big on the backhand. It's a lovely stance that he's got as well. I won't tire of watching it, Liam Hignett. It just flows, that backhand, and the ball flew as well.
Great pressure, really moved up to the ball. Short ball, really got up to it, and really put Hamish under pressure. Tough to make a pass off that.
And it's a vital hold then for the number 3 seed here at Scotstoun. The man from Hampshire, keeping himself alive in the semi-final. Remember, he can force a match tie-break if he gets the better of the ATP number 603, Hamish Stewart, our number 1 seed, our reigning champion.
Can we have a physio, please?
Looking to book a place in the final, taking on Ewan Lumsden, who has seen off James McKinley in straight sets on a separate court. You can see it in the background there. And so that will take place this afternoon. We first have the women's final. But we have, well, a momentary interlude on this main court, because we've had the trainer call for Liam Hignett. We saw him clutching at his shoulder, and so he's going to get a check over here by the physio in this change of ends. It is the shoulder that's giving him the gripe, and as you said, Ewan, it's a problem that he struggled with in the past, and so he'll just be getting this looked at here.
Yeah, it's probably something that he's very familiar with in terms of the issue with the shoulder. A lot of tennis over a couple of days and a lot of tough matches, so the shoulder will be put under pressure.
Well, players have said, haven't they, that they like this format in the TS Open Tour. They like the 2-day format and been able to combine it with their already busy schedules. However, it does mean some intense tennis over a 48-hour period.
Yeah, I think it's getting the balance, isn't it? I think for the guys who want to play on the tour and go off and try and build on the world ranking, it's brilliant to play a tournament, earn some money over 2 days, and get a lot of matches and get match tight. But it is a lot of tennis. The format we do have up until the final, it's match tiebreakers for the third set, which does keep it shorter. Final will be full third set. But yeah, there's a lot of tennis to be played, and because the draw is tough and it's stacked with a lot of good players, there's going to be a lot of tight matches.
Well, Liam Hignett, no stranger to a match tie-break. He's just come back from Reims in France at the International University event, the Master U BNP. He was a silver medalist in the mixed doubles, representing Stirling Uni with Esther Adeshina, and they won a gruelling match tie-break 10-7 in the semi-final against the Australian team. Might he be able to use that nous if he can get his way in this second set, but still being put through his paces by the trainer on that troublesome shoulder. And just making sure all the while. And we can look forward to some of the events we've got coming up later today, and so following us on here we'll have live action from the women's final, where we will have Emma Wilson taking on Mia Wainwright after their respective straight sets wins over Teodora Prasadnikova and Amy Knowles. And a couple of upsets on the women's side of the draw, whereas on the men's we did have the top 4 seeds who've made it through, and it is the number 3 seed here who's in a spot of bother in terms of the scoreboard, and isn't taking any chances here in a physical sense. And so this is a difficult moment for any player, not just the player being treated, Ewan, but for the player who has to wait on by. And so what's going through your head here? What does the mentality constitute at this kind of delay?
Well, I think Hamish has got to just try and stay warm. I would probably be advising him maybe to put his tracksuit bottoms on, maybe not take a seat, maybe probably needs to get up and move around, because it just depends on how long Liam will be receiving treatment here for. And Liam needs to just take care of that shoulder, because he's got lots of tennis to play. I know that we're coming up to the Christmas break and there is a break, but he will be going back to some either university, British university competition, or more full-time tennis.
Well, it is a long season, as we know. It's why we love tennis, but your breaks, you need to use them. You need to factor them into your schedule, and year-round fitness is important for those wanting to make a rise up the rankings. We've seen Hamish Stewart be able to do that since his return from the college scene, and to great effect as well.
Yeah, scheduling is important for these guys. There's more and more opportunities for people to compete, certainly in Scotland and around Britain. So they've got to plan their schedules out to make sure that they're peaking for the most important events. But as we said before, these guys are here, one, to get matches, but two, to earn some money to buy those flights and those restrings, as you said, to keep playing.
And that's it. We've had such a boom in this country, in particular this part of Britain, in tennis over the last couple of decades. Most of it, in fact, in thanks, of course, to the legendary Andy Murray, but there are others who are coming through as well. We've seen Jacob Fernley making waves in recent months as well. ATP singles debut this year, having played last season at the Championships at Wimbledon as a doubles wildcard, and he made his maiden appearance in singles at SW19 this summer and took a set off Novak Djokovic, so already achieved more in the fledgling years of his career than some have over 20 years. It bodes well.
I mean, Jacob, just unbelievable rise to fame, rankings skyrocketing. Played college tennis for TCU, Texas Christian University. Massive game, massive serve. big forehand, and really inspirational for Scottish tennis players, just like Andy is. A lot of our juniors watching Hamish today, watching Jacob on the TV or Andy, are massively inspired to basically be like them. Maya Lumsden doing so well in doubles. Those players doing such a good job on the world stage is really inspirational for our juniors.
And of course we'll see Maya's brother Ewan later on this court in the men's final. Who will he be facing? Hamish Stewart or Liam Hignett, who is it looks has completed his medical treatment at the side of the court, and Hamish has taken Ewan's advice and kept warm here, and we are about ready to get going again. And so it'll be interesting to see who steps back into rhythm quickest. That was a mean serve, and there was a quick look, wasn't there, from Hignett to the chair umpire.
I think Hamish has recovered pretty well from that break.
It's as if he's never been away, and Hignett now has got to try and wrestle this set away from the mean serve of Hamish Stewart. He's exercised to great effect so far in the semi-final.
Hamish got a really good spring in his step, really feels as if he's got to take this opportunity now.
First service. Yeah, first service.
Well, so much of sport is dealing with the unplanned, the unexpected. Right, the chopped return of Hignett there, but couldn't really follow up. Such was the power coming at him from down the court from Stewart.
Great wide serve and brilliant forehand from the back of the court, really deep.
Game, Stewart, 2 games all.
And it's almost with a shrug that Stewart sends the ball back down court every time he's won a point. Has that nonchalant kind of body language, and he's set to level up this second set.
7 balls down.
And now we can see what developments we may have now that he's back on court. Liam Hignett, after that medical break. Doesn't look to be afflicting him still.
Yeah, I really made sure of that first serve.
Taken well.
Doesn't look like there's any problems with the shoulder there, does it?
We're at a tense point here of this TS Open Tour men's semi-final for a place in this afternoon's final, which you can watch from here at Scotstoun. It's free entry for spectators as well, and a few have taken advantage of that, lining the sides of the court. And the contest has been excellent so far, and this is the kind of return to court that Hignett would have demanded from himself here. Keep the pressure straight on his opponent, not dwell on the serve.
Yeah, a little couple loose shots, unforced errors there from Hamish. Probably wanted to keep it tight, really make it tough for Liam, given the fact that he's suffering from this shoulder problem.
And that got away from him. He's got the cushion of a couple of game points, Hignett, and his body shape never really looked right.
If you can get that second serve wide and high enough to Hamish's backhand, then I think it can cause trouble, but that one looked as if it was right in Hamish's slot to hit it fast, hard and deep into Liam's backhand.
And we've been on court for, well, we haven't, but they've been on court for over an hour now, and let's not forget the action of yesterday too in the first 2 rounds. So the physical effects, they will at some point, even on the best athletes, begin to start telling, but they're not telling at the moment on Liam Hignett, who gets his hold again and keeps the pressure on the number 1 seed. We're at 2-3 in the second set. Hamish Stewart leading from the first.
Again, another good point there by Liam, coming at the net, winning. Interesting to know the win-loss percentage of him winning points at the net. He's not been able to come to the net much, But I think on his serve, especially with the shoulder, he probably wants to keep the points a little bit shorter.
And so we're coming up to midday here at Scotstoun. And so far it remains to be seen who will be joining you in Lumsden in the men's final this afternoon. Women's final to come in between. And quickly up and out of the chair, Hamish Stewart. He wants to get on with this now.
Time.
We've seen how potent that serve can be. And he needs it here to level this second set. On serve has been from the start. And just one break of serve in the match so far.
Good attacking tennis by Hamish there again. Liam maybe could have made him play one more shot there, but it was tough.
A stray one from Hignett.
30 left.
And it's such a formidable serve to try and deal with.
Left, first service.
And he brings the power. Often as well, he brings the accuracy on the serve, and that is what makes it so deadly when it fires. Not that time though. And when it works, it's a sight to behold. We've spoken already. In fact, you mentioned, Ewan McGinn, that the height that he stands, 6'4", and the toss as well, it's coming at such a difficult angle to return. In fact, one of our production team said he's tossing the ball halfway to Jupiter. I think he did.
40-15.
Yeah, when his serve is on, again, I think for him when his serve is on, he feels confident, feels as if he can come forward to the court. Just needs to keep that percentage high, really keep using the legs. I know that he's coming from a great height, but just still needs to keep using those legs to get up.
That game point again then. And took the choice early on there to leave Stewart, and he was correct with that assumption. And so we're level at the halfway stage in the second set, 3 games all. And Stewart looking to force his way into the final once again, defend his crown here at the TS Open Tour Finals at Scotstoun. And Liam Hignett, who reached this stage last season and was beaten, looking to go one better, and he'll have to do so via a match tie break. Served well in this second set, just that one stray game in the first set that was his undoing. And we're at a finely balanced point in this second set. He can hit such a flat ball as well, can't he, Hamish?
Yeah, there's a couple of times there where Hamish has stepped in and really crunched the forehand, put Liam's forehand under a lot of pressure there, got some easy points from it. Liam's just got to keep this tight, because as you said, match tiebreaker. If he can sneak the second set, then anything can happen in a match tiebreak.
He's trying to get that backhand in motion, and it's been a spectacle when it's found its range from Hignett. Needs to keep himself on track in this service game. Big point incoming here at love 30.
Yeah, massive 7th game here. Really, love 30 down. Really got to work on the serve. Really got to get up for it and try and work through whatever's going on with the shoulder.
15-30.
He was given a cheap one.
Hamish has got to keep the pressure up.
Just steadying himself, steeling himself, Hamish Stewart. Frustration from Hignett again now, because it's an error he can ill afford.
I think that's three forehand errors in this game here.
And so, 2 break points against him. Not this time.
Bloody underspin.
Well done there from Liam, because he was under a lot of pressure on that backhand side, managed to keep the ball back deep and got the error from Hamish.
Has to try and tame Stewart once again now. Second break point incoming. And the chance to take what could be a decisive lead for the Scot. Oh, tried to go big, and there's a roar from Hamish Stewart. And he might just know that could be the knockout blow. He has an all-important break in this second set of the semi-final. And even the best efforts of Liam Hignett going big there once again. And the frustration telling now, because there is a clear run here to the final if Hamish Stewart can keep on track. 4-3.
Well, you can just see that second serve there from Liam, just a little bit too short. Hamish steps up the court, puts him under a lot of pressure, and you can see what it means to Hamish to get that break.
And now, the calm after the storm, because he knows there's still a job to do. This could be the final sit-down of the semi-final. Ewan Lumsden awaiting in the men's final this afternoon at Scotstoun. And before that, Emma Wilson and Mia Wainwright will contest for one of the sword trophies in the women's final. And this one not yet done though. Liam Hignett's got to make sure the pressure is still on.
Ewan will be happy to come off that court relatively quickly, because he knows he's going to have a battle in the final, whoever he plays.
And at this rate, he's set to have the best part of an hour's break ahead of whichever competitor faces him. He was through in straight sets against James McKinley, the number 4 seed. All 4 seeds making it through to the last 4 in the men's event. No miscue. And let's not forget, it is a break lead, a set and a break lead, but it can all too easily slip away. And as you say, Ewan McGinn, with the match tiebreak around the corner, if Hignett can turn this around, nothing's to be taken for granted.
Well, he's just got to try, I'm stating the obvious, but he's just really got to try and stay close.
It is a beast of a serve that we've seen used to potency. And he's going for all the big shots. He's not backing out of this, Hamish Stewart. And sometimes there can be a wise reason for sticking in the rally, but if you want to go for broke, it can favour you. And it has favoured Hamish Stewart. Liam Hignett was asking the question of the chair umpire. And put away with aplomb, and there's not much more you can say about that.
Great smash from there. It was pretty high as well, so had to watch it, had to stay focused and have good footwork underneath the ball.
Oh, it's an excellent volley. The angle, the power, the aim, it was all there. And Liam Hignett, in a really important moment, with a vital play, to prolong, at least for now, this pivotal game.
Great sabred return on the backhand there, bit like Fed.
I wonder if that's where he learnt it. Well, they've talked about their inspirations, these two. And for Hamish, much of Andy Murray's work was relatable. They played at many of the same clubs in their junior years.
Yeah, Hamish massively inspired by Andy. Well, who wouldn't be?
Cheers.
But, well, a twist in the tail. And Hignett has brought us to parity in this game. And if he can conjure up something special here on the Stewart serve, he might just redress the balances.
Yeah, he's hanging in here. He's trying to do whatever it takes to try and sneak this game.
It's so often in these moments, though, that Stewart has brought out his best serves. And he does again.
Like that, well done.
There's no curse to the commentator when Hamish Stewart is serving. And the chance to move within a game of the final. And
Stuart leads, 5 games to 3.
there is very little that an opponent of any level can do when faced with such speed. And Hamish Stewart, who has served some of his best in this second set, opens up another 2-game gap. He has that break lead, and that might be all he needs, because now Liam Hignett serving to stay in this event. Well, he put that one away well.
Another
And he
one.
needs a near perfect game here.
Another serve volley there. I think he's done it twice and he's won 100% of those times he's done it.
Out. 15 all.
And he cannot afford to give any slack here. Hignett to Stewart.
He's just going to make Hamish hold it out.
Well, over the head, and well, at 1 point for style, it had substance too. And he gets a round of applause from those gathered at Scotstoun.
Takes me back to Jimmy Connors with the overarm smash there.
It was flashy, but it was the best play in that situation.
Another serve and volley. That's 3 for 3.
Out. 30 all.
And still, though, Hamish Stewart refusing to go away. He knows what could be around the corner. Now then, this could be the moment. And for all the efforts of the number 3 seed, Liam Hignett is going to be forced to save match point. Hamish Stewart on the cusp of another final. Oh, trying to finish it with a lob, it would have been spectacular. And credit to Hignett there for prolonging the point in his favour.
Again, another serve and volley. That's 4 from 4. Maybe when he looks back on this, could have done it a bit more.
Oh, a double fault at the wrong time. And it will be match point number 2. There's a grimace on the face of Liam Hignett. And can the Englishman come up with something special, something vital, to prevent a meeting of the top 2 seeds in the final this afternoon? Oh, it was lovely.
Cheers.
Mark might have been in the mouth for a moment with how close it was to the line.
Great wide serve and volley there to keep him in it. Very good.
I don't know about you, Ewan, but I've been thoroughly entertained by this spectacle.
Yeah, this has just been great to watch.
Fault.
Well, I think he thought he might have made that for a second. And Liam Hignett forced to pick out one of his best second serves now. Oh, he came racing into the net for that finish. And it got away from him.
Great move by Liam to come in there. Great volley, but again, go gadget arms. Hamish Stewart gets the ball back.
From a seemingly improbable angle as well from the Scot. And he has match point again. Not this time either.
Again, looked like Liam was serving volleying in there, trying to keep the point short, trying to put the pressure on Hamish.
Excellent, excellent, and we've seen him excel at the overhead. It was a tried and trusted technique, and he went to it in his big moment.
Getting a lot more success on the serve and volley.
Now needs to follow it up.
I think he'll be coming to the net here.
Oh,
Cheers.
clinical. And not a second thought given to it by Hamish Stewart. He was clear on what he wanted to do in his mind, and the execution was at 100%. And we're back to deuce again.
Just exactly the right height that Hamish wants that backhand.
Easy to get wrong, those. And taken with a good degree of control by Hignett. And so a chance to hold again. No doubt about that one. And he's going to make Hamish Stewart serve it out. Liam Hignett having to dig deep, really deep, to new depths. But he has outlasted a flurry of match points, and Hamish Stewart, still in a commanding position, will now look to serve for a place in the final to defend his title and put behind him the disappointment of the missed opportunity. What a game, Ewan McGinn.
Well, it's interesting that last game, obviously, whether or not Liam actually felt he needed to keep the point shorter because of the shoulder, or whether it was actually a deliberate tactical change to serve and volley. But somebody looking back on this will probably be able to, I don't think he lost many points when he served and volleyed. I think there was one even serve and volley on the second serve. I guess the tough challenge right now is, can he break the serve of Hamish? But then what will Hamish do here? He knows he's serving to win it. He got a little bit tight in the serving for it for the first set. So let's just see what happens here.
Well, he hasn't lost his serve yet in the semi-final, Hamish Stewart. That is the carrot that dangles in front of Hignett. And the problem is the carrot is moving at, well, breakneck speed from the racket of the Scot. Taken with control, and a swipe of the racket in frustration from Hignett. Every point in almost counts double now.
Yeah, just the return just went too short for Hamish to come at the net.
Well, Are we going to see a little bit of that tightness eke in what could be the final game of this semi-final?
Well, we saw that a little bit in the serving for it the first set.
Please wide.
It's by some distance the first. Let loose on the backhand. It's a stylish one with the one hand, but it misfired this time. And Stewart now 2 points from victory. He's been closer than that.
Maybe even slicing that ball back cross court rather than hitting the drive might have just kept him in it a bit longer.
40-15.
And he's doing what he does best now, Stewart, and he moves again to match point. There's the setup, a reunion with the number 2 seed Ewan Lumsden in the final. And something just put him off there. Wasn't me, I promise. I think a phone has gone off in one of the rows in the audience. Oh, what a way to finish it. No doubt about it. An ace to cap off the performance from Hamish Stewart. A shake of the hands with Liam Hignett, who was brave and bold in his own turn, but it is the reigning champion who moves on into the men's final at the TS Open Tour finals here at Scotstoun. And well, swashbuckling at times, and the serve, a deadly weapon that he used to all its power. It had placement too, and when he was made to fight, Hamish Stewart, the number 1 seed, came out on top. He takes it 6-3, 6-4, and well, Ewan McGinn, I have been thoroughly entertained.
Yeah, great commanding performance there by Hamish. Obviously dominated with the serve. A couple of tight points serving for the first set and this last game, but all in all, really good serving performance from Hamish. Great battle from Liam because he was under the cosh right from the get-go, kept it tight. I guess towards the latter part of the second set, found actually a tactic that may have actually worked on his service game, might have kept it a bit tighter. But great performance by Liam, great from Hamish, and looking forward to a great final.
Absolutely, particularly commendation to Liam Hignett, who was suffering from shoulder trouble at one point early in that second set, and did, as you say, Ewan, bring out some great tennis to prolong this match, and it almost looked as if he might be able to force it into a match tiebreak, but it wasn't to be, and the man who sits just outside the top 600 on the ATP singles ladder has moved into the final once again, where we will have a repeat of last year's clash with the number 2 seed Ewan Lumsden. Let's have a look at the story of a brilliant semi-final here from Glasgow. It was with that trademark finisher, the reducer of a serve, that he got over the line in the end. But well, there was a lot to say about what went on there. Blows traded at great speed between the two. Liam Hignett has shown why in back-to-back semi-finals in this event over the last 2 years. He is a mean competitor. But at the end of the day, there was only one winner.
Yeah, absolutely. Hamish doing incredibly well there. Again, great credit to Liam making it to the semi-finals. That will actually help pay for a couple of flights to his next world ranking event. And Hamish moves on to try and take the title. But he'll have a tough opponent against Ewan. Great contrasting styles. Ewan Lumsden, the guy who just will not miss from the back of the court, versus Hamish, who'll be really aggressive, trying to come to the net and try and use the serve and the forehand for his weapons.
Well, he used so much aggression so much of the time in that semi-final. And can Hamish Stewart cut out the errors that were exploited at times by Liam Hignett? And can he fine-tune over the next couple of hours before this afternoon's final? We'll be bringing it to you here in Glasgow as he looks to win back-to-back titles at the TS Open Tour finals. It's been a brilliant semi-final, and so we will move on to the flagship events of the afternoon. Later on in the day, we will see the number 1 and 2 seeds, Hamish Stewart and Ewan Lumsden. Next up, we have the women's final between Emma Wilson and Mia Wainwright, the number 1 and number 4 seeds, and that will be taking place around 1:50. There's the latest word that I've had. 1:15, I should say. And so you've got around 45 minutes time now before those two who came through earlier on without too much trouble their semi-finals take to the court here at Scotstoun. The crowd will be waiting, we will be waiting. Stick with us, and goodbye.
Welcome back to Scotstoun Community Indoor Tennis Centre in Glasgow for live coverage of the women's final at the 2024 Tennis Scotland Open Tour Finals. The match is coming up live on BBC iPlayer and the BBC Sport website and app, and we can now hand to our courtside host, Rona McLeod.
Hello everyone and welcome to the Tennis Scotland Open Tour Finals here in Glasgow. The tour began way back in January and there have been 17 events ever since, all across the country. The points were added up and the top 16 players were invited here to Glasgow and they played through the quarter-finals yesterday. This morning we enjoyed some fantastic semi-final action and now it all comes to this, the Women's Tour Final. The winners will be taking home the magnificent Sword Trophy. So let's meet our two finalists right now. First up, please welcome onto court from Nottingham, the winner of 3 events in the Tennis Scotland Open Tour. Please welcome Mia Wainwright. And she will play from Newcastle, the top seed in the competition. Please welcome Emma Wilson.
Well, there we go, the players back on court. Mia Wainwright won 3 of these TS Open Tour events, the Indoor, Grass and Clay Championships. Emma Wilson is her top seed opposition. A £10,000 prize pot is up for grabs, as well as one of the Sword trophies. It's sure to be a thriller. I'm your commentator, Andrew Petrie. I'm delighted to once again be joined in the commentary box this morning by Heather Lockhart. You might know her from the rugby pitch. She wasn't bad on the court either. Heather, welcome back. We watched Emma Wilson really demolish Teodora Prsadnikova in the first semi-final. Mia Wainwright also eased through against Amy Knowles to set up this showdown. Is there a favourite going into this one?
Yeah, it's a really interesting matchup. They've never played head-to-head before, so really looking forward to watching this, and I think we'll see some exciting rallies, and obviously from Emma in the semi-finals there, just a really, really superb serve. That's a real weapon for her. Mia Wainwright, just like ability, and I think hits a really good hard, low, flat ground stroke, so both will try and work each other out, but as I say, not played head-to-head, played a bit of doubles against each other at County Week. One plays for Nottinghamshire and Emma plays for Northumberland, so they've met on a court before, but in doubles.
Well, they were due to face up in the semi-finals of the Indoors back in March, like you say, but that ended in a walkover, with Wainwright progressing, going on to win the competition. Like you say, 3 out of 4 wins on this tour for Mia Wainwright at just 17, 10 years the junior of Emma Wilson. We saw Emma Wilson really kind of go through the gears and look pretty comfortable in the semi-final. What will it be like for her kind of going up against opposition which is maybe similarly suited to herself now?
Yeah, I think she just probably wants to actually move up a gear. I think when it really mattered, when she was playing against Teodora in the semi-finals, she would come out with a big serve, big forehand, big backhand down the line, and she's also got the variety as well. And I think Mia Wainwright, no stranger to singles and doubles titles this year in the junior ITF circuit. She's won at Newport and Liverpool in both the singles and the doubles. So, and there we see Emma's stats there again. So really good matchup, and world ranking, Emma both both have got world rankings actually. Emma Wilson has got a WTA ranking of 1071, and Mia she's just got her first actually senior ITF points, and she's got an ITF, that's the lower level of events, of 1113. So both have got that experience of playing in the ITF circuit, but just working each other out. If they've never played each other before, in fact, as we see them in this knock-up, it's really important as a tennis player. It's not just warming up, you're actually sussing out what the strength and weaknesses of our opponent is, and they'll be doing that right now. So and both, interestingly enough, they were telling me beforehand, are both coaches. Emma coaches at the Northumberland Club at the academy there, and Mia also, she coaches at the West Bridgeford Club in Nottinghamshire. She's a level 3 coach, only 17, studying to do a BTEC in sports. So they're almost like they're coaching, but now is the chance for them to actually match up and play competitively themselves, which is probably why they went into coaching in the first place. So great match-up.
And Mia Wainwright, she faced up against Amy Knowles in the semi-final, 6-0, 6-2 I think it was. Amy Knowles also had a bit of a shoulder injury that she was carrying too, although I think it was probably a slightly harder semi-final for her. Will that impact her going into this one, maybe a little bit more tired?
Yeah, I think she seems pretty upbeat and pretty positive. Yeah, there was that injury time out. I think Amy was struggling. I think a lot of players in the semi-finals and today we've seen receiving on-court treatment either for backs, James McKinley, or shoulder injuries, and Theodora has been carrying that shoulder injury, and Amy too. So it is the end of the season. So, but Mia and Emma are standing up to the plate, stepping up to the plate here and showing their fitness and ready to go.
And of course, we've got to talk as well about the men's final, which will follow this one. Hamish Stewart against Ewan Lumsden. Hamish Stewart really put through his paces by Liam Hignett, while Ewan Lumsden, like you say, was able to kind of get through a little bit injury assisted, I think, for James McKinley, who was really struggling with his back throughout. So that is sure to be an absolute cracker coming up. First, of course, the women's final here between Emma Wilson and Mia Wainwright, just putting finishing touches on their warm-ups. Certainly going to be a cracker.
Yeah, so we got a new match, our first match up here, and in the men's finals a repeat of last year, so an interesting dynamic there. So Hamish came back from a set down to beat Ewan last year, but all new here.
And we did see in Emma Wilson's semi-final, she's often a practice partner, a hitting partner with Theodora Prsadnikova. It was two players who clearly knew the other's game. How much will it impact them not knowing kind of what to expect here, I suppose?
Yeah, I think definitely when that, you just sort of play to your strengths, and then you're just constantly sort of getting feedback from the shots you're playing about what the player likes, what they don't like, what you can do to influence the game. And I think as well, Emma, maybe I just, from when we watched her in that semi-final, the heart rate was up, but here I think she seems a bit more relaxed. She's got that semi under her belt. She'll take her time and get that serve going. I had a quick chat with her in the corridor there, and she just seemed quite authoritative and relaxed and in control.
30 seconds remaining.
Just going through a warm-up as the umpire gets ready to introduce the players. And Wilson, quite superstitious, always likes the same warm-up, always likes to tape up and grip her racket just the same. And we are moments away from the start of this match, as both players take their seats for the final time before the start of this game.
Time.
Emma Wilson in the black, Mia Wainwright in the white. Umpire John Clark has introduced the players.
Mia Wainwright will serve. Ready, play. Out. 15 love.
Mia Wainwright wins the first points of this women's final. Good start for the youngster. Great return from Emma Wilson. Immediately we're
15-0.
already seeing, I think, longer rallies than we did in the semi-final.
That inside out forehand again, real strength.
15-30.
Much better timing there. The first game in the semi-final against Theodora, just a bit edgy, but there she's got her timing, she's got her swing. Great shot down the line.
Really confident. Head down, straight on to the next point.
Sergio.
Just another little mistake there from Wilson. Into the
40-30.
net again, both players really keen to just crack on with this one and get it going.
Yeah, Mia, that was a smart serve down the line there, just a bit of variety there.
Game. Wainwright. First game.
Mia Wainwright wins the first game. First blood to the youngster, holding her serve.
Yeah, just being quite sensible there, not forcing anything there, just trying to work her way and hold her serve, which she did, and just a couple of errors there from Emma. Just some really good shots, but just again a couple of errors creeping in.
A bit of a tense atmosphere around the place, but not from the two players. They're keen to just crack on with things.
Yeah, Emma's marching away, ready to serve. We've just seen in that semi-final how strong that serve was, and yeah, she'll be looking to take advantage of it.
Emma Wilson to serve.
So it's Emma Wilson with her first serve game of this final. Wilson trying to force that one down the line, but didn't quite have the accuracy. Wainwright already proving to be much tougher opposition than the opposition she faced in the semi-final. Dispatched. And Wilson trying to get back into her stride.
Yeah, but there's good ground stroke rallies here. Definitely Mia is just very, very capable at the back of the net there, but a really good shot, really making Mia work there from Emma.
(30-15).
There's that serve that Wilson used so well in the semi-final.
Just
Can you
gets
send the
1 or
balls
2
up,
points
please?
every game.
Can you send the balls up? Thank you.
It's the speed at which she just suddenly seems to throw the ball into the air. Can almost take the opposition by surprise. You're never sure when she's going to release.
(40-15).
There we go. There's that variety. It's the angle as well. A flat one out wide. Just, yeah. Mia didn't anticipate that one.
(40-30).
Double fault there from Emma Wilson. We didn't see that too much in today's first match. Allows Wainwright back into this.
Yeah, I like her demeanour actually. I mean, she's won trophies this year, and she's taking her time. She's 17, but she's owning that court. Very good.
just a little
Okay,
bit of luck
Wilson,
on
one game
Wilson's
all.
side there as she picks up her first game. 1-1 in the opening set.
Yeah, nothing much between them. I think it's just who can do the winners and just minimise the unforced errors. And I think Mia just would definitely make Emma work a lot harder in the rallies.
Yeah, a bit of a chess match in the opening stages. But certainly when waiting for this game, Mia Wainwright just quite happy to watch all the other players taking a couple of the games.
Love 15.
Wilson going ahead in the third game.
Out. Love 30.
Love 30 now to Emma Wilson. Mia Wainwright under just a little bit of pressure.
Yeah, again, Emma just hitting that inside-out forehand, really hitting that corner there.
Love
Superb,
40.
absolutely superb. We saw it in the semi-final, taking the time away, and there just working out the rally and then taking the drive volley, just really putting Mia on the back foot there.
3 break points now for Emma Wilson.
Game. Wilson.
And
Wilson
she
leads
is
2 games
broken
to
for
1.
the first time. Emma Wilson will take huge confidence from that.
Yeah, that's a big game, very big game for Emma. Again, just like getting that depth there at the end, just coming right off the line and forcing Mia right back. But I have to say, I really like Mia's confidence and the way she goes about this, and I think this is going to be some superb rallies here. But just, I think I talked about Emma coming into the net in the semi-finals there, and they're taking the drive volley. That was just got her ahead in that game, and I think she's got to do more of that. And I think Mia's just got to stay in the rally, and just her retrieving is excellent. She's definitely not going to give easy points to Emma.
And we talked after the first semi-final about the very, very first game where Teodora Sadnikova had been ahead 40 points to love and had then lost that game, and we said maybe that was actually the most crucial game of the whole match. And I wonder there how Wainwright will react to being broken and being broken so easily as well.
Especially when Emma's such a powerful serve herself.
Love 15.
Great rally there, both players well behind the baseline, trying to creep up towards the end.
Yeah, both really retrieving skills excellent there. But just seeing Mia, that composure, the longer the rally goes on, I think Mia's just always got that upper hand. If she, just in terms of consistency, I think Emma has to step in and make the winner.
Yeah, it's the space.
Well, that looked like a tight one going against Emma Wilson.
Love 30.
Yeah, I wasn't happy about that one at all. But she'll refocus for this one. As I say, just in the semi-final, she was just like every point, every point.
Out. 15
Just a
30.
little long from Wainwright there, Wilson. Getting good power off the hip.
This is where Emma has to step up. Again, just when it's tight, will the serve help her?
Out. 30 all.
Love,
it there.
yeah, exactly. Love 30 down and back to 30. Oh, it's just she senses, she knows when the big points are.
Oh, she's frustrated with
30-40.
herself there. She knows that was the opportunity. Mia Wainwright practically just walking backwards. I think she knew where that was supposed to go.
Yeah, a bit more difficult one though. It was a bit higher, a bit slower, and she just sort of hesitated very fractionally, and it just netted it there.
Potentially a big break point.
Cheers.
But a brilliant return, and again, Emma Wilson coming up trumps when it matters.
Yeah, that inside out forehand, I think definitely are her two weapons. The drive volley is pretty good as well, apart from that one she just missed, but her serve and the inside out forehand.
Brilliant play from Emma Wilson there. Wainwright was working her around the court and suddenly it just switched.
Yeah, we talked about that in semi just earlier this morning. If she can get to net, it's a really advantage to her, and there she is in control.
Can you get the ball,
Superb
please?
returning by Mia there. I really like the way she goes about that. Really good retriever, but she's going to have to step in a bit more if she's going to win some more points against Emma.
Cheers.
Wilson playing right on the margins there. Back to deuce.
Yeah, that consistency element there from Mia just coming to the fore.
Out.
Now advantage.
Advantage,
Wainwright. This would
Wainwright.
be huge for the youngster if she was able to break straight back. But it's clinical from Wilson.
That's brave. That's brave. And she knows it. Considering she missed the last drive volley, but I was just saying how she likes the drive volley. She missed the last one, but still got confidence to go for the next one. Great play.
Advantage,
She follows
Wilson.
it up with a fantastic serve. Advantage back to Wilson.
She's reminded me of Maya Lumsden. She just knows when the big points are and she just closes them out.
There
you go. We talked about game management
3 games to 1.
in that first semi-final, and that was brilliant from Emma Wilson. Under real pressure for possibly the very first time in this tournament, really, and she answered.
But she's not giving in, and she's not fighting for every point, as is Mia. And I'm really impressed with her, but just maybe hit a few more winners.
That one's gone the way of Wainwright. Wilson thought that was out.
15 love.
Another fantastic point
I
between
know,
these two, though.
just hitting the lines at every shot, and both really good at retrieving. Excellent work.
Wainwright trying to mix it up there. Wilson almost responding.
Thirty 15.
I say almost responding. She did respond.
I know, it's just sometimes it's just the odd shot now, Emma. I think she's getting more consistent than she was in the semis. Almost like it goes up a level, she goes up a level.
40 15.
Great serve though, great serve from Mia. Excellent work.
Again, this is a really important game to make sure Emma Wilson doesn't get away from her. Wilson just misjudges it.
Wainwright.
Wainwright
Wilson leads.
wins her serve. So it's 3-2 now.
Yeah, so it's going to be an interesting battle. Mia just like really consistent, and just the odd shot Emma's missing. So just how many winners can Emma make consistently, and how consistent can Mia be? So really good matchup.
There's only been one set so far, I think, that Emma Wilson has conceded 2 matches.
2 games, yeah. She's actually only conceded 3 games in 3 matches. That's a brilliant stat. That's like, considering how sometimes she goes down in a game, it's almost like I'm 30 love down, right, okay, I'm on it now. I need to step it up.
Wainwright just taking her time a little bit more.
Time.
Emma Wilson doesn't need all the time available. Wainwright just trying to hold up, keep calm, keep composed.
Yeah, no coach, but she coaches herself, I think. Excellent. She really has that composure.
Out. 15 left.
Tricky serve, that one. It was just a bit of a kicker. Normally it's coming through, but they are just kicked up. And yeah, playing a bit higher there.
Emma Wilson just forced into the mistake there.
Yeah, that's how she's going to win. Mia just wants to stay in the rally for as long as possible. Really solid backhand there. Really happy hitting that backhand. I would imagine Emma would be saying to herself, I've got to move her around a bit more, because there she was just hitting backhand after backhand, not having to move much.
Out.
Great play by Mia. That's really, really good retrieving, and really asking
30.
questions when she's retrieving. She's not just getting the ball back in court, she's really putting him under pressure there.
30-all. Too close down.
Oh, Mia Wainwright not happy with that call at all. First kind of outburst that we've seen. I say outburst.
She's thinking she's not agreeing with that. Again, on a crucial point here, 30-all.
An outstretched hand there
30-40.
for Mia that time.
Yeah.
Just making sure. We've been here before. Can Mia Wainwright break the first time?
Juice.
No, it'll go to deuce.
Inches, absolute inches there. Just did enough just to move Mia, just wide enough just to ask another question, but just missing the line, just inches.
Wilson yet to really find a rhythm with her first serve.
Yeah, it was familiar, right
Advantage,
from when she
Wainwright.
served that second serve, Emma. She was off balance for those shots. Just shows you just recovering after yourself and getting the feet underneath you. And it's an interesting point in there you made about the first serve as well. That really is her go-to, and
Could you
that's
pick the
not
other ball
happening.
up
She needs
for
to
set, please?
recover quicker.
Just looked a little uncomfortable there.
Out.
She
Juice.
got that comfort right back, didn't she?
She must have heard you there for serve. Great for serve. Again, that just puts me under just a bit more pressure just to get that return on the money.
Advantage.
with Wainwright
Wainwright.
again. And this would be a real statement of intent from Mia Wainwright.
Still talking to herself.
Out.
Just a bit long from Mia Wainwright. Letting Emma
Yes.
Wilson off the hook.
It's a battle of the backhands at the moment. I think trying to avoid each other's forehands, but I'm not sure actually. Sometimes Emma certainly just that sometimes can make more errors, but both are just hammering the backhands just now.
Out.
There's
Advantage.
a variety
Wilson.
there, yeah. Just making that wide ball is so difficult to get back. Got to move your feet early, and again that first serve.
Now the advantage with Wilson. Again, holding off the challenge of Wainwright at the moment.
Out. Juice.
Long from Wilson. This game continues to go on. Emma Wilson got that first semi-final done in 52 minutes. No, I don't think we're going to get that again, are we?
No, it's much more parity in terms of the rallies, in terms of both what they're trying to do.
Good. Bottom of the line. Advantage. Wilson.
Mia Wainwright not happy with that call either.
I think that was the right call. I think good serve there by Emma. We're right in the line here.
Cheers.
It's interesting that looked just slightly off balance and the lower ball from Mia, just asking the question, and obviously Emma's a bit taller and didn't like that one. The way she holds the racket, that low ball could be the key for Mia if she's to cause Emma more trouble.
Just wrong fitted.
Yeah, absolutely superb. But she's happy. Mia's absolutely happy hitting backhand after backhand. Really, really solid from that side.
We saw a fantastic semi-final between Hamish Stewart and Liam Hignett. We're seeing another real exhibition here between Emma Wilson and Mia Wainwright. Wilson just taking her time.
Can you get the ball, please? No, who gets it?
Wilson under real pressure on the second serve.
Okay,
There we
Wainwright,
go.
3 games all.
Mia Wainwright makes the breakthrough, breaks back. 3 games all in this first set. Both players have been broken, both have answered back.
Really good tenacity for both players, yeah, absolutely, and strong backhands there from Mia, and finding a winner. We said she was good at consistency, but could she get a winner? And she did with that backhand.
It's been a really interesting battle so far, and again, when we look back and we pinpoint games, maybe that 6th game might be crucial.
There it is again.
15 love.
There it is again, absolutely superb. Emma's got to change her tactic, I think, because Mia is just delighting in hitting those balls. It's the right height for her, just swinging right through, strong legs.
And she's enjoying the momentum in this middle spell of the first set. Yep. Just edging ahead here. Mia Wainwright. Wilson looking far more frustrated than she did.
Out.
Always just on the back foot there. Just a little imbalanced.
Yeah, just again, if Emma finds her range, just that off balance. Just yeah, Emma just changing her tactics slightly there. There was that variety there, but moving one side to the forehand side. We saw there the last 3 rallies have been backhand, but just changing up there.
Wainwright just taking a breath before that second serve. Hammered that one down. And the forehand's back in style.
40-30.
Emma Wilson really not happy there. We should say it's incredibly hard being a line judge.
Absolutely. And they're both just hitting the line so much, cross court and down the line.
Game.
And Wainwright.
Wainwright leads, 4 games to 3.
Big serve. Wilson really frustrated with that. Wainwright, for the first time in this match, going ahead. And now it's Emma Wilson who's under the cosh.
Yeah, it's back on serve. But yeah, both not giving an inch and just fighting for absolutely every point. Mia not really getting many first serves in, but that doesn't seem to bother her. Her second serve's good enough. She just normally puts it quite long down the middle and then away she goes. Her movement's good. She anticipates well, strong backhand, and doing enough on the forehand side as well. And she's found a couple of winners as well, and enough to frustrate Emma.
And when we saw Emma Wilson forced to a second serve in that semi-final, she'd created enough of a cushion that she could attack again on that second serve. We've not quite seen that yet. She can't quite pull away. She can't quite take that risk at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely, because the ball's coming at greater depth and pace and angle, I would say. For Mia, she's trying to work it out. So slightly shorter balls, wider, that curls, yeah, just a bit harder to get back.
Out. 15 love.
Just a little long there from Wainwright, who again not happy with something.
Yeah, she thought she was asking if that was a let, but no.
Brilliant shot there from Wainwright.
15-0.
Yeah, I'm just looking at Emma's length of shot just when she's in the rallies with Mia, and she's only just getting it over the service line, so she's just not getting that depth that she was getting in the other match. So Mia's really putting there, Mia moving forward, and Emma's really having to work hard on the baseline.
Brilliant from Wilson. To answer right back though.
Yeah, and just there, it was a shorter ball there for Mia, and able to step in and take it at the height that she likes it at. Really look at that stepping in, out in front, super finish. Yeah, that's the first point in a while, but serves really created the point for her, out wide and then into the open court.
With the 1-2 there, Mia Wainwright couldn't respond.
Out. Game. Wilson. 4 games all.
Just stepping up when it really matters again. Just really two really good service points there, and just a bit like Serena Williams when it really mattered, like firing a couple of serves and we're back in all square 4-all.
She made it all look pretty simple there as well, Emma Wilson.
She just gets her timing right in the snap when she goes up.
Brilliant from Wainwright. Well dispatched. She was put under a bit of pressure there.
Yeah, it was a really tough angle, but yeah, she's able to deal with it. She's got the slice backhand.
Can one of you get the ball, please?
And she was already moving forward.
Thank you. $30 love.
That's one of the first times she's got first serve in a while, and when it goes in, that's a super, really, really good out wide first serve.
$40 love.
2 in a row as well.
Now it's Wainwright's turn to make it look so easy. Just ease into that lead. And there you
Okay,
the most comfortable
Wainwright.
game for Wainwright to win so far.
Wainwright leads, 5 games
She's
to
been
4.
pushed, and Emma Wilson has pushed right back, but that time, no response.
Yeah, you're right, and I think that was all down to her serving there. It really just created those points for her, and it just made it just not those long rallies that maybe she's going to win, maybe not. Just like took control, first serve in and into the open court. Really good play there by Wainwright.
And after that 6th game, which seemed to go on for an age, we've flown through the next couple. Both players becoming a little more tired after that marathon.
The courts here are quite hard, but it's interesting that sometimes the ball do sit up, but during the rallies the ball's pretty low. But when it goes higher, it definitely suits Emma more, and then she comes in and kills it. The lower it gets, I think that suits Mia more.
And she's just been drilling a few of those backhands, just an inch or two over the net.
Yeah, absolutely.
Love 50.
An unforced error from Wilson as Wainwright whips it over the net in response.
I know, she's just forcing her just that extra in, a bit wider, just asking that little bit more of a question.
Out. Love 30.
Well, here we go. This is really starting to become the biggest game of Emma Wilson's tournament.
Yeah, she just needs to steady up a bit. It's just going for that, just the shot maybe too early. I know the rallies are a bit longer, but just stay in it a wee bit longer.
Brilliant from
That's
Emma
really
Wilson.
good. That was really, really good rally. I mean, Mia,
15-30.
absolutely commend her on her retrieving, but just managing to hit those corners.
Did you get the ball?
Mia's just really on the real stretch, and then here just too much. And getting it low as well. She has to dig it up.
She was looking a little disgruntled in the far end, Emma Wilson, under tough examination.
Yeah, firing herself up. Huge point,
30.
absolute huge point. Kept her cool. And again, Mia retrieving superbly well, but Emma just managing to stay on top of things.
And those are two huge points, really, aren't they?
Absolutely, 30-all. Another big shot there. Absolutely, just having the confidence just to hit those angles and really push Mia back.
Game. Wilson. 5 games all.
Really impressive fight back from Emma Wilson there.
It's amazing in a game of tennis, isn't it? It's just going one way, one game, and then the next game, even the point just changes on a point. 5-all.
Love 15.
She's managed to find that inside forehand again. It went missing for a couple of games, but again, that height, when she's got the height and she's sitting down on the ball, she's happy.
It's really become
15.
quite a tense finale, hasn't it?
Every inch, absolutely. Just missing out on that one.
Looked initially like a
15,
brilliant
30.
reaction from Mia Wainwright. Then that volley just crashing into the net.
Look at her reaction though afterwards. I know she just missed out because the pickup was superb and it was just netting the dry volley.
That's good. 30-all.
They've got an absolute fight in their hands, neither giving an inch. Even if that's the amazing thing about tennis. Win or lose the last point, it's the next point that matters.
They are so evenly matched. Who will blink first?
40-30. Good.
And Wilson, once again disgruntled.
Good. 40-30.
The umpire, John Clark, shaking his head. And that will play into the hands of Mia Wainwright, I think.
Yes.
Maybe not.
Just as I said, it's amazing. She just had to talk to herself a bit, disgruntled, and then moves on to the next point.
And sometimes that frustration can just light a fire. And that's what it's done there.
Yeah, that's the first time Mia said "come on" out loud. She's really, she knows this is the one.
Advantage.
She was talking to herself about the first serve as well. Big chance for her now.
Game.
There you go, immediately putting Wilson on the back foot.
6 games to 5.
And she goes ahead in this first set.
Yeah, it's that backhand that's paying dividends for her. Emma's still hitting to it probably more than she would like, probably. And yeah, definitely Mia just taking advantage of that and just finishing off that game to her advantage.
I said she was talking to herself about that first serve. She knew she needed to land it. She did exactly that. And Wilson did her best to get it back over. But Wainwright always dominating after that.
Yeah, it's interesting. You can see her just, we're talking about she doesn't have a coach, but she's coaching herself.
Time.
Of course, Wainwright needing to, or Wilson needing to win by to Wainwright the upper hand at the moment. Really tight game. A moment on a wire. Wilson to serve.
Out. 15 off.
That was really pushing the angle, and then she almost couldn't find it. And then with that slice backhand, the short one, she found it. Really good again, retrieving by Mia, but just a too wide there, and it goes long.
Out.
Well, that's unusual.
15-0.
Yeah, just coming over it, just I think forcing that one. It was a bit higher than she expected. I think she thought it was going to be a much lesser return, so well done Mia, just trying to give her more.
Left. Fine service. Ready, 15.
Well, it really has been a game of inches, this. It's so hard to tell who's going to pull away. No wonder we couldn't pick a favourite before.
Exactly, both their backhands just on the outer side. They're just going to have to give a wee bit more margin for error.
Out. 40-15.
I think that's the shot that Emma's been, when she's been hitting to her backhand, but it's got to be shorter. If it's longer, Mia absolutely is enjoying that and control of the rally from there.
Out. 40-30.
Wilson, a little frustrated. She knew there was a real chance there to see this game off.
Just needs to take her time a wee bit more, just forcing it ever so slightly.
Cheers.
Just working Wilson around the court to bring it back to deuce.
She really is so strong and consistently powerful from the back of the court, and she can hit it shorter or longer as well. Good control of her ground strokes.
Left. First service.
There we go, when it sits up that high, she takes it early and comes down over the ball. That's the ball that Emma wanted.
Yeah, 5'10" frame helping her there. Just that extra bit of height.
Just that launch in the outside foot.
Out. Game. Wilson.
Just.
6 games all.
Wilson driving
set,
the
tie
advantage home to level the game once again. You get the feeling this first set could go on for a while, couldn't it?
So 6-all, so now tie break. So yeah, first up to 7 or 2 clear if it's 6-all.
One, there's ball just behind you. Sorry.
You really could hear a pin drop in this arena at the moment.
Out. 1-0. Wainwright. One all.
Back to level pegging. No surprise.
1-all.
Now to Mia Wainwright in this
2-1.
tie break.
Wainwright.
Yeah, superb length from Mia. Really just, again, that low ball. We talked about the high ball that Emma was liking. She doesn't like directly after that low ball, and Mia's worked that out.
Three, 1. Wainwright.
Super serve there, absolutely super serve. Again, when she gets her first serve in, it makes it so much easier for her.
There's the response from Emma Wilson. She was happy with that as well.
Yeah.
First mini celebration of the day from her. 3-2 now.
Yeah, 2-3.
Just hang on to. That's good. Good.
3-all. 3-all, swap ends.
3-all.
Again, Wainwright just a little unhappy with the call. Just whenever anyone edges in front, they're pegged back straight away. It's nip and tuck.
Yeah, a lot of just querying the calls and just like sometimes in hope rather than in an actual reality, but just fighting for every point.
Come on, just hang on to. Want to come?
This is by a distance the most that either player has been tested so far over the course of the 2 days here at the TS Open Tour finals.
Four, 3. Wilson.
For the first time in this
Yeah.
tiebreak, Wilson ahead.
Mia just netting a shot there that she's not normally done so far.
You just please wait. Okay. Four all.
Absolute ripper though there. Again, that's her go-to, just that right height, just below waist height, and just swings right through. 4-all.
Wainwright ahead
5-4.
once again.
That ability to consistently rally on the backhand side, proving bearing fruit for it's 4-5.
Out. 5
Excellent
all.
first serve there. Just exactly what Emma would be looking for.
Bringing it back level.
Out. 6-5.
She knew as soon as she hit that, Mia Wilson.
So just in the back foot. Just two uncharacteristic errors in this tie break from Mia.
Pressure really on now.
Six all.
And an uncharacteristic miss there from Emma from the inside out forehand. So back to 6-all, swapping ends, two clear.
7 balls down back.
These two inseparable so far. I did say this tiebreak might go on a while.
You're absolutely right, yeah. I talked about consistency, but both have been super consistent, but just the odd one in this tiebreak, as you would expect, each one putting each under enormous pressure.
Who can step up when it counts? Who will gain this first set?
Seven,
This time it's
6.
Wainwright with the
Wilson.
mistake.
Yeah, just pulling it slightly, just like a golfer, just pulling it slightly. Using that left hand too much.
Well,
7
needed
all.
a big serve, but the volley is what's let Emma Wilson down there.
That was really, really smart play by Mia. She just angled that lob just to make it just hard enough.
Just out. Wainwright edges ahead again.
7. Wainwright.
She's got the set point, 8-7.
Wide
Game
from
for
Wilson.
set. Wainwright. 7 games to 6.
And a stuttering applause from the audience. I think we're all just trying to get our breath back. What a first set that was.
Absolutely, 9-7 and nothing to separate them apart from a couple of just missed returns, etc. But in the tiebreak especially, but superb play. We talked about Mia's consistency, and it's really proved that. She's really proving stern opposition for Emma, and is just edged in to take that first set. And Emma maybe having a think whether she wants to hit to Mia's backhand so much. That backhand really is a stabilising influence, and it gets her through the rallies. And just probably the only difference was that missed smash. That was just the only difference there really in the end of the day in that first set.
It's been such fine margins in this game so far. Wainwright, there you go, an hour that first set took. Longer than Emma Wilson and Mia Wainwright's semi-finals. Both pushed all the way.
So it's the best of 3 tie-break sets, so that we will be pushing each other. And I don't see fitness being an issue for either of those players. They've playing tremendous amounts of tennis throughout the year, and they're still in good shape.
Serve.
Of course, what a way it would be to finish the year as well. That £10,000 prize pot.
Love 50.
Wainwright winning the first points of the second set. Of course, we saw her broken early in that first set before coming back, ending victorious.
Great take, absolutely
15
great
all.
take. I think Emma's much better when she doesn't overthink and gets her feet in the right position and just swings.
And this time the volley working perfectly for Wilson.
And again, she
30,
probably should come
15.
into the net more. We talked about that in the semi-final. She's so commanding when she gets there, and she's got such a good first serve. Probably towards the end of that first set was missing a few too many first serves.
Forty, 15.
There you go, that's her stepping it up.
Oh, her response in this second set is going to be really interesting. Emma Wilson, will she fight back?
Out.
I
Game.
think we've got our
Wilson.
answer to that.
That's game.
Absolutely, she's marching just to grab a quick drink. They don't officially change ends, but she'll grab a quick drink. But all credit to Mia in that first set, coming through, keeping her composure, as we talked about, coaching herself, talking herself through more first serves in, and being able to counteract what Emma's trying to do.
And that's it, all the more impressive for Mia Wainwright. Without a coach, 17 years of age.
That is really impressive not to have a coach and to be playing this type of tournament and getting herself around. She's from Nottingham. Great stuff.
Out. Love 15.
And Nottingham against Newcastle here in this final.
Love 30.
You're just feeling her shoulder slightly there. Yeah,
And she wouldn't be the first player in this tournament.
exactly.
Fifteen, 30.
I was going to say she was broken 40 in the, I think it was the second game of the first set.
So Savannah can just sometimes maybe not go for the winner in the return, but just place it well.
Out. 30 all.
Absolutely tremendous rally. She really is in her comfort zone when she gets right in the midst of the guts of the rally, and she's quite happy to stay there.
I thought she'd maybe lost it, not forcing Emma Wilson wide enough, but brought it back, regrouped.
Forty, 30.
Just by being consistent, by just getting the serve in, just asking the question of Emma.
Just a bit slower, a bit more spin on it. Wilson straight into the net.
Let.
And there we go, a
Game.
fantastic response
Wait,
from
right.
Wainwright.
One game all.
It looked like that game was going against her, but
She just stuck in. Interesting, you're talking about the pace of the ball. It's something that's not sort of looked at by players sometimes. It's angle, how hard they can hit it. By taking the pace off, you're asking another question of your opponent.
Let. Second service. Let. Second service.
You're talking about pace of the ball, but there it was
Love
medium
15.
pace, but it was deep. and really at the feet of Emma. Really difficult to get back with no angle.
Love 30.
Mia Wainwright just mixing it up a bit there.
Just sort of going away from Emma a bit here.
She's been 30 love down before.
Absolutely.
Love
Brilliant
40.
from Wainwright. I don't know if she's been 40 love down before on her own serve though. 3 break points from Mia Wainwright.
Again, it's the short and the ability to put it in behind Emma. She's reading those short balls really well.
And that time it was Wainwright coming up to the net. And there we go.
Game.
The first
Wainwright.
break of the second
Wainwright
set.
leads 2 games to 1.
It's Mia Wainwright who goes ahead.
Again, there's nothing much in those points, but just a deep ball or a softer ball, and just putting the points together. Again, that consistency from Mia is paying dividends for her.
And the tide starting to turn the way of the youngster.
I just said Lucas age.
Just 17 years of age.
I didn't say physio.
Needing more refreshments.
Sorry. It's alright, thank you.
Yeah, both working super hard out there. But yeah, Emma just like re-engage. I think that first serve, she needs to find that first serve again.
Well, she was in 4 competitions this year. Mia Wainwright on the TS Open Tour. Only lost 1 game to Hallie Pringle at the Open Championships last month. 6-3, 5-7, 10-6. So.
And Mia's got her first ever senior women's in the ITF circuit, and I think she told me that this morning, and I think she was like, that's a real stepping stone for her.
$15 left.
It was a good start to this game for Mia Wainwright. If she can win this, we'll be in the driving seat.
$30 left.
Unlucky for Emma Wilson, she did really well to get to some of those.
Yeah, really, really good retrieving, but that mix of the double-handed backhand and the single is excellent.
40 left.
And then hustling with a serve down the middle, just taking away the time from Emma a bit there.
Wilson maybe just holding her back there. First time we've seen her in any kind of discomfort.
Yeah.
And there we go,
Game.
40 love
Wainwright.
game. For
Wainwright
Wainwright, she
leads
goes
3-1
3-1 up.
Yeah, she's just staying rock steady and just, yeah, you see she's bending over there, Emma. Hope she's okay. Something twinged.
Well, the last time these two were supposed to play, it ended up being a walkover for Wainwright. Emma Wilson couldn't compete. You can see, yeah, there's
Just
definitely
trying to
some
loosen
discomfort.
something off, yeah. That's better, that's free flowing. She's able
15
to push
left.
through, but she's holding her back there.
And can that sometimes just be when the tide's going against you, you start feeling these things?
Yeah, she just needs to, I think, refocus and ease that back off and get those first serves in.
Out.
There you go.
30
Super
left.
first serve. She had a wee chat. Just taking her time. She's played so many matches and so many go to 3 sets.
30-15.
That backhand, when she really connects well, it takes it so early. Mia, lovely shot down the line there. That's one of the first she's done down the line backhand wise. Normally it's cross court.
Wilson struggling to keep up at the moment. Both players trying to just take a little breather there, almost before kicking into gear. Just didn't quite work for Mia Wainwright.
And also Mia was probably just trying to keep the ball low, like the slice on it, and making Emma bend down. I think she's tried that, you know, the back might be a wee bit sore. Excellent serve, excellent serve.
Game, Wilson.
When you
Wainwright
see
leads 3 games to 2.
your opposition maybe starting to feel the back or feel the shoulder, can you let that affect your game? Do you try and play to it, or do you think, no, just business as usual, keep going?
Yeah, I think you just sort of focus, whatever's been working right, I would say keep doing that, rather than amending unless they really can't work. But she's still able to hit a ball, so I would say just keep the consistency from Mia. And Emma, she's been, as I say, she got to the final with her partner out in Madrid in the W15 this year in doubles, so she's accustomed to playing at a high level and playing lots of matches, and she'll try and manage it as best as she can. But she really has.
Yeah,
I think
she
she
was
has.
really stiff coming out of her
Absolutely.
chair there.
Yes, hello.
Well, whatever happens, we're going to
Thank
see
you.
a new name
Thank you.
engraved on that trophy. Maya Lumsden, Karen Lamb, Phoebe Mitchell and Hannah Rylett have all won it before.
I know, it's amazing. This tour is part of 32 weeks of Tennis Scotland's international competition and national competition, and it's just fantastic to see people here watching and back at home, so excellent standard of tennis.
Well, she's not letting that back injury affect her there, Emma Wilson, just swatting it away.
Yeah, she'll work her way in. Let's see.
Love 30.
Rare double fault there from
Yeah,
Mia
absolutely,
Wainwright.
yeah. Very much. She's been so consistent. And again, that just gives Emma just a little window, just to go love 30 up.
Out.
Go love 40 up, and like you say, just a cushion now for Emma Wilson.
Yeah, and both players probably just feeling the effects of that tiebreak in the first set. I mean, there really were nothing to separate, and the rallies were fantastic.
15,
Decent
40.
response there.
Again, getting that first servant.
She's got work to do. 2 break points for Emma Wilson. Was unlucky there because she started to show that energy that she had in the first set. Again, just lost a little bit of the accuracy.
Cheers.
That was an amazing response there from absolutely superb serve, just putting Emma at full stretch.
Yeah, it was around this time in the first set. A real corker.
Out.
There we go. Advantage Wainwright ahead. First time in this serve game.
No, that forehand just sometimes just is prone to just missing that line.
Game. Wainwright.
She didn't.
Wainwright leads. 14
Yeah, I think someone's
to 2.
definitely up. She didn't change direction there and go for that shot.
So Wainwright fights back. It wasn't the big long game that we expected. She goes 4-2 up. Just a little bit of daylight between them now.
Love, 50.
Super backhand. And again, I think just on that first serve, I don't think Emma's just able to get that snap that she wants to get on it. And in fact, just slightly that back's impacting that serve and the action.
And the outcome of this game could help decide the entire match.
Out. Love, 30.
You can see Wilson getting more and more frustrated.
She's just not able to, I don't think, just do exactly what she wants to do.
Just not moving as freely. Whereas Wainwright seems to be going up a gear. This is a 17-year-old with the advantage.
Excellent composure from her.
Love, 40.
There we go. Second serve. Going into the net. 3 break points for Mia Wainwright. If she wins this game, she's serving for the trophy.
Out. Game. Wainwright.
Yeah, that's tough. That's just forcing it slightly there
Wainwright
again, and
leads,
just not
5
able to
games.
get into the right positions, not able to bend the knees as well.
Thank you.
But yeah, hugely impressed by Mia and just the way she's conducting herself in the set. We talked about if someone's injured and how do you do it, and she's just kept the head down and doing her thing and what's working for her. And especially when she was down in that game and it was looking like Emma was going to get that, and yeah, just keeping the momentum going and yeah, keep on trucking, as my double partner says.
It'll be a phenomenal fight back from Emma Wilson if she's able to come back from this. Mia Wainwright has, of course, been in 3 finals on the tour, won all 3 of them. Indoor clay and grass. She is
That's
a
the
supreme
interesting
talent.
bit. That's the interesting bit. The 3 different surfaces, I think, because not many people can do that. So, but she has that slice backhand, and she has good movement, so she can adapt to the surface.
The thing that struck me most, I think, is the maturity. She now serves for the match.
Love, 15.
A double fault to start with, not
But
ideal.
Yeah, not ideal, but she'll move on.
And that's what she's done. She's not compounded her errors.
Look at that.
15-0.
It's absolutely outstanding. I think that's the shot of the match so far. Just a little take back, but just outstanding timing.
Mentality monster, Mia Wainwright.
$15.
She just doesn't get the break of it there. A little bit of luck going to the Magpie, Emma Wilson.
Nope, stepping it up again. That's her. Just as the backhand is Mia's favourite, that inside-out forehand of Emma is such a weapon for her.
That is
30-40.
phenomenal from Mia Wainwright. It looked like the odds were stacked against her there. She somehow produces a point when it matters most.
She did that in the tiebreak as well in the first set, just stuck up a really awkward lob and just asked another question.
Yes.
And then produces one of her best serves of the match to level things up.
Look at that come on, it was like a silent come on, but absolute intent.
She's got the advantage now.
It's funny that it's that short, soft pace serve just is causing Emma some problems.
Championship point for Mia Wainwright.
Game, so
There it is.
2 sets to love.
Mia Wainwright
7-6, 6-2.
is the champion of the women's singles at the TS Open Tour Finals. We thought it was going to go a whole lot further, but fantastic composure from the youngster. A really mature performance from the 17-year-old from Nottingham. How impressed were you, Heather?
Yeah, totally agree. That word maturity, definitely, and composure, and especially as we're talking about that she doesn't have a coach, and to come out 7-6, 6-2 at 3-2 in the middle of that second set. I thought we were looking at a third set, and it was like it's busy, and she fought her way back and just kept on going. And even at that last game there, she was able to just put aside any shot she didn't like and move on to the next shot. And that backhand down the line probably typified that. It's just that her backhand I've been really, really impressed with. I think along with the consistency and composure. The backhands are a real favourite to her and has guided her to this win. But all credit, I think, to Emma Wilson for an outstanding match, and I'm sure everyone here has really enjoyed watching the high quality of tennis, and it's exactly what the Tennis Scotland Open Tour is there to do. And congratulations to both players.
Yeah, it really was incredible. And like you say, Heather, I thought at one point we're going to be here all night trying to split these two. An hour for the first game, just 23 minutes for the second set. You know, I've got tickets to Sam Fender tonight. I was thinking someone's going to have to take them off me.
Yeah, no, it's just I think that's just that game, just at 3-2. We're saying what's the crucial bit. I mean, but the tie break, there was nothing to split it. Both of them just staying in the fight, and maybe just midway through the second set, just the effects of that first set paying off.
Well, let's have another little look at how Mia Wainwright won that match. It was a strong start from Emma Wilson. Wainwright really under pressure, broke her serve really early on, and she looked like she was dominating the top seed.
Yeah, I think when the balls were higher, I think Emma was able to cope with that, and then just maybe some lower balls, and I really like there again her retrieving skills, really, really good, and her quiet determination. We're saying it's almost like a silent come on, but it's there, the intent is there.
It was a phenomenal performance from the youngster. Momentum was against her early on, but she was able to turn it round. Like you say, there's that silent little fist pump.
Yeah.
She knew it was starting to go her way.
That wasn't so silent, but it was there, absolutely. And I think she found her first serve. It wasn't there. And what I liked about the second serve, it was just placed well. But she hardly did a double fault, maybe one or two. But she was able to move on. Anything she didn't agree with, just moved on.
That was it. Moved on. Next point was always the most important. And time again, she came back. Emma Wilson just never pulled away from her. Mia Wainwright always coming back and then edging ahead, and once she was ahead, she never really let it go.
Absolutely.
Phenomenal performance from the 17-year-old.
We're definitely looking forward to making that step up into the seniors and playing those ITF World Tennis Tour events and getting more ranking points.
She's certainly one to keep an eye on, and she becomes just the 6th name on this trophy. Mia Lumsden, Maya Lumsden, Karen Lamb, Phoebe Mitchell, Hannah Rylett, and now Mia Wainwright.
Yeah, some distinguished names on there.
We were talking about Maya Lumsden earlier. She's now played at the Australian, French and US Opens. In the doubles has won 2 WTA 125 titles at the 2023 Open Darun and the Dow Tennis Classic. She's also represented Team GB in the Billie Jean King Cup and the United Cup as well. So there's a
Someone
big
to live up
future.
to,
Yeah,
absolutely.
there's a big future ahead of
£2,000 and the runner-up 1,500. So again to fund their next £2,000 and the runner-up 1,500. So again to fund their next tennis tournament, accommodation and travel and so forth, and be able to play at the next higher level. And this is what it's for, and it's so that they can play competition in Scotland. And certainly that mix of players from down south and the Scottish players and the youth and experience, the future stars and the established stars. So really exciting to see.
Absolutely, and there's plenty of young Scottish talent coming through as well. I know it was an all-English semi-final in the women's singles, but plenty of talent in the men's as well. Hamish Stewart obviously looking to defend his title. That final is coming up later on, and you'd have to say Hamish Stewart probably, I was going to say probably the favourite. Ewan Lumsden's not bad either.
Yeah, well, Ewan Lumsden got the fight. This is a rematch from last year. Ewan Lumsden got the first set last year, and then it went to tiebreak second set, and Hamish Stewart won out in the third set. So both of them playing at high level on the ITF circuit, and Ewan is doubles as well. So and both used to winning, so they'll be giving it everything they've got.
Yeah, I was sat courtside for Hamish Stewart's semi-final win over Liam Hignett, and just the pace of that serve was absolutely incredible. Obviously, he looks a bit like the third Murray brother anyway. He serves like him as well, I think.
And he puts in the hard yards. Saw him on the walk bike in the gym, and he was about to do a horrible session, and he did it. So even with a sore hand, he was putting in the hard yards, which you've got to do.
Well, I'm delighted to say we can now hand courtside to our host, Rona McLeod.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, what a fantastic final that was. I'm sure you'll agree, and congratulations to both of the players for reaching this stage. I'd now like to invite the presentation party to join me on court to make the presentation. Please welcome Tennis Scotland Chief Executive Blaine Dodds, the President of Tennis Scotland John Wilson, and the Vice President Rona Alston. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause please for the runner-up of the Tennis Scotland Open Tour Finals, Emma Wilson. Well, Emma, commiserations. Perhaps didn't go the way that you wanted it to go today. Talk us through how you felt your performance was.
Yeah, it definitely wasn't my best performance today, but I've been battling a lot of injuries this year, and honestly last week I wasn't even sure I was going to be able to play this, so to make it through 4 matches and be relatively okay is pretty good. And to be fair, my opponent played really well today, so I would have had to bring my best tennis anyways. So
how did you enjoy being here in Glasgow and taking part in this event?
Yeah, I really enjoyed this event. It's been done really professionally. It's one of my favourite events. I've been playing here for over 15 years and I always love coming back here. Just all the staff and everyone who puts this together always does an amazing job, and it's great to see keep continuing through.
Well, congratulations, commiserations. We know that it wasn't exactly what you wanted, but we all certainly enjoyed a really, really great final. Thank you very much to you. Well done. And now, collecting the magnificent Sword Trophy, your women's winner of the 2024 Tennis Scotland Open Tour Finals is Mia Wainwright. Congratulations, Mia. Tell us just exactly how it feels to have secured this trophy here today.
Well, I mean, it feels great, I can't lie. I mean, it's my 4th title now here at Scotland. It's like one of my favourite tournaments now, thanks to everyone at Tennis Scotland. Like, if you wasn't here, it wouldn't be my favourite tournament, so thanks for that.
Tell us what that experience has been like, because it's a long journey to get here.
Yeah, it's like a 6-hour train, so I've got to get that back now, which isn't the best, so it'll be a late night for me, but no, it's worth it. It's so worth it, but it is what it is.
And the journey of the actual tour events, it's a long time to get here.
Yeah, I mean, this is my first year playing these TS Open tours, so I've enjoyed it a lot this year, and I'll defo play in the following years to come.
Where does this result, this achievement stand in your tennis CV?
I mean, it's just another one in my belt at the end of the day. I'm going to keep working, hoping to play the ITF Women's and still compete in juniors, trying to get into Junior Wimbledon next year, but it's just another one under my belt, really.
And your competitor today, it was a hard-fought battle for both of you.
Yeah, it was a hard battle. There's a lot of sudden death juices, well, not sudden death, but normal juices, on and off, but it was a great battle.
Well, congratulations today. A huge round of applause, please, for our champion for 2024, Mia Wainwright. Well, we now have the opportunity to have a word with the Chief Executive of Tennis Scotland, Blaine Dodds. Blaine, we've just seen the first final concluded. Tell me what this competition means to you.
Well, first of all, thank you so much for everyone turning up today to support the event. It's a lot of hard work, but it's a very, very important event. You heard from the players there how important it is to them. This is the culmination of a whole year's events, 18 events. This is the 18th, so it's our national championships, it's domestic events, grade 3 and upwards. But the most important thing is it's significant prize money. We've got a very healthy sponsor, so thank you very much to our sponsor who makes this possible to give. It's nearly £100,000 in fact in terms of prize money, so it's very, very important to keep our young players playing, our young pros in Britain and Scotland competing at the right level and preparing for world ranking matches in other tournaments around the world, and the prize money helps them on that journey, so it's incredibly important for match tightness but also resources to make that journey possible. So hugely popular, so my opportunity today is perhaps to say thank you to the Tennis Scotland team and everyone throughout the whole of Scotland, the tennis community in Scotland that has backed this event so much, that makes it work so well.
And as we approach the end of the year, of course, we're all looking at our report cards for the year. So what is the Tennis Scotland report card for 2024? What does it look like?
Well, yeah, it's another really, really successful year for Scottish tennis in 24. On the player side, we had Gordon Reid continuing to play at the highest level, winning 3 slams and another gold medal. Andy drew a line under his amazing career and has been an inspiration to so many. So it's sad to see him go, but we can celebrate, and as we did do, celebrate his amazing career. At the same time, we saw the emergence of young Jacob Fernley from Edinburgh compete so well in Wimbledon against Novak Djokovic and push him really hard, and then that I think gave him the confidence to win more tournaments after that at challenger level, but is now in the top 100 in the world, so it's going to be really exciting to see his journey over the next few years. And we've got young players such as Maya Lumsden, who's at the top of British doubles, and also Charlie Robertson, who's doing incredibly well. He graduated from our academy in Stirling and reached the top 10 in the world in ITF Juniors, reaching the semi-final of the US Open Juniors, so he's got an exciting future and we wish him all the best as well. So on the player side, very exciting. On the domestic side, in terms of the appetite for tennis in this country, it's never been as high. It's unprecedented growth, in fact. Highest club membership in our history, growth in participation, record number of courts getting built, both outdoor in parks but also indoor. And we can see here from the competition side of things, we've got more competitions than ever before and more regular competing players. So very much a success story in terms of what the tennis community is delivering for Scottish tennis in Scotland.
So much hard work has been done, but now we look ahead to 2025, and I'm sure the momentum needs to keep going. What can we look forward to?
Oh yeah, on that momentum, I think the momentum is the word. Huge momentum for more courts. We're actually doing groundbreaking of a new indoor tennis centre in Dumfries, which is much needed. So we're identifying pockets of Scotland that don't have courts. We're working on a host of other projects, the length and breadth of Scotland, working with our partners, Sport Scotland and the LTA, and our partners on the ground, local authorities and leisure trusts and universities. So that's exciting. So there's more to come there. We're actually delivering more public courts as well. There's another 24 getting delivered between now and the end of next year, and to open up tennis to the communities. We've got our new performance programme in partnership with the LTA. We've just recruited Johnny O'Mara, who's been working with Andy Murray as his coach for the last 18 months of his career, so delighted to have Johnny on board, and he's working very closely with the other members of the team. And we've also recruited Toby Smith, another world-class coach, very experienced, so it'll be fantastic to bed down that new programme and help our young players' success on the world's stage.
A lot to look forward to. Thank you very much, Blaine, and congratulations on your event here. Congratulations to our finalists as well. Ladies and gentlemen, we will be setting up the court shortly for the men's final. Please stick with us, and we'll see you again very soon. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for sticking with us to watch Mia Wainwright's fantastic victory there over Emma Wilson as she was crowned the champion of the women's singles at the TS Open Tour Finals. But that's not the end of the action, not at all. We've got Hamish Stewart against Ewan Lumsden coming up in the final of the men's singles, a repeat of last year's final. Will Ewan Lumsden get his revenge, or will Hamish Stewart hold on to his crown? Stick around with us to find out.
Welcome back to Scotstoun Community Indoor Tennis Centre in Glasgow for live coverage of the men's final at the 2024 Tennis Scotland Open Tour Finals. The match is coming up live on BBC iPlayer and the BBC Sport website and app. I'm Cameron Pope, and I'm joined in the commentary box once again by Ewan McGinn from Tennis Scotland. Ewan, thank you for joining us.
You're welcome, glad to be here.
Well, it was a joyous start to the day. We've had 2 days play here at Scotstoun, and if you were with us for live coverage of our televised men's semi-final earlier, you'll have witnessed the level of tennis we're dealing with. If you weren't, well, you missed a treat. In front of our cameras, top seed Hamish Stewart outlasted a keen fight back from Liam Hignett to win in straight sets. Just a single break of serve, the difference in each, and that gives him the chance to defend the title he won last year at the TS Open Tour Finals. And so he's a finalist again against the man he beat last time out, Ewan Lumsden, our second seed. He came past James McKinley in confident fashion for the loss of just a single game. So that is the scene set. We're all ready to go. The final just a few moments away, and now to welcome the players, we'll leave you in the hands of Rona McLeod.
Well, welcome back courtside. We have just enjoyed a fantastic women's final, and now it is time for the men. Now, don't forget that this is an absolutely mega event. There have already been 17 Tour Scotland events all around the country taking place since January. The top 16 players were then invited to come here to play through the quarter-finals. This morning we enjoyed the semi-finals. But now it all comes down to this, to the men's final. And I can tell you that this is an exact repeat of last year. So now it's time to meet the players, and we're looking for a huge, rousing welcome for everybody. So, in the repeat from last year, will it go the same way? Will it go differently? Let's find out. So first, please welcome onto court from Glasgow the winner of 4 titles in the ITF World Tour, the winner of the Scottish Indoor Open 2024, and runner-up at this event last year. Please welcome Ewan Lumsden. And Ewan's opponent also comes from Glasgow. He's the defending champion. He's the winner of 3 titles in the ITF World Tennis Tour, and he is the Commonwealth Youth Games gold medalist. A huge welcome, please, for Hamish Stewart. And just to remind you that this is best of 3 sets, and also the players will be contesting for the Sword Trophy. Good luck to both of you.
So the final is upon us here at Scotstoun, the TS Open Tour, and the men's final to follow a brilliant final earlier on that saw 17-year-old Mia Wainwright topple the top seed Emma Wilson 7-6, 6-2. Now these two men met in the final of last season's event. That was a grueler. It went into a decider. And is that going to be the case again? The top 2 seeds have made their way through to the final stage, and it promises to be an interesting encounter and a clash of styles. So we are ready on court number 6 at this fabulous indoor centre at Scotstoun. We're on the outskirts of Glasgow. It's a resplendent facility. The courts have been playing quick and fast, and Ewan McGinn alongside me. Well, we've been treated to some brilliant tennis so far.
Absolutely, that couple of semi-finals that we just saw were just absolutely tremendous. This next match could be, as they say in Glasgow, an absolute belter.
Well, let's hope it is a belter. Let's talk about the players then. So, we saw Ewan in the televised semi-final involving Hamish Stewart, a 6-3, 6-4 win. Now that scoreline may make it sound straightforward, but it was an entertaining contest that played out before us.
Absolutely, there was some fantastic tennis being played, very aggressive on these pretty slick courts. looking forward really to an absolute clash of different styles. Ewan Lumsden, the absolute ball machine, doesn't miss much from the back of the court, and you've got Hamish, who's got the big powerful serve and the big forehand, so looking forward to this.
So this will be the first time on our cameras this time around for Ewan Lumsden, and both of these players have been making waves on higher circuit levels. The 24-year-old Scot is ranked at 663 in the ATP rankings, so he soared up nearly 700 places this season. October saw him claim his first pro singles title in Monastir. He likes the courts out there. He's twice won the doubles in the Tunisian city. Beaten finalist in this event last season, looking to go one step further. He won the TS Open Tour National Doubles Championships last month with partner Johnny O'Mara, also victorious in the Scottish Indoor Open Championships in the spring. He's been busy this weekend, finished runner-up at the British Tour Finals in Loughborough, losing to Harry Wendelken. And his sister Maya has won the TS Open Tour Finals twice and is now an experienced professional and has been in the top 60 in the world in doubles. So Ewan, having been thwarted in a close final last year, this could be Ewan Lumsden's moment.
Yeah, absolutely think so. I think he's got he's played a lot of matches leading up to this event, so I'm thinking he's probably really match tight. You've got Hamish coming back off the back of an injury. The courts probably favour Hamish a little bit. But again, you've got Ewan, who's been playing a lot of matches and will be very sharp, very match tight.
And so facing him, the reigning champion, Hamish Stewart. He had to work in his quarter-final, but has taken his place in the flagship event once again. Yesterday's play proved difficult for him. Needed a match tiebreak in the quarter-final to get past Rob Cowley, but he beat Liam Hignett 6-3, 6-4 in the televised semi-final earlier on today. Ranked 603 in the ATP standings, so just higher than his opponent. Has been as high as the top 500 earlier this year. He rose nearly 800 places last season, his first at that level. 3 pro doubles titles on the ITF World Tennis Tour, and just below main tour level, and also a gold medalist for Scotland at the 2017 Commonwealth Youth Games in the Bahamas. Top seed at this event, and he spent his time in the sporting setup at both Tulane University in New Orleans, Louisiana, and at the University of Georgia with its strong tennis pedigree. Been training at the National Tennis Centre at the University of Stirling since his return to Europe. And Ewan, he has a tremendously powerful serve.
Oh, absolutely, you just saw that in the semi-finals. Big serve. He's going to look to dominate from the absolute get-go here against Ewan. So yeah, looking forward to some big, powerful tennis played by Hamish.
Well, they've had big matches before these two, not least in this event, and it's going to be a clash of styles, isn't it? A different approach brought by the two players. It's going to be interesting to see who wins out.
Yeah, this is going to be an absolute classic, complete clash of styles. One guy trying to be aggressive with the big serve and the big forehand, whereas the other guy is going to just probably try and play from the back of the court, try and be as steady as possible and wear Hamish down.
And so this is the Tennis Scotland Open Tour, more commonly the TS Open Tour. It's been running since 2018. Cooperation between Tennis Scotland and clubs and event organisers to bring a more formal structure of competition. And Tennis Scotland gives a lot of the contributions towards prize money through sponsorship. Clubs are also involved through their sponsors, and we're playing for a share of a £10,000 prize pot at this event, and that will go a long way to supporting these two on their endeavours to climb up the ATP rankings, because as we were talking about on the earlier broadcast, Ewan McGinn, there's a lot of hidden costs that go into competing at the top level.
Absolutely, these guys are on the road maybe kind of 35 weeks a year. Every week is costing hundreds if not thousands of pounds, so this tour coming to Scotland gives them an opportunity to, one, get a lot of matches in, but also to earn some money to pay for those flights and restrings and all the other costs associated with playing on the tour.
And so our chair umpire for this men's final is Jack Askew.
30 seconds.
He'll be overseeing things from the chair. And with tensions high and the pressure on, he leads in the conductor's role for this afternoon's orchestra. And for these two now, an opportunity to play for the Sword Trophy, or one of them. One was handed out to Mia Wainwright around 20 minutes ago for her win over Emma Wilson on this court. There were some surprises in the women's half of the draw. Only 2 of the 4 seeds made it through from the top 16 players in the overall TS Open Tour leaderboard. 17 events through the year leading down to this. The men's singles final, Hamish Stewart and Ewan Lumsden, a repeat of the final jamboree of last year. This, as we come to the end of the 2024 season, a vastly successful season for these 2 men. And this would be the perfect springboard to launch into the new calendar year. Only one of them will take with them the Sword Trophy, named after the former Scotland internationals Alan and Derek Sword. They all know what it takes. It was a fantastic battle between the two 12 months ago. It was Hamish Stewart who came out on top that time. And this time, will it be the same, or can Ewan Lumsden get his revenge and become the second member of the Lumsden family to win this trophy? And that's the question we aim to answer over the next couple of hours. The final on the men's side is set to get underway.
Net, first serve.
Well, there's that famous serve.
That's a cracking statement to start off with, isn't it?
And Hamish Stewart has changed from his red jersey of earlier, and so both players in white. He's the slightly taller one. Stands a cool 6'4". Means it's a powerful angle from which that ball arcs into the court. And he pounced on that forehand, and he started with rhythm.
Brilliant first serve there, fantastic get by Ewan to get it deep on the baseline, but what a forehand there by Hamish.
Only a few months between the two, finally matched in age. Hamish Stewart, and several months the senior of his opponent. He's 25, Lumsden 24. And Stewart based in Stirling,
Wait, please.
as many of our players have been over these last 2 days. The sheer pace at which this final is being played evident already.
Yeah, Hamish obviously trying to dominate the point there. Ewan is an incredible runner, as you said, lives most of his life in Monasteer playing on the slow courts. He's used to running all day long, and that's what he's going to try and do today.
Well, he can be a demon on the clay, and this surface certainly suits the serve. And we saw him use it to great effect, and it's not just the pace, it's the angle it springs out of court, isn't it?
Looks like straight away he's going for Ewan Lumsden's forehand there.
Game.
And he's finding his angles early on, Hamish Stewart, and it's a commanding first service game from him.
Yeah, really dominating with the forehand, trying to just give Ewan as little time as possible. Ewan's a great defender, but that pace of forehand was a bit too much for him.
And so we're going to have a first look at the serve of Ewan Lumsden. Not much chance to get into that first game. And when his serve was on it, Hamish Stewart, well, there was very little that his opponent Liam Hignett in the semi-finals could do to live with him. Will it be the same? It is certainly the major weapon in his arsenal. And there were times in the semi-final where he was rocked after that difficult navigation through the quarter-final, but he certainly comes into this event as the favourite, and so far he's lived up to that mantle.
Let's just see what Ewan does here off the serve. Not known for the biggest serve in the world, but again, his strengths are from the back of the court. It'll be interesting to see what Hamish does off the certainly off the
Ewan
second
Lumsden
serve.
to serve.
15
Went
love.
flying into that forehand, Stewart. And an unforced error that will go down as.
First clear signs of what Ewan's going to do. He's going to try and keep Ewan at the back of the court and keep ripping these backhands at the back.
Well, Ewan's sister Maya was the women's champion in the first two events.
30 love.
These finals, hosted in 2018-2019, has gone on to make great progress into the higher professional tiers. And it's certainly a source of inspiration that these particularly younger players we've seen the last 2 days can draw upon.
Oh, absolutely. A lot of these guys that are playing on this tour are massively inspired by the players who have played on the ATP Tour and WTA Tour. Obviously, speak about Maya. Ewan's massively motivated by sister.
As anybody, I'm sure, with siblings can concur, I'm sure there'll be a part of him that also wants to match it with a victory in this event.
100%.
Out.
Constructed the point well.
15.
Great forehand angle, taking Hamish way out wide there.
And so trading blows in these early salvos anyway. Well, Ewan breezed through his semi-final earlier. It was over in a blink of an eye. Lost just one game against James McKinley. And so he's had that added bit of rest. He's been made to work in this first service game.
100%. I mean, Ewan will be delighted of getting off the court semi-finals in probably about an hour and 15 minutes, because he'll need all the energy here. He'll be running for a long time, I reckon.
Just missed that. And to be honest, he's not played much tennis over these last couple of days. In the 3 matches he's played so far, he's only dropped 8 games. He won 6-3, 6-love against Logan Gillespie in the opening round, and in the quarter-final it was 6-3, 6-1 against Patrick Young. But he's been given a test here in his opening service game of the final.
Advantage.
And an opportunity here has come the way of Hamish Stewart.
Yeah, a little bit in the last few rounds of Ewan. He's maybe got, in some of his matches, have got off to a slightly slower start, but then he just, once he gets the bit between his teeth, there's no stopping him. He's the one guy that will be desperate to win every single point.
Out.
Forced to go bigger and bigger and bigger.
Great backhand there by Ewan. Backhand side's the strongest side. I think Hamish is going to try and get to that forehand, because that's the side that kind of tends to break down first. Ewan will always want to get the ball on his backhand.
Lumsden, he doesn't like to make you play that extra shot, keep more time in the rally. And it served him well.
Advantage. Stewart.
And still though, the threat of Stewart.
Yeah, it's that second serve there. Hamish wants to get all over it and take time away. Ewan's got to try and make more first serves.
Net, first serve.
And that might not help the nerves if there are any and you'd be forgiven for having nerves at this point. Went big, and he's found his mark. Well, there was pace on it,
by 2 games to love.
and Hamish Stewart has an early break in the final here at Scotstoun.
That was a huge forehand down the line, really just let go of it. Great statement to send out early on.
Well, he was always threatening, having served first and quickly taken care of business. He turned his attention to breaking down the serve of Ewan Lumsden, and he has an early lead. And our commentary position is right behind where the serve is in deuce court, and it gave us a brilliant view of the way it kicked up out of the surface. There's so much movement on that ball sent down by Stewart, and it was all that Lumsden could do to field a return back into play.
Absolutely managed to get it back, but phenomenal touch there by Hamish on that drop shot.
No, a miscalculation that time. Lumsden has played his way back into the game.
Good forehand there by Ewan, stepping inside the court and taking time away from Hamish.
And if you were to pass a critical eye over the semi-final involving Hamish Stewart, you might say that at times the first serve, though potent when it was in, was not as accurate as it could have been, and when the second serve has faltered, that's when the problems have come.
Yeah, he just got a little bit in the semi-finals serving for the first set, got a little bit nervous and then closing out as well, so we just got to watch out for that.
Out.
Well, excellent serve, brilliant return, a little bit of everything, and in the end it's Lumsden who takes the point.
What a great point there, showing all kinds of skills there. Great backhand volley there by Hamish, and the legs of Ewan Lumsden chasing that ball down. Very good.
And all of a sudden he's in a very favourable position in this game.
Game.
And those
Lumsden.
problems on serve have started to rear their head
By 2
for
games
Hamish
to
Stewart,
1.
and it's allowed Ewan Lumsden back into this first set, although allowed might take away the credit for some brilliant tennis that the number 2 seed has played.
Yeah, he showed a huge amount of hustle there. I mean, again with Ewan, it's almost like he plays his best tennis when he starts losing. He's not particularly a phenomenal front runner in the first set, but he tends to start trying even harder when he's down.
Well, some players are like that, aren't they? Some need some stimuli to react to. Others are more proactive in their approach, and did well to keep the mentality focused. Ewan Lumsden, and he's got himself back on serve at the start of the men's final, the TS Open Tour Finals here in Glasgow. And it will be interesting to see the way that this one pans out. Both have had differing runs into this final. And both of them too have made the steps in the last 24 months into the rigours of the ITF Tour, and both have also spoken about the role of the TS Open Tour in their careers so far, and particularly Hamish Stewart talking about how having those tournaments in driving distance in Scotland, prize money to win over just 2 days of action, it really helps in a congested calendar.
Yeah, there's an awful lot of benefit to what we're trying to do here. It gives them a whole load of matches at a decent level, gets them a chance to earn some money so they can pay for the flights to play in the world ranking events, and it's closer to home, so it's saving them a whole lot of money. Both of them obviously from Glasgow, don't have a whole lot of time to travel to Scotstoun.
New in Lumsden, based in Lenzie, and Dumbartonshire, not far from here.
Out. 15 love.
There was a real opportunity there for Hamish, I think, in the last game to just get the momentum going with them, but Ewan did a great job of actually stopping that. Backhand miss there, maybe from Hamish, just trying to force it a bit too much.
Low.
And the importance here of a solid hold, well, it can threaten to unsettle the mentality of even the hardest players, can't it? Working so hard to get yourself back on serve and then not being able to follow up. That's the battle here.
40
Well,
love.
it's interesting, wasn't it? He goes 2 love up and then almost like opens the door back for Ewan to come back, and it's almost about to draw level.
Made a solid start to this service game. And frustration from the other side of the court.
Out.
That'll do.
Lumsden.
And a comfortable hold to love this time around for Ewan Lumsden. Now we've traded a break of serve now, and we're all square after 4 games at Scotstoun.
Bit of a seesaw battle. It's just in the last 4 games we could be here all night.
Well, we certainly could be. The women's final, it was a spectacle, wasn't it? A 7-6 win on the tie-break over Mia Wainwright over Emma Wilson, the top seed, and then the second set, it took 25 minutes.
Yeah, it was great tennis to watch. Spectators loved it. Really different skills being shown, and great for me to win that title and go home with some prize money.
15 love.
Yes, I believe she said she had a 6-hour train to catch back home. And I'm sure that journey will feel a little shorter now that she's taken home a generous packet of that £10,000 prize money. That's the total pot. And these two playing for more than that, though. For Ewan Lumsden, the chance to amend for his defeat last season. He was up after the first set of the final. The second went to a tie-break. And he was beaten to 3 points, and then the final set went the way of his opponent.
Out.
Also a bit of bragging rights as well for these two guys. These guys actually train together pretty much every day when they're not travelling, so there's a bit of an edge to this final, which is great.
And naturally, when you share so much time on the court, you'll know the ins and outs of each other's games.
Yeah, these guys know each other very well, whether that's actually playing on the Open Tour or out internationally, or even college tennis. They've both pretty much played at the same time in America.
And so this time, the comfortable hold is for Hamish Stewart, who bounces back after slipping from a 2-game lead. And so we are on serve at 2-3. And the activity that was buzzing around this indoor tennis centre earlier has come to be much quieter now. There are a handful of spectators looking on, free entry, and a few dozen have come throughout the day. We've had all the ages, and these two now, the main event where all the attention is focused, and that focus will be on Ewan Lumsden now, as he has the unenviable task of trying to keep levelling this first set against a strong server in the 6'4" Hamish Stewart. And that serve is so pivotal to his game. And coming up though himself against a dogged defender. And there's a clash of styles, these two contrasting each other well, and so far we've seen a real tug of war.
Absolutely, and as you said before, it's been quite good to see just a variety of people coming in to watch, whether it's the coaches of the players that are here. I see kind of Toby Smith, who basically works with both those players, and to even I spotted Maya Lumsden supporting her brother, so good to see, as well as coaches and parents.
Net, first serve. Out. 15 love.
Well, a close call. And there may have to be a few of them, the margins between these two.
Tough for the umpire, the ball's just travelling pretty fast, so it's tough to see those lines.
It is a perilous job. It's so difficult as well when you only see it once. Jack Askew doesn't have the benefit of the replay. It's a phenomenal job that our chair umpires, our line judges do. Half of it just dodging serves as well.
Out.
Don't know about you, Ewan, but I'm glad we're up here in the safety of the commentary position.
Yeah, I don't want to be anywhere near those tennis balls flying, especially on Hamish's serve. That's got to be coming down at about 130.
And the ball assistance as well, taken from an array of local tennis clubs. So much of their work goes unseen in the background, and they and the spectators have been treated to a good spectacle here.
Yeah, it's great to see the ball team. An awful lot of these guys, as you said, they play at local clubs and they play tennis, and again, you know, they've been part of this event, inspired actually watching the tennis up close. This is international world-class level, so it's great for them to see it locally.
And a big point here for Lumsden, big difference psychologically between 40-15 and 30-all.
Out.
Oh, I think he thought he'd made it there, Stuart.
Yeah, I'd just like to see a little bit more Hamish moving up the court. When Ewan misses that first serve, kind of just needs to move up the court. You know, Hamish is 6'4", needs to kind of use that body to intimidate his opponent.
Oh, unlucky with the net cord there.
40-30.
It's one of the finest margins you can find.
Yeah, tough one, that one. Just, you know, obviously the net cord
Didn't see
being
it
tight,
clearly, but
just,
he's got a much better view of that
just
than me.
bounced enough off the net to go just a little bit wide.
And you did ask the question there, Ewan, of Jack Askew in the chat. He has got one more chance here to wrap up a hold that will bring us back to equilibrium at what will be the halfway point in the first set. It's best of 3 sets, this one.
Net, first serve.
And in the semi-finals we had a match tie-break to try and expedite the process, given the players are playing a lot of tennis over 2 days, but there will be 3 full sets if needed.
Okay.
It is a hold.
Lumsden.
And again, work had to be done on both sides of the nets, but Ewan Lumsden has levelled the scoreboard once again at Scotstoun.
Yeah, well done by Ewan there on that forehand. That tends to be the sort of shot that breaks down a little bit, but you got a lot more height, changed the pace a little bit, made it difficult for Hamish because he had to generate the pace and got the mistake.
And so it becomes that familiar pattern. Is it going to continue? Stewart serving well, Lumsden responding. We see one deviation from the status quo so far. First 2 games going to Hamish Stewart before Lumsden responded in kind.
Love.
And Hamish Stewart, a winner of 4 events on the TS Open Tour so far this season. There are 17 in all. They cover the year. 5 top-tier events. And another massive serve drilled down the court.
Yeah, last couple of points there, you can see Hamish really gunning for Ewan's forehand. That's the one that breaks down, so he's going to keep going for it, I would have thought.
Well, he's got his opponent where he wants him now, at least on serve.
Changed that one out and went the backhand, didn't he?
He's controlling this game with the service. That's what he does best. And it's up to Lumsden now to try and find a way to respond.
Game.
A solid game from Hamish Stewart, and again it puts the pressure right back onto his opponent. These two keep trading punches.
Great hold there by Hamish, again relatively easy. Again, if you kind of notice on Ewan's return on the forehand, tends to block a lot of the forehands, which then gives, if that ball doesn't go deep enough, it gives a chance for Hamish to dominate. So if he is going to block it, he needs to try and get a little bit deeper, or maybe go for the drive return.
So we're coming towards the business end of this first set. TS Open Tour Men's Final 2024 from Scotstoun. And Hamish Stewart, our defending champion, has brought his best service to this first set against an opponent he will be familiar with, a training partner on occasion, an adversary across the net on others. And signs of frustration from Ewan Lumsden. Scant opportunity, has already proved his doggedness though. Fought back at the start of this set when lesser opponents, well, might have been blown away by the service of the taller man, but it's not transpired like that.
Yeah, you'll not see Ewan really disappear. He will fight until the death to try to win this match, because it matters. It matters in terms of title, matters in terms of income, and prepares him for the new year.
Well, there's been so much excitement at Scotstoun all day about how this men's bracket would pan out. And when it was confirmed in the early afternoon that it would be a meeting of the top two seeds, well, everybody was quick to celebrate what we might be in for. Well, we played a final to remember last season, and this one is living up to expectations so far. A mix of rallies, and no 2 points seem to be the same.
That was actually a great running forehand there by Ewan. Again, normally the weaker side, but actually played really well, stayed down low to the shot, and actually put Hamish under pressure there.
I think that Stewart had a question about the call, but he was well beaten on the follow-up.
Out.
Just pushed it long.
You see there Ewan moving up the court, and any time he gets a ball that's short on his backhand side, he'll look to pounce on it, either probably go cross court, but does love the line ball as well.
He seems like he's got a varied assortment of skills. Both of these players do, in fairness, but particularly Ewan Lumsden can't predict what his next move is going to be.
That's a tough forehand there. Yeah, he's an unbelievable retriever. Defends incredibly well, chases every ball down, just makes it very difficult for your opponent to beat you.
And I've got to say, the black socks with black trainers combo reminds me of another Scottish tennis player. Another Scottish tennis player who was also very good at retrieving. That was a brilliant battle, and one that goes the way of Stewart this time.
That rally there, both showcasing both their skills, just didn't quite get that lob. Slight difference is Ewan's obviously got the American style hat on the backwards.
Yes, we never saw Andy Murray's sport headgear quite in the same way. Well, just pushed at it. You could see what he was trying to do. The salient point, though, is that Hamish Stewart has forced his way back into this game. One that seemed to be going the way of the server. What a time this would be for another break. Oh, he came into the court to finish it off, and it was a lovely way to end the point. And just when he needed to as well.
Great point there by Ewan. Again, big first serve. He needed it. Actually, great return by Hamish, and great rally. Good finish with the volley.
Still, work to be done. Chance to bring us to 4 games, or another chance.
Game.
And he gets that. Mark of a fighter.
Absolutely, really digging in there. First serve percentage just went way up there. I think he made both first serves in the last 2 points there. He's really fighting.
Nothing to separate after the first 8 games. And Ewan Lumsden, who's been in Loughborough over the weekend at the British Tour Finals, down to the last 2 before he lost out to Harry Wendelken. And a strong year this year, both on the TS Open Tour and elsewhere. And you can say the same for the man he's facing across the net. Lovely angle.
That's big by Ewan there.
Love 50.
It's obviously 4-all tight, real opportunity, and he really seems to be piling the pressure on here.
And there really isn't an opportunity, is there, Ewan? When the stakes are so high, you can't coast, you can't cruise for any of these games. Oh, frustration evident from Ewan Lumsden.
Over and under through. Yeah, as long as it didn't touch anything and I didn't see it, it does count.
Yeah, Ewan just got a little bit ahead of himself on that forehand. I think he just hit it a little bit late, which pushed it out wide.
Oh, ever so close. That's unlucky. Just a little hint of spin that took it back onto his own side of the net.
Yeah, tough one. He's pouncing on Hamish's second serve here. Really actually took that forehand really early, trying to apply the pressure.
And as I said in the previous game, a break at this point in the set, that's gold dust. And so far, Stewart has managed to keep Lumsden at bay. Massive serve again. And gets him so many quick points. Sometimes they call them cheap points, but that would be to do a disservice to the way that the man has honed that particular skill. It gets him out of so many potential tight spots.
Well, I was just going to say that when it gets tight, it's great to be able to rely on a 130-mile-an-hour serve.
Okay, Stewart.
And what can you do in that situation? Well, sometimes you have to feel for opponents facing that kind of weapon. Found the outer edge of the line, no doubt about it. And it is a hold at the important end of the set for Hamish Stewart, the reigning champion.
Yeah, I really felt that Ewan was actually really trying to work hard to put him under pressure on that 4-all there to try and get that break. But actually Hamish two big serves there towards the end. Yes, he'll be all over this next game trying to get this break.
All of a sudden now we have a magic number 5 on the scoreboard. That means that Hamish Stewart is a game away from taking this first set. Even though we may well be on serve, psychologically there is always an element. There is always a hint that the end of a set might be near. And Lumsden, I'm sure, a experienced fighter in these kinds of conditions, will be doing his best not to let that sway his game plan to affect him. He's been efficient in the way that he's battled his opponent so far. And as we saw in the final between these two last year, the first set, well, it's a boost, but it doesn't necessarily mean you'll go all the way.
Yeah, I'd love to see Hamish's court positioning here off the serve, especially the second serve. Is he going to actually move up and take the ball on, or will he just sit back and roll it a bit? Let's just see what happens.
Lumsden serving to stay in the first set of the final.
15 love.
Well, doesn't matter where you stand sometimes, there's very little you can do about that.
Yeah, line judge was right on the line, so I'm pretty sure she had a good look at it.
Ned, first serve.
Oh, one of the best rallies we've had, and it wasn't the end it deserved, truth be told. We'll take it though, at this stage of the set.
100%, that was an opportunity.
And Lumsden so far has dealt with any pressure.
And see if Hamish moves up here on the second serve.
Ball boy, come grab that, please.
Just waiting for the ball boy to come and collect the stray ball.
(30-15).
In the end, it was immaterial.
Yeah, I think the more Hamish moves up that court on that second serve and make sure that Ewan sees Hamish move up the court, the more pressure Ewan's under to hit a deep serve.
Oh, big point there. And it's gone the way of Lumsden. Tried to bring it to a swift end, Stewart, with the forehand into the net. And it gives his opponent 2 opportunities to wrap us up at 5-all.
Yeah, I felt that rally was just a little bit cagey by both of them, kind of almost like both not wanting to miss, not quite sure what to do.
Game. Lumsden. 5 games
And
on.
so, the task is complete for now. Lumsden bringing us to 5-all. And so, in a match that was predicted to be close between 2 of the leading lights of the TS Open Tour, it has so far gone to plan. And those in attendance at Scotstoun, as well as ourselves, have been entertained. Lots of tennis still to be played.
You can't really split them at the moment.
Out. The 15.
Every point against the serve now at this stage in the set, with the stakes as they are so important, and every one against the serve will just register in the mind that little bit more of the serve.
With great pressure on the backhand return, really stepping inside the court and putting Hamish under pressure.
Fifteen all. Yeah, roll it down. Thank you. Wait, please. Thank you.
Is he going to step in and hit this backhand again? Is he going to put him under pressure?
He was coming.
30.
He went for a big serve there.
And now, at this point, Ewan Lumsden is going to surely spy an opportunity.
Let's see what happens here. Second serve. What's he going to do?
Out.
And it is to be 30 all. Not out of danger yet, Hamish Stewart.
You can just see a few of the nerves creeping in. Forehand going short there of Ewan. He tried to obviously take it early on the forehand. Didn't have a whole lot of pace or depth on it though.
Easy to get wrong those when you've got time to think about it. Didn't get that one wrong though. And Ewan Lumsden coming up clutch in a killer moment. He cushioned this well, and he has break point.
Big serve there, but it was right in Ewan's slot on the backhand. Great return, followed by good put away forehand volley.
Now the pressure is firmly on Hamish Stewart. Well, we knew he was going to go big on the first. Is he going to go big again?
Net, second serve.
Took a bit of the net with it.
Game.
Oh wow.
Lumsden.
And we have a big step forward. Frustration for Hamish Stewart.
By 6 games
But
to
Ewan
5.
Lumsden, all of a sudden, has himself in front for the first time in this final. He's broken right at the business end. And now has an opportunity to lock up the first set of the final, as he did last year, for himself.
Well, again, it's when he plays his best tennis. He really digs deep. He's got a whole lot of college tennis experience. There's an awful lot of matches played in these circumstances. Very tight. He just made Hamish play one more ball, and I think Hamish just got a little bit frustrated, and bad error there on that backhand.
And so now Lumsden has guaranteed himself at least a tie-break in this first set. Remember, best of 3 tie-break sets this men's final. He had one of them in the first set of our women's final earlier on this court here at Scotstoun. Mia Wainwright, 17 years old, the champion, against the number 1 seed Emma Wilson, 7-6, 6-2.
Time.
There was very little to split them in the first set. It was well contested. This one has followed suit. However, Hamish Stewart must come back into this first set against the serve.
Shoes on the other foot now here. It's got Ewan serving at 6-5. Let's see what happens to the first serve percentage, and then in particular what happens to the second serve. Where does the ball bounce? He has a tendency to hit it short.
Oh. 15 love.
1 point closer.
Decent serve, bit of a stutter on the throw up, but took his time and played it well.
You cannot rush things at this stage. Oh! Well, a superb rally, but the call came straight away. And there was a look to the chair umpire from Hamish Stewart, just to check he gave it everything.
Unbelievable rally there, but you just get the feeling the longer the rally goes, it probably favours Ewan Lumsden.
And he's now 2 points away from taking the first set of the final.
Out. 40 love.
Make that 1 point.
Great first serve.
Only needs one more of those, and this set will be his. 3 set points to the number 2 seed.
Out.
And both were playing very close to the line, but it is Ewan Lumsden who gets over that line first. He takes the first set of the men's final here at Scotstoun by 7 games to 5.
That's a massive set for Lumsden. He's got to be feeling pretty good mentally. He was 2-love down in the first set, and Hamish just kind of backed off a little bit. And I think for Ewan to come away taking that first set, he's got to be feeling good about himself. Hamish, bit of negative body language. He'll feel very frustrated that he's not come away with that set.
Well, Hamish Stewart, the reigning champion, number 1 seed. He was 2 games to love up at the start of the set before we slip back to 2-all, and then that late break for Ewan Lumsden has given him the edge after 3/4 of an hour on court 6 here at Scotstoun in a repeat of the 2023 final. And don't forget, that first set went the way of Ewan Lumsden. The final went to his opponent. Now these two, they know each other well. Often competed, often trained with each other. They'll know each other's game inside out. And I'm sure now, once the clouds of frustration clear for Hamish Stewart, if not already, the game plan will be ticking away at how to redress the situation in set 2, as he hopes to bring us into a decider.
Yeah, he's just got to press the reset button. He got off to a flying start in the first set. He's going to remember that. He started off very well, and that's what he's got to think of, and basically just start again.
Well, we were expecting a close run affair between these two. Hamish Stewart, 4-time winner of events on the TS Open Tour so far this season. Ewan Lumsden too, the national doubles champion in November, and the Indoor Open Championships winner in singles back in March. Obviously likes the clay courts of North Africa, where you certainly say that Hamish Stewart is an all-courter. He's won on all sorts of surfaces on the TS Open Tour so far this season, and now on the indoor courts of Glasgow, he's going to have to find his best tennis. He found it at moments during the first set, and now he will need to find a new gear, you feel.
Thank you, Bogo. Second set, Stewart to serve. love.
And that is a good start.
That's the way it set the tone for the second set, isn't it?
And the man who won at the West of Scotland Open Championships, the Scottish Clay Court Championships, the University of Stirling Open, the Scottish Grass Court Championships. He's helped himself to plenty of the prize pots so far this season.
Next, first serve.
Now, he needs that serve to be at its booming and accurate best.
It's a great return there by Ewan, really takes it early down the line, gets into the net and tucks away a smash. Very good.
Well, he's not dropped his rhythm. That flew off the racket.
It was actually a decent return from Ewan. He still blocked it, but it went a lot deeper, but maybe just sat up there, and that's a phenomenal inside-out forehand winner.
Took it well. Maybe a bit of frustration behind that smash as well. It's the perfect shot for eking any tension out of the arm, and if there is any tension, well, it's not showed in that opening game of the second set.
Yeah, it's great to turn it around, press the reset button, big serving game.
And so, for these two who have been on court for, well, the hours are mounting now, and they've talked about the benefits of having a two-day tournament, but the hours and the legs will be adding up, particularly for Hamish Stewart, who was brought into a match tie-break yesterday and late finish to his quarter-final. And by comparison, Ewan Lumsden, well, he's breezed through the previous rounds. Can't call the first set a breeze, but maybe that freshness will help him now in the second and maybe third sets.
Yeah, both of them have had an awful lot of matches just in the last few days. Certainly Hamish in the last 2 days just coming back off an injury, and equally Ewan, having played in the British Tour Masters. He'll have played a lot of matches. He's used to a lot of matches, but an awful lot of matches in a small number of days.
Love.
It's a tale of woe when you see those errors, and you can every so often just see the emotions come through from Lumsden's opponent, and he's got control of this service game.
Yeah, he just missed a couple of backhands there. Just seems to just not have the quite right footwork, and again, especially with playing against Ewan, you need to be rock solid from the back of the court.
And he's adept, isn't he, Lumsden, at moving his opponent around. He is a baseliner, but he can dictate too, and he dictated that one. The contrasting style of play has been really interesting to watch so far, and we're seeing the best of Ewan Lumsden here.
That was a great game by Lumsden. Really just seemed up for it. It looked as if he has a lot of energy. The footwork looks pretty good. Hamish, ever so slightly, looks just a little bit sluggish.
Can still exert scoreboard pressure in this second set. Serving first. Needs that serve to fire for him, though. When it does, you know about it.
Love.
Great second serve that was, right into the body. Ewan wanted to attack it, but absolutely no chance with that speed.
I guess part of it is you have to accept against a player like Stewart there are just going to be unreturnable serves, and that's a lovely combination.
Big serve, big forehand, that's kind of what he's known for, that's what he wants to do.
And the battle of two titans.
Great pressure on that forehand, really stepped in. Difficult to control there for Ewan.
And this to put pressure right back on the serve of Lumsden. Keep this set ticking over.
Out. Game. Stewart.
And that's exactly what he's done.
Stewart
So
leads
Hamish Stewart responding well to going behind late on in that first set here at Scotstoun in the men's final here at the TS Open Tour Finals on the second and final day of action. We've reached the marquee event, and so far it's been entertaining to its very core. Ewan Lumsden serving 1-2 in the second set, and he leads from the first.
Yeah, great service game there by Hamish. Really felt as if he needed an easy game. Good first serves.
Well, there's a calm in the atmosphere now. In the semi-final stage we had matches on adjacent courts and there was a general buzz around the place, but it's more of a respectful quasi-silence now. Ruined by myself and Ewan, that is, of course. Chattering away in the commentary position.
Talking nonsense.
That's what I made a career out of.
Out. 15 love.
Hard to tell when the pivotal moments will be. You don't always know until they're on you.
Off. Wait, please. Thank you.
Just got over the top of it.
15-30.
Yeah, I think I know. He's obviously trying to put pressure on, really trying to force Hamish to make the mistake. Just miscued there.
Out.
And that'll help.
30 all.
Brings it back to equilibrium in this game. Won it all too easily. Could have flitted away from him, that Ewan Lumsden. And so important to keep your head in these moments.
Both seem to be taking quite a bit of time in between points, really getting themselves ready.
Yeah, the pace has slowed as this final has worn on. excellent angle, and Stewart could chase all he liked. He wasn't getting that.
Ewan was really making Hamish's legs work there hard, really going back in behind him, really testing his legs and his strength out there.
We said that the pace had settled a little bit, and every now and again it peaks, it bursts into life, this final.
Net, first serve. Out.
There's a couple of errors just creeping in here on that forehand.
2 games off.
And we are, as well expected from the pattern, this match has tended to follow. Level again at 2 games all. Second set, Lumsden leading from the first, knowing that he needs just one more to take the trophy he was beaten to by that man across the net from him last season.
Just cancelling each other out at the moment. Who's going to make the first move?
And there are only 60 places between them in the ATP rankings. Stewart the higher at 603.
15 love.
They are finally matched. Completely different players, but their level, well, it has been excellent.
Net, first serve.
And these two have already shown you in that you can rack up a lot of ranking points in a short space of time. You can quickly turn a 4-digit ranking into a 3-digit ranking, and you only have to follow the example of the likes of Jacob Fernley as well, a fellow Scot who has very quickly managed his ascent into a double-digit ranking.
Well, there's not many players have done what Jacob's done. Just incredible rise in the rankings. These guys have made also incredible rises in the rankings at some point. Jacob obviously gone a bit further. He's just trying to kind of maintain that level throughout the course of the year.
Love.
Another decent little service game here for Hamish. Going 40 love up here, give him a bit of a cushion. He'll need that.
And these quick service games, precious commodity.
Game. Stewart.
Big forehand here from Hamish. Great hold. 2 love.
How many times now have we seen him manage those difficult moments, those difficult games where a hold was needed and in quick time as well, and it seemed that the pressure just dissipated around him.
I think this is a real opportunity with the change of ends. Take his time, really try and put Ewan under pressure here off his serve. Got a chance here to get a space between him and his opponent.
Well, nobody has a game to waste here. And we saw in the televised semi-final earlier on when Hamish Stewart came past Liam Hignett, straight sets, but a well-contested affair, and it was just that one stray game in the first set that put it into Stewart's control. And so we are finally matched in this second set. And look who we've got. We've got esteemed company. A former twice winner of this event on the women's side, Maya Lumsden, sister of Ewan, who's gone on to form an excellent career as notably a doubles specialist, has been top 60 in that discipline in the world.
Yes, fantastic to see her down watching her brother. I was hoping for a wee wave there, but no, we didn't get anything there.
Clearly, like her brother, focused in on what needs to be done. Is there going to be a second member of the Lumsden family to lift the sword trophy? Will be the other sword trophy. There are 2. and he could do it in 4 games, but the way this final has gone so far, that would not be in keeping with the well contested encounter we have had so far at Scotstoun.
Love 15.
Well, the sound off the racket, you could tell he didn't middle it like he wanted to there, Lumsden.
Yeah, what an opportunity here for Hamish. Just won the first game, come on. He's really got to just show his body language that he's ready for this.
Oh, just sent it wide of its mark. He's trying to exert that scoreboard pressure. We've got one of those lovely old traditional scoreboards right behind where Stewart is standing here. And he passed up the chance there to put himself love 30 up.
(30-15).
Interesting how the difference that makes on that last point. If the footwork just wasn't quite good enough to get around the ball and therefore makes the mistake, make a difference in the score. Rather than being 30-15 down, he could have been 30-15 up and really putting the pressure on Ewan on his serve.
It's that unique scoring system that makes it such an irresistible game. It is your friend and simultaneously, it seems, your worst enemy.
40-15.
No scoring system can see you compete with that, though, if you don't absolutely set yourself. And Lumsden is moving towards an important hole. They're all important at this stage.
Next. Second serve. Out. Game.
And those long rallies again going the way of Ewan Lumsden. And we are at 3 games all, halfway through the second set. Could be the last set of the final. Ewan Lumsden will be hoping it is so. Hamish Stewart has got his sights set on a decider, one that might allow him to defend his crown that he won in this very matchup last season here at the TS Open Tour. In the men's final, at this finals event that has thrown up so many intriguing moments over the men's and women's competitions, but it was the top 4 seeds in the men's who made it through to the semi-finals today. The cream rising to the top, and these two have been at the very pinnacle.
I'd say this is a massive game for both of them. Hamish has got to serve well. Ewan's got an opportunity here to break if Hamish misses this first serve.
Oh, he cushioned it so well. Lovely soft hands there from Stewart.
And that probably was a lot tougher than it actually looked there. That ball was floating. Needed to take care of it. That second serve was actually pretty short as well. Maybe a little bit of tightness coming.
And you can see just from the reaction how quick you have to be if you're Lumsden here.
Out.
You can see the frustration. He's got to be careful there, Hamish Stewart.
Ewan's got to be seeing this opportunity right here.
Your body language, your mannerisms, they speak volumes about where you're at mentality-wise at this stage of a final. Very nearly crept it over, I thought, but that is the power that Stewart possesses. Can force you onto the back foot.
Again, under an awful lot of the pressure there, serving at 15-30, big first serve. Gonna have to do it again though.
Well, this is Ewan McGinn of Tennis Scotland alongside me, and I think you rightly pointed out, Ewan, that this is a massive game. That clutch point in the set, midway through. Oh, missed on the follow-up after such a good serve as well. Power and placement down the tee.
That's what Ewan's so good at though, just getting that ball back over the net one more time. Difficult for Hamish to put the ball away, there's no pace on it, and just forced it.
It must be so frustrating as well for players like Hamish Stewart. You crash down a serve like that, it beats most opponents, but you have to play one more shot each time. He went for the return that time, didn't he? Back to parity.
Decent come on there from Hamish. He kind of recognises the moment.
TS Open Tour Finals in the men's final. Critical point in the second set. That's a brilliant serve, brilliant. The pace, the angle, the kick, it had everything.
That was massive to do it at that stage. 3-all, juice, big.
Still has to consolidate here.
Game. Stewart.
And that is how you wrap up a pressure point. And a massive hole potentially for Hamish Stewart. The #1 seed, the reigning champion, keeping himself on track to force a decider.
It's in the green curtain.
You really got a sense there that Ewan may have thought he'd got an opportunity to break there. Hamish pulled off some big first serves, that wide one on the juice side. Great service game to stay up 4-3.
And so still that scoreboard is favourable to Hamish Stewart, very much on serve here. Ewan Lumsden hasn't been swayed, but the nearer we get to the end of the set, that could always change. Is it to mirror last year's final where we saw a second set tie-break go the way of Hamish Stewart after he was down from the first, and then it was more of a whitewash in the third set.
Time.
It would be interesting to see history repeat itself, but no one will be more aware of that than these two players. Another year older and wiser and experienced on the higher levels, having plied their trade on the ITF World Tennis Tour. All that experience now can come to the fore.
You would say right here, this is a cracking opportunity for Hamish to put the pressure on right now. First point, come on. Right, what's he going to do off this second serve? Is it going to drop short, and is he going to move forward?
Out.
Well, this time the long rally goes the way of Stewart.
Love 50.
Yeah, real good opportunity there for Hamish to actually take charge of the point on that second serve. That second serve barely made it halfway up the service court. Didn't really take advantage of it, so he gets into long rally. I don't know if he wants that.
No, he never got hold of that.
Just saying that last point before, after that rally, Hamish was looked as if he was really struggling physically, looked tired, and we've got to remember he's been out for 2 months, so you can't substitute an awful lot of matches for match fitness.
Well, injuries are, unfortunately, part and parcel of any sport. Tennis is no different, and even the best players will have to deal with them through their careers, and it's all a learning curve, isn't it? Injury management and managing your workload coming back in, but also, yes, refining that top level.
Yeah, I mean, if you've not played matches for a couple of months and not been on the court training, it's going to take an effect on you, especially playing this many matches over 2 days.
So just be looking to manage the wrist, you might be aware of it.
30 all.
He'll also be aware of the fact the scoreboard is tilted in the second set in his favour, but Ewan Lumsden wanting to keep the pressure on. He's been his usual dogged and determined self, usually from behind the baseline, causing problems, grinding opponents down.
Out. 30-40.
And the error's just starting to creep in a little bit more.
Yeah, that forehand's the one that breaks down. It looked as if he was a bit under pressure there, didn't quite get a good enough clean contact on it.
And now, that big opportunity. Oh, and Stewart with the break. And are we destined for a decider? A roar from the tall man.
Stewart leads by
He has
5
been-
games to 3.
He's physically imposing himself in the big moments. He's put power behind that ball, but coupled with a devastating accuracy when he's found his best tennis. And he has his reward in the second set. And he leads Ewan Lumsden by a break, poised to take it into a decider unless Lumsden is able to clap back. And he'll have to do it against the booming serve of his opponent. Keeps you guessing.
Fifteen love.
Yeah, big game just a minute ago there, Brian, and then Elsie just finished it off with a great wide serve. He loves that wide serve on the deuce side.
Net first serve. First serve, yeah.
No. Safety first, the laces need to be tied here. You don't want them to be the thing that thwarts you in the crucial moment.
30 love.
Big serve out wide again.
Brings him nearer.
A little bit more spring in the step now after that break.
Only takes one game, doesn't it? All of a sudden the complexion now is different in this final.
40 love.
And I wonder, now we headed it into a deciding set. 3 chances to seal it. The trio of set points for Hamish Stewart. He missed that one, he's got 2 insurance points here. Oh, you never write off a champion. And the defending champion has clapped straight back here at Scotstoun. And we are heading for a final set in the men's final. And it's all thanks to Hamish Stewart, who ground down his opponent there at the end of the set. He controlled that last game well when the pressure was on him. And now we are all level again in a final that keeps throwing up surprises. He looked like he was struggling. He looked the more sluggish of the two players towards the end of that set. But that timely break gave him the opportunity. And well, Hamish Stewart certainly took it.
He certainly did. He certainly looked tired in the last couple of games, but he really dug deep. That's a massive effort for him to take into the third set. Full third set coming up. Let's see what happens.
And so up until this stage there was a match tie break to decide the winner, but no, none of that in the final. We are going into a third set. Will take us into the Scottish evening, the way these two have been going and matching each other step for step, blow for blow. And if this were a boxing match, we'd be into the latter rounds now. Both men have swayed on the canvas a couple of times, and now we are entering towards what promises to be an exciting conclusion. One a dominant, forceful server, the other a responsive counter-puncher who'll keep you in a rally from the back of the court. And that's what Ewan Lumsden has got to look to now, as he looks to respond after, well, a set that could have gone Ewan McGinn either way.
Yeah, let's see what happens in this third set. Obviously they've not played a third set. Most of their matches, or all their matches, have been match tiebreakers. It goes to a third set, so this is really going to test their physical endurance here. Obviously, certainly Hamish looked a little bit tired towards that second set, so let's see. He'll want to get off to a fast start, and I would have thought he'll want to try and keep those points short. Ewan, on the other hand, will want to keep these points as long as possible. He'll want to wear his opponent down. Looking forward to it. We did say we were going to be here all night, so it looks like it.
Well, we might well be. A final set that, well, gives Hamish Stewart the chance to renew his title for another year. Ewan Lumsden, the title that he was beaten to by this man 12 months on.
Final
Will
set,
it be different?
Serve, new ball.
Coming into the court.
15 love.
I mean, I've got to say, this is just unbelievable to watch. Just two guys absolutely going at it, really pushing each other. Not one really giving up any other ground. Desperate to win this.
All.
And a chance to follow in the footsteps of former champions, the likes of Scott Duncan, twice champion, who, much like you and Sister Maya, has gone on to forge a successful career at higher levels.
And this is what this tour is all about, really giving people the platform to play an awful lot of tennis at a high level, really kind of develop their game locally, and if they become successful in this tour, they can go to the next tour.
Can all change in a year, can't it? And these two at 24 and 25 along, you would hope, career ahead of them. Well, swung at it. And now, with the stakes amplified,
15-40.
everything on the line. One break could set the tone. It might not be the killer blow, but it can get you off to a good or a bad start.
Out.
No, he took a choice there to let it go, and he was right, Ewan Lumsden.
34.
That last rally, the rally before, really bruising, long rally, really making Hamish and Ewan work really hard physically. You can see them taking a lot of time in between points.
Important more than ever now as well. No rushing, no mistakes. And serve is your chance to dictate pace.
Net first serve. Out. Yeah.
Out the call. And Stewart with an opportunity that he was unable to take. We've seen the frustration and the emotion. We know how important a break at this stage would be for him. And ultimately too, Ewan Lumsden, trying to keep on track, does not want this derailment early on.
Net first serve.
Oh, a rocket. Now, he thought the previous shot might have been out there, Lumsden,
Stewart.
but the signal from the chair came straight away and there was no argument about what came after.
Absolutely massive forehand by there. I'm just noticing again both players taking an awful lot of time in between points. That's just the point I was going to make. Pre-point routines and preparation for points are incredibly important. There's an awful lot of stuff going on in between the points. Thinking about where they're going to serve, where they're going to return, how the points are going to go.
Net first serve. Game. Stewart.
Oh, big shouts coming now from down the court too.
First game, final set.
The tension, the emotion, the drama, it's continued.
Grab that drink.
The yells, the noise levels.
This just kind of goes back and forth, doesn't it? One minute you think Hamish is tired and exhausted, and then he really digs deep. And the next minute Ewan is running around all over the tennis court.
And the battle of the two best on the tour this season. Weren't the top two on the TS Open Tour leaderboard, largely because these two have been playing the trade at the high levels, but everybody knew, looking at the field coming into this one, that these two were the favourites to go all the way, as they did last year. And they have done so again.
There will be, yeah.
And Hamish Stewart, who has laid down the best foundations possible at the start of this final set, and is looking to push on.
Love 15.
And the fatigue must really come into play now.
Yeah, it looked as if that his
Wait,
legs
please.
were struggling there. He's
Thank
really
you.
got to just push as hard as he can right now. That serve helped.
It certainly did. Anything that can disrupt the momentum, any quick points you can buy yourself now. Those quick service games, and especially when you've started a set so well, they're crucially important. And again, I don't know where he finds them from.
Big serve down the tee. Throwing everything at it.
has to keep channeling that power.
Out.
Just pushed it long. Every opportunity now that comes Lumsden's way, with the scoreboard as it is in this final set, he's got to take it.
Yeah, great opportunity for him is just to try and get a bit of space between him and his opponent.
And this here is a massive point.
I was going to call that wide serve.
Well, it's the textbook definition. And again, Hamish Stewart exerts some control over a service game. And what a start to the final sets. And well, the man who fought his way back in.
Leads by 2 games to love.
And he leads by 2 games to love in the decider here at Scotstoun.
Yeah, that second serve actually had a little bit more kick on it, so it was a bit more difficult for Ewan to attack it.
Thank you.
What an opportunity here.
And so now the pressure firmly on the shoulders of Ewan Lumsden. Number 2 seed. It's been hard to tell who's had the momentum at times during this match. Now it's certainly with the receiver.
Love.
Needs to find his best tennis now. The second seed, the Scottish indoor singles champion. Because he's down here.
Out.
Yeah, just overcooked.
Yeah, and Ewan will keep fighting. He's going to keep battling.
And again hasn't found its mark. And this is the handy moment. He'll be a grateful recipient. Ewan Lumsden. Any cheap points that come his way now with this situation. Chance to go after that Stewart serve, which is where this set might be won and lost. Well, I thought we were in for a smash hit there, but no, did the smart thing, the wise thing. Hamish Stewart just made sure that accuracy was the priority. And he'll just keep a modicum of pressure on the server here. And all of a sudden, if this slips to 40-30, well, it will be interesting.
Game.
Well, it was wildly short from Stewart.
By 2 games
I dare say it
1.
wouldn't have been a mistake he made perhaps in the first set of the day, playing his 5th set of the day. It is a different prospect, and so even though the baton is firmly in his hand and he's leading this race, the pressure does in some part pass back to Hamish Stewart here. He's got the break lead. We know how potent the serve can be, but it's not invincible, he's not infallible, and Ewan Lumsden will do well to keep the pressure on.
Yeah, just wondering whether or not Hamish is just saving a little bit of energy on the returning games and just wanting to use as much of his energy in his serving games, given the fact he's got the break. Bit of a risky strategy. I would have thought you want to still put the guy under pressure on the serve, but that's maybe what he's thinking. He's certainly taking the fluids in to get himself ready.
Well, any margin now at this stage will be a help. I see that Hamish Stewart has switched to energy drink. And, Ewan Lumsden's followed him too. Need some electrolytes at this stage in the afternoon. My choice would be a black coffee, but that's why I'm not an elite athlete.
Yeah, it's great. It's just great pushing these guys to their limits, basically, just to see what they're like under real physical and mental pressure. And again, that's what this tour is all about, or what we're trying to do.
And it shows that in the second meeting in 2 years between these in the men's final at this event, and we had a gripping contest between them last year, and it's the same again. It's a testament to their consistency.
Out. 15
Good
love.
second serve that was. A lot of speed on that.
Well, the first serve is the big show, the extravagance. The second serve can be the more important one.
Thank you. Petrie love.
And every point now takes him closer.
Normally Ewan's best return off that backhand, maybe just start to miss a couple. Again, they'll be getting tired, that's for sure.
And if he can keep consolidating, always threatens to stretch away in Stewart's favour. Oh, mixed in the soft hands, and Lumsden read it well.
Yeah, interesting play there from Hamish. I've only seen that
30,
once
50.
in that last couple of matches. I think the backhand cross court would have been the play.
And it was eaten up by Ewan Lumsden. Still
Well,
looks sprightly.
He's just so quick up to the ball.
Net, first serve.
Physicality could be where he wins this battle if he is to come back into it. And we've seen his agility around the court, his reactive style of play, but it's all about neutralising the serve now.
40-15.
And it's giving Hamish Stewart so much joy.
Yeah, he's actually, that last couple of serves on the ad side, he's gone to the backhand and Ewan's missed that. Normally his best returning side.
And 2 chances then for a hold.
Out.
Try to dig out that backhand.
40-30.
And Lumsden narrows the gap once again.
Out.
Oh, just long.
Two.
We're going to see juice in this game. And potentially a route back.
You can never count Lumsden out. He's battling, he's keeping the pressure up, he's keeping in this game.
Oh, the margins. And that ball couldn't make its mind up. It seemed to hang for an eternity above the net cord.
What a return there from Ewan, just taking it on, not giving Hamish any time. What a battle.
So, a chance to break back level. And from there, who knows in this men's final. And a big shout from the other side of the net. And Stewart's not done fighting yet.
Great 1-2 punch there, coming at the net, closing down the space.
And in final sets there are games that set the tone. The longer they go on, the more the mental price you pay. for not being able to get over the line. Might that be true this time around? And these two, though, have shown themselves to be cool in the heat of the arena.
Advantage.
Good second serve
Stewart.
there. A lot of speed on it. Right into Ewan's forehand.
Net, first serve. First.
It takes so much to be able to serve like that, and to serve in that moment, in that fashion. Well, it's the mark of a winner, and Hamish Stewart, I dare say, might have come through with his sternest challenge yet.
Yeah, I mean, you can tell he wants it, can't you? I mean, these last couple of service games have been tough, and he has just kept going. Bit of distance between them. What an opportunity right now for Hamish here. He's got to be piling the pressure on Ewan, especially off this second serve. He misses the first.
And he does miss the first. And Ewan Lumsden has to now try and strike back after that disappointment. Brilliant long rally, and more of them are starting to go the way of Hamish Stewart. It's not the way we've always seen them, but now he's making sure those fine margins fall in his favour.
Well, normally you would think Ewan would be winning the longer points, but Hamish winning that long point, that's really got to hurt Ewan.
And he's going to have to find some reserves of spirit from somewhere. He's out of reach though. He's not done. And it's not the Ewan Lumsden way, is it? Sometimes, as we said in the first set, he needs something to react to, something to spur him into life.
Well, he can play his best tennis when he's down, so this is, well, he's down. So he's really got a battle here.
Net, first serve.
TS Open Tour finals from Glasgow. The men's final, the last of the action. Top two seeds.
Net, first serve.
And the top seed has the advantage.
T15.
Let him back in there.
And there is really no way of discerning which way this will go. Cushioned it well. Picked the open side, didn't make the mistake. It's so easy to do when you've been on court for so long.
I mean, what a fight this is. He's hanging in. Again, plays his best tennis when he starts to go down.
Well, a brilliant exhibition of sport at Scotstoun. Oh, the cry came. Out it was. And this will be a key hold for Lumsden. He came so close to breaking the serve of Stewart in the last game, and has responded well.
Deuce.
And That shot full of frame. And on the other side of the net, Stewart is going to see every chance here as an opportunity to pull that gap wider.
Absolutely, that was a poor miss there by Ewan. Didn't want to be doing that.
Got it again. Nailed it.
Tough fighting by Ewan.
Advantage, Lumsden.
And the morale boost that a hole of this kind must give you. It can be the difference in moments like this.
Out. Game.
We'd like that one again.
Stewart leads by 3 games.
And so it is the hold for Ewan Lumsden that keeps his opponent just within grasp, but it is still a break lead in the decider for Hamish Stewart. And we go on.
I mean, that was a monumental hold for Ewan. Really needed it. I mean, 3-2 and 4-1, huge difference in terms of feeling that the match is going with you. So what an effort to keep that tight. And Hamish will be feeling that because he's feeling as if he had the chance there to go 4-1 up, get a bit more distance. So this service game will be crucial.
And we're playing for one of the sword trophies. We saw the women's version won by the teenager Mia Wainwright, 7-6, 6-2 over the top seed Emma Wilson earlier on this afternoon. This one has been equally gripping, well matched, but an early break in this final set has put the number 1 seed and reigning champion Hamish Stewart in the driving seat. Well, he's not relinquishing it, if I can put my teeth back in, without a fight.
Yeah, it'll be interesting Hamish's mindset. You're serving at 3-2 compared to what could have been 4-1.
What he would do for a quick and routine service hole.
Out. Love 15.
Big point for you in there. Always pretty important to win that first point, especially if you're actually returning serve against a guy who hits it at 130 mile an hour.
Next, first serve.
It's just bruising. You need the whole body to be in motion to serve like that. It's not just the arm, it's every muscle. It's been fine-tuned there to take it away from the reach of Ewan Lumsden.
Wait, please.
A few more of those, and the scoreboard will start to look very promising indeed for that man there. Oh, fabulous. Fabulous shot. And a clean winner.
That's got to make him feel good, that one. Big serve, lob 15 down, ace, and then followed by a big forehand. That's got to help.
He's constructing a solid game here, Stewart. And then the double fault. You just can't predict it, can you?
Well, again, you've seen a couple of these things, service games happen in the semi-finals. Got a little bit tight, missed the first serve. Same thing again a little bit. This is a big point at 30-all.
Wait, please, Hamish. Thank you.
40-30.
Well, it was an error that you in Lumsden could really have done without.
Yeah, that serve by Hamish wasn't quite as fast, wasn't quite as wide. Really didn't want to be making that mistake off the backhand. That was the time to be solid.
And now we have game point, but it's so much more than that now at stake. A chance to open up daylight once again.
Out.
And now Hamish Stewart is near to the title, as his opponent is to him.
Stewart leads
Still
by 4 games
one
to 2.
consolidated break lead in the deciding set. He had
Well
to
done,
rally
thank
back
you.
from losing the first set. And it's all to do now for you in Lumsden. The second seed is he to be beaten by Hamish Stewart in this final for a second year running.
That was actually a pretty brave second serve. That ball kicked up an awful lot higher, a little bit too high for Ewan to control.
The 15. Yeah.
Great return of serve, got the opportunity to be aggressive on that backhand. He's got to try and get another one here.
Out. 15-all.
And that clear margin just won't open up. Just
15-30.
catches the top of the net.
Right.
Again, it's the error from Lumsden. And it hands a huge opportunity to Hamish Stewart. Double break point to go within the game of the championship.
Yeah, these headers just creeping in here.
Out. 34.
That will help.
Yeah, big serve there, really needed that.
And he's played Hamish Stewart there at his own game. He has to do that again. And Stewart stealing himself from the other side of the court. And that's what he wanted to do. Oh. But we can't take it. We can't take it. Well, all eyes were on the line judge on the second serve and wondering and asking the question. She gave the in signal, and then we were thrown into a rally that Stewart just wasn't able to grip with both hands.
Those legs gave way, didn't they, on that forehand?
What a battle this continues to be. A double break against Lumsden could prove fatal to his chances.
Advantage.
And the double fault at the moment where he wanted to avoid it most.
Just by watching these guys, their body language, you can feel that you can feel the tension, can't you?
Well, he just pushed it into the corner. After finding the line, the very back end of the line, and the umpire, the chair umpire, made the signal straight away.
What an absolute battle there. See Ewan going back to his towel, taking his time.
Big shout from Hamish Stewart. He knows he could be on the cusp.
Stewart.
Maybe we should have got these guys to play best of 5 sets.
Can you imagine what time we'd be here until? Always let it get away from him.
He had the chance there, didn't he?
Yes.
He had the space.
Who is going to be the last man standing?
Oh, you're kidding.
No, it was close. Well, went big.
Advantage, Lumsden.
And now, shoes on the other foot.
Yeah, it's just a bit sloppy, wasn't it?
And so, Lumsden, for what would be a mammoth hold.
I've not been counting the number of juices, but it's a lot.
Out.
Not to be. Not this time anyway. And the show continues in this helter-skelter game that may have so much bearing on who lifts the sword trophy. Who knows when that might be, by the way. Oh, a punishing shot. Brilliant timing for it as well. And Hamish Stewart,
Advantage.
he's come up trumps so many times in those moments where he's needed to find the very best weapon.
Out.
Still can't get to that second break. And you can hear the frustration of our top seed here at Scotstoun.
You can just see both of them a little bit just being a bit passive, a bit tentative on their forehands.
All of a sudden it's got very cagey for completely understandable reasons.
Advantage, Lumsden.
Didn't manage it.
This pump by Lumsden. This would be a huge hold.
And this has been, and I'm sure we don't need to see any mathematical breakdown to know, it's been the longest of the match so far, and potentially the most pivotal.
Game.
Oh,
Lumsden.
what a hold! after a mammoth game.
Well, again,
Stewart leads.
as we said
by
before,
4
Ewan plays
games
his
to
best
3.
tennis when he's down, and that was just unbelievable. The guy just never gives it up. Fights for every single point. It's not a whole. Hamish didn't do a whole lot wrong there. Maybe a couple of chances he could have been a bit more solid, but all credit to Ewan at keeping this game very live. It's going to be a great, very interesting service game next.
And it's slightly dejected looking. Hamish Stewart, the defending champion, who returned to his chair there with a bit of a spring in the step of Ewan Lumsden, who saved his best serve until last. He is still, we can't lose sight of the fact, a breakdown in the final set of the final. But has the momentum shifted enough to give him the opportunity that he needs? He had to carve one out for himself there when it looked like, well, a clear route to a commanding lead and a shot on serve for the title for Hamish Stewart. He is still in a position you'd want to be in, but this is, as you rightly say, Ewan McGinn, a massive service game now. This is where finals are won and lost.
Yeah, this is why we do this. This is why these guys play in these matches. They want to play really tough tennis. It helps them again prepare for the bigger tour, the world ranking events that they're wanting to prepare for. So this is fantastic. Not practice matches, because it matters to them.
You just cannot replicate this kind of tension. For these two players who've spent much of their time in the last few months jetting around the world to different tournaments, a chance to be king of the court on home turf here at Scotstoun.
Yeah, normally when Hamish goes cross court, Ewan is pretty good at hitting that ball high up the line on the forehand. That time went cross court and just covered the ball a bit.
Lumsden went up the line, and initially it looked as if Stewart had read it well. He just squeezed it wide into doubles alley.
Out.
Missed it.
That is a big
15
block
five.
return deep on the backhand side, and just sensational backhand cross court. One of Ewan's best signature shots.
And this is where all those wins on the TS Open Tour this season, across all the events, 4 of them won by Hamish Stewart. This is where they all meet now. Well, he's thrown it. He's thrown a verbal tirade. Hamish Stewart, and you can understand why the frustration will come out in this moment. It's not
15-40.
what you condone, but tensions, emotions running high, and this game is set as it stands to get away from him and allow his opponent back to parity
Yeah, just needs
at
to,
the most crucial point.
needs to settle down as much as he can.
Out.
And would you look at that?
Lumsden.
And who might have seen this coming? All of a sudden, we have equilibrium in the final set of the men's final here at Scotstoun. And just when it looked in a couple of games, mammoth games, where the top seed, the reigning champion, Hamish Stewart, was going to carve open an unassailable advantage, he's been hauled back into a dogfight by Ewan Lumsden, the man who never seems to give up from behind the baseline, plugging away.
Really not easy to do, but you have to let that go.
What a start.
15.
What a start.
Wow.
No sooner back on serve and serving up the double fault. It's that time in the match. And they're trading huge swipes, but the head went down from Stewart there. And that long rally favouring Lumsden, who's allowed to make amends for his double fault to start the game. And as you said earlier, Ewan, still taking their time, going through the motions, the routines. It's all thinking time. Where's this next serve going to go? Am I going to follow it in? What a point. What a point.
That's just unbelievable. What an unbelievable rally. You can look what happens when people play under pressure. They both look physically exhausted, and I'm pretty sure mentally they are very tired. This is what we want to see, though. We want to see these guys play under pressure, because when they go and play the world ranking events, they are under a lot of pressure.
Well, this was the potential matchup in the final that everybody here was talking about. And you can see why. Matching each other still. Into the final moments, surely now, of this third and deciding set, but nothing at all to separate.
Look at this volley here from Uni Mead. Absolutely certain he wasn't going to miss that.
Oh, you couldn't write it. And Lumsden was there, prepared,
34.
in position, and the net cord takes it away from him.
I mean, what a point. It's also great to see you've got a lot of the kids that are standing by the side. I think they're here for West Junior training, and they're actually all watching this. I mean, what an advert for Scottish tennis.
Out.
A chance to get courtside and appreciate just how good these two have been, but a mistake from Hamish Stewart, and that means he can't take the step that he wanted to.
One set all, 4 all juice. Unbelievable.
And these two so finely matched in the ATP rankings. Oh, he's hammered it. That's a brilliant point, but it was all about the finish.
That was incredibly
Advantage.
brave. That was
Stewart.
a shoulder height, even higher forehand. That's tough to take on from the back of the court. very brave.
It's gutsy, but the fortune has favoured him. Unbelievable tennis.
Unbelievable. And you get Hamish on the deck. What a point.
Well, how these two have not ended up in a heap, a crumpled heap on the court yet, I don't know. It must be taking every ounce of physicality. And a painful landing from Hamish Stewart. Has righted himself, and Ewan Lumsden, well, the battle that he has exhibited in this final set, it stands him in good stead for what continues to be a brilliant spectacle. Brilliant again.
What a point. What a forehand volley there by Lumsden.
Advantage.
Great passing shot attempt as well.
And they're having to try everything, these two, just to find that 1 percentage point of advantage over the other. And Lumsden now, who fought from a breakdown, what seemed like it might become 2 breaks down, to get himself back to 4-all. And could he step ahead now? Enthralling, stupendous exhibition of sport this in Glasgow, and Ewan Lumsden moves within a game of the championship at the TS Open Tour finals, much to the ire of Hamish Stewart.
How many of these guys are trying to do? I mean, they can barely actually walk to their chair.
Well, a very ginger walk from Ewan Lumsden, but inside he will be beaming, I'm sure. Can't allow emotions to take over at this point. Stewart's been very vocal, trying to defend his title. Still on serve, but he had those opportunities, didn't he, for a double break?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just looking at the ball kids. There's a new set of ball kids, but I don't think we can get a new set of tennis players.
I don't know who will be worthy at stepping up and replacing these two for what they've thrilled us with over the last couple of hours. You can see how much it means to both of them. They show it in different ways. The emotion clear to see from Hamish Stewart. Understandable after that last game, the last few games. Ewan Lumsden too. He's shown his fighting spirit on the court in the way he's battled back from a deficit that could have grown and it threatened to. And is this the finishing point, or is there more to come from the reigning champion? And the crowd has swelled. And what an example in terms of the level that is required to play top level tennis.
Well, again, when you're drawn to watching really good tennis, and I think the crowd is actually doubled.
Out. 15 love.
Great second serve there by Hamish, really kicked up high. Difficult for Ewan to control the ball.
And now he just has to find those serves. He has to keep finding them. Now Stewart holding his nerve.
Big point there. A couple of balls pretty close to the line. You might have thought they were out, but I don't think they were. Just got to keep battling.
Oh, that's phenomenal.
I mean, what an athlete he is at the back of the court. At full
30-50.
stretch, backhand down the line, passing shot. Really under a whole lot of pressure with Hamish's forehand there.
Well, Lumsden asking. Stewart not hanging around. A huge point there, and he steers it to 40-15.
Yeah, needed that freebie of a first serve there. I think it probably clipped the back edge of the line.
As that did.
Stewart.
Well, again, that's one of his best serves, isn't it? That wide serve on the due side.
It's unplayable at its best. And of course, we are at 5-all in the deciding set at Scotstoun.
Just a long set and a tie break.
Well, I've been told we can expect a normal tie-break, but there's been nothing normal about an effort that's been almost superhuman.
Out. 15 love.
Not out by much.
Love.
Excellent. And this set alone has gone on for an hour. And still going at it. He's missed.
30-15.
Oh, that could be expensive.
Right onto the racket. A chance to open up 40 love. It's still a favourable position. But not nearly as favourable as it would have been had he kept it 2 inches the other side. That'll help.
Recovered really well there from that backhand volley. Served well in this game so far.
And when there have been errors, he's not allowed them, Lumsden, to affect him, or so it seems anyway.
Great forehand there. Very fast, very deep.
40-30.
Well, there was a close final between these two last year, not nearly as close as this.
Out. Game.
And not only has Lumsden managed to neutralise the defending champion,
By 6 games to
he's
5.
out to seek his revenge, and he guarantees himself at least a tiebreak in this deciding set in the men's final here in Glasgow.
I think we're now taking on a new set of line judges as well.
I think everybody needs to sit down at this rate. And it's felt like we're at the closing point for such a long time now. It's probably been the last half an hour where we were at a stage from which either player, namely at the start, Stewart, but more recently Lumsden, could have sprung to the finish. It's not materialised.
Yeah, I think both have been battling to get some distance, especially Hamish, and Ewan's just, as he always does not let go, keeps battling for every single point. Makes it so difficult to to take charge of the point and to actually get some distance between you and him.
And so now,
Time.
in the closing stages, not just of these two players' TS Open Tour finals, but of their seasons, all likely as well, as we come into the end of 2024. Lifting the sword trophy would be the perfect way to bow out for another calendar year. Will it be for a second time in 2 years, Hamish Stewart? Nor will it be his opponent, who came so close in Loughborough, the British Tour finals at the weekend. Runner-up in that one, runner-up in this final last year.
The 15.
Every point now that goes against the serve is going to crank up that tension, and it's already high enough.
Yeah, Ewan's going to love that mistake there from Hamish on his backhand to get a wee point ahead.
Always missed it. And it's another slip.
That could be expensive.
Potentially an enormous moment. That eases the pain.
Great recovery there from Hamish again, due side wide serve.
But Lumsden still 2 points away. And remember, he seemed on the cusp of going 2 breaks down in this deciding set. And back to 30 all, and naturally there was a net cord. Of course there was a net cord. It's been that kind of match. You just can't call it.
Just when you thought that Ewan was there, we're now at 30 all.
And this is an enormous moment. Is it going to be game point to take us into a tie break, or is it going to be championship point? Championship point.
Great return there from
34.
Ewan. Again, that was a pretty decent second serve, kicked up high, but he took it early enough, just enough to put Hamish under pressure and get the mistake.
And so the same routine, the same use of the towel, the same preparation. Championship point at the TS Open Tour finals. And Ewan Lumsden is the winner of the TS Open Tour Finals 2024 after a gripping final here at Scotstoun. A fantastic showing of tennis between two men who cancelled each other out. Differing games, but strong mentality all around. And well, after a seemingly unending battle, it is the number 2 seed, the man beaten in this meet-up in the final last year, Ewan Lumsden, who takes the title, and with it will lift the sword trophy 7-5 in a grueling, phenomenal final set.
Well, as I said earlier, what an unbelievable advert for Scottish tennis. These guys were just absolutely going for it. Hamish has got to be gutted, but what a battle. This is what Ewan Lumsden does. He's been out in Monastir playing 3-set matches, been on the court for 3.5 hours, and this is what he does. He just does not give up.
Well, the final score in a brilliant afternoon of tennis. Ewan Lumsden takes the men's singles final 7-5, 3-6, 7-5. And well, for so long it could have gone either way. Who would have called it? A break in it much of the time for Hamish Stewart, and it seemed as if he was about to bounce into a 2-break lead and potentially an unassailable one. Some clutch games that set the balance. And well, let's have a look at the story of one of the most enthralling tennis matches I've seen this year, and it might just be the final one as well.
Yeah, that was just fantastic to watch, fantastic to be part of it. Hamish again kind of got off to a good start in the first set, and then also had a chance to take the lead in the third set. He's clearly going to be devastated by that. He does have the game, but you've also got to hand it to him as well, and he's just come back off a 2-month injury break, so I know he'll be incredibly disappointed by that, but what a run. Great practice matches to end the year, and that'll put him in good stead for the new year, for the world ranking events that he wants to play.
Well, these two are playing at the very top level. Both of them have shown that they've got what it takes to compete worldwide, and have made strides towards the upper echelons of the game. And it is world number 663 in the ATP ladder, Ewan Lumsden, who outlives a player just 60 ranks ahead of him. So finely matched they were for so long, but it is a brilliant culmination to a year of growth for both of these players, and there will be disappointment from the top seed, but he was made to fight, and Ewan Lumsden never gave up. The man who won his maiden singles title in professional men's tennis in Monastir in October, and 2 months on, he has taken his game to the indoor courts of Glasgow, and here at Scotstoun has come out on top. And who knew we'd be in for such a final? Everyone's been talking about the potential of a rematch, and well, it lived up to its high billing. It's what everybody has been looking for in a final, and well, you can't ask for any more. Two well-matched players, contrasting styles, a brilliant showing for those who turned up, and all the youngsters ready for training in the audience, looking on as these two going at it and trading blows. Well, what finer example can be set?
Yeah, I was just going to say that actually all the kids that were watching there have just gone on court for their training sessions, so if you can't be inspired by that, I'm not quite sure what you can be inspired by. They would have witnessed some unbelievable tennis, incredible endurance by both these guys. You can see both of them sitting at the changeover, just trying to gather their thoughts, waiting for the presentation.
And that's the moment we have reached then. Barely any energy left to keep themselves upright. It's now time for the winner's ceremony with Rona McLeod.
Well, what a nail-biting final that was. Some fantastic tennis for us all to enjoy there, I'm sure that you'll agree. And now I'm going to hand over to our presentation party. Please allow me to introduce them. We have the Tennis Scotland Chief Executive, Blaine Dodds, the Tennis Scotland President, John Wilson, and the Vice President, Rona Alston. The runner-up of the Tennis Scotland Open Tour Finals is Hamish Stewart. Hamish, you fought absolutely every inch of the way today, and we saw some remarkable tennis. How was it from your point of view?
Yeah, it was a fun match to be a part of. Obviously, not my way in the end. Well done to Ewan. Played a really good match. Yeah, pretty shattered at the end of it, to be honest.
What does it mean to you to be back in Scotland taking part in this event? Because of course you travel all over the world now, you're playing professionally. What does it mean to be back here in the heart of Tennis Scotland?
Yeah, it's good. Last time I was here wasn't the best, so it's nice to come back and actually play some good tennis and compete, and most importantly earn some really good money to allow us to keep travelling and keep playing professionally.
Good to see you back. I'm sure you'll be back next year with revenge in mind. Thank you so much, everybody. Hamish Stewart. And now, collecting the magnificent Sword Trophy, please welcome your men's winner of the 2024 Tennis Scotland Open Tour Finals, Ewan Lumsden. Well, congratulations, Ewan, and we saw just how exhausted Hamish was there. Tell me how you're feeling at this moment.
Yeah, the same. I mean, a lot of matches recently, and obviously we were both playing, pretty well. So, yeah, long few days, but happy to come out with the win.
It was absolutely nip and tuck. It was such a psychological match as well today. Do you enjoy that kind of stress?
Yeah, I think you have to if you want to, win a lot of matches, because you're going to be in a lot of close battles. So I think I just try to stay in the moment and just keep on it, stay aggressive.
And for you, you're also playing on the circuit. You're abroad lots. What is it like being back? Tell me about the importance of this Tennis Scotland Open event.
Yeah, it's hugely important. I mean, it allows me and obviously Hamish as well to travel. If we can go far, it's good prize money. So, and it's just nice to play back in Scotland. It's really good getting matches, and again, it's great because we can travel more, which is what we want to do.
And we're on the cusp of 2025. What are you looking forward to next year?
Just trying to play more futures and some challengers, hopefully, and just trying to push on, try and just build my ranking up and hopefully keep going up the rankings.
Well done today, some fantastic tennis. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll leave you with our Tennis Scotland Open Tour champion, Ewan Lumsden.
So that's it, a brilliant final, the culmination of a year of hard work on the TS Open Tour. It has been a thrilling exhibition of tennis. Thank you so much for joining us, for watching today's coverage of the Tennis Scotland Open Tour Finals from Glasgow, and from all of us here at Scotstoun Community Indoor Tennis Centre. Have a great Christmas. Bye for now.